It's normal. I mean, it's not, but it's theater. It's like a part of the theatrical process of the Yale debate club, right? Because it was annoying as fuck. Who cares, man? Yeah, it's supposed to. It's good. It's like a non-interruptive boo. I prefer that than people booing if that's what they were supposed to do. It was kind of funny though. I mean, they would literally hiss like world peace and shit. Liberals don't understand anything. He doesn't even know what the dictatorship of the proletariat means. He's not just dumb about politics, he's also dumb about Marxism. It's the transitory period between capitalism and full communism. It's not a literal dictatorship. And even when the term was coined before the word dictatorship meant authoritarian, I wonder if I don't know, and perhaps I was using the liberal framework that the other person was talking about. One of the first speakers, like maybe if you watch the actual full clip, dude, liberals are so goddamn annoying, so smarmy, and so unbelievably stupid. It blows my mind. You bootify yourself. Yeah, we'll start there. We'll start with like the positives and the negatives from the Yale speech, right? So let's blast off though. Bro, the ass is one of a kind. Stop talking bad about it. Okay, calm down. First time, long time, but what did the hiss mean? So they have tradition. They have traditions at the Yale Political Union. Okay, so this is the oldest like political union / debate club that they've had. Okay, we'll get right into it. Okay, so they have old ass traditions like the speaker comes up, he says forward the speech. Okay, that's like one of the things. And then also on top of that, when they're there's people there, there's people in that crowd that are like conservative, reactionary, liberal, Marxist, Leninist. Like it's a very diverse, ideologically diverse environment, which is ironic because like everybody thinks, oh, Yale, they're all communists on the Fox News side. And my assessment was going to be that they're all liberal. I think my assessment was a little bit closer to the truth. Let's be real. But basically, there was broad positive reception. Never get high on your own supply. Elite schools believing in liberalism is like believing their own propaganda. They do believe their own propaganda. Anyway, so, they have different phrases that they deploy. They have different traditions. Hissing is one of them. Like, the crowd is both left and right. And the crowd is both left and right. And obviously, there are right-wingers who don't like what I'm saying, and they're hissing, and then there are left-wingers who like what I'm saying, and they're stomping. So that's just how it goes. Okay? First things first, let's talk about the entrance. Okay? Let's talk about the entrance, which was also captured by the Yale Political Union. And here, we'll show you. People were going crazy. And not only was the reception incredibly positive, some might even say orgasmic. Stop Anti-Semitism posted this, said, watch Yale students orgasmically welcome Hasan Piker, a man who said America deserved 9/11 and calls the murderer a sitting U.S. senator. Yale is poison. Keep your children and grandchildren as far away from this institution as you can. Now, Noah Colwyn also made a joke and said, watch Yale students orgasmically welcome Hasan Piker. That's an insane way to cover that entrance. I don't know why the Stop Anti-Semitism lady went with that. There were probably different words that she could have used there as a substitute for orgasmically. But you know what? Why not? Okay? Why not? If you're just going to be a horn dog about your psychosexual pathological obsession with me, you might as well go all the way. So I respect it. I respect Stop Anti-Semitism for being unbelievably horny. To be horny is to be alive. Okay? This reply to it is gold. What it is? Live reaction. Live reaction from Yale students to Hasan's arrival. Oh my God, I'm netting. Oh, uncontrollable coming. Oh shit. Oh,
nobody, and I was balling then.
Yeah, so much of the anger and resentment directed towards me, and I don't really know why this is the case, is weirdly sexualized. That is just a strange thing. I don't know what it is. I have no idea where that comes from, but it was very strange. Yeah. Who'd you say hi to on your speech? The photographer. She came up to the right side of the podium.
We can draw a straight line from indigenous massacres of the early United States to the 20th century.
Oh, the girl that was running up. See? You even see her right there, the photographer. You can see her right here. She's running up.
Of the early United States to the 20th century. Fields that we have created in the third world. Hi.
Why do you think I made the Hasan Bizarre Adventure manga that way? Because I called it a long time ago. Nailed that social interaction. Yeah, my ADHD kicked in. I asked Stop Anti-Semitism if she busted. This must be the ad that Yale students saw.
Come click this link for more detail on pussy. I'm so horny.
So yeah, it was a very, very eventful experience overall. The haters in the pew starts hissing when they hear certain words like USSR, Cuba downfall, world peace, literal Twitter reply bots. Okay, guys, it seems to me like the hissing is so unique for all of you that you just can't get over it. It's normal. There's just like a regular interactive process, and you know it's fine. It's just like a part of the theater of it all. Okay, I don't know why you guys are so hyper focused on it. The camera's next to the conservatives that were in the bag as well. It's normal. I mean, it's not, but it's theater. It's like a part of the theatrical process of the Yale debate club, right? Because it was annoying as fuck. Who cares, man? Yeah, it's good. It's like a non-interruptive boo. I prefer that than people booing, if that's what they were supposed to do. It was kind of funny though. I mean, they would literally hiss like world peace and shit. Bro, you don't understand that we were hearing hissing the whole time right next to the mic? No, the microphone wasn't near you guys. We put the microphone, maybe while I was doing the speech. That's why. Because I had my own mic and March had his mic. So because the right-wingers were near the camera and they were hissing, that's why you guys heard it so much. Anyway, it doesn't fucking matter. All right, whatever. Chat complains about interaction when it's literally Twitch chat. I know. Maybe they're just mad that they didn't get to interact. Okay? But yeah, overall, I think the reception was fantastic. I mean, the environment of the room was fantastic. They were saying that there was a lot of excitement for Curtis Sliwa, and when they had Curtis Sliwa on, that was the most exciting event that they had thus far. And then when I said I would do it, apparently it just like, the participation was insane. Anyway, Hasan's experience at Yale.
Nice little hiss.
Okay. The same 5 to 10 people on Twitter still hate you with new posts from this. Yeah, I know. The leftist Indian student who sounded like it was one of the chatters you always yell at. Yeah, I did a little bit. I did also do a little bit of that. Sometimes we can just let the whimsy take hold and enjoy the ride chat. We don't need to freak out about everything different. No, I know. It's the autism function. That's what it is. They're like, well, people were hissing. It's illegal. Like, calm down, chatters. Jesus Christ. Like, just enjoy the goddamn show. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. Anyway, I was mentioned on the Bald and Beautiful podcast. I'm gonna play that real quick.
Would know. I don't know. I can't
Hasan
remember.
Piker.
Hasan Piker, yeah. Who's that? Thank you.
It's because you're Dake. It's because you're Dake.
I'm probably a lot closer, right? He's a very,
so.
he's a Twitch streamer, very active on Twitch. He's Mary, I don't want to thirst over him, be the 4,000th obnoxious person thirst over him online, but yeah.
I think thirst is different than, listen, It's a blessing to have five senses, including sight. It's a blessing to be able to notice something beautiful and say, that's just beautiful.
Yeah, I just don't want to add to the annoying din of people online like thirsting over him. I don't know. I just want to be unique.
I understand.
Yeah, but I would suck the shit out of his asshole.
Boo.
Let's take a break.
That was it. That's the mention. That's what you guys wanted me to see. That one speaker called his grandma's decision for how his family existed evil was crazy. Yeah, that's definitely. All of those were HasanAbi heads, by the way. Even the ones who are against my resolution, even the ones that were both the ones that were in the affirmative and the ones that were in the negative were also part of the progressive wing. Like the first speaker, I talked to him afterwards, and he was literally a part of the progressive wing of the Yale Union. So, yeah, the liberalism galore is what I'm trying to say. Like, there were pro-American Empire progressives in the debate club. From what I understand, from what I understand, there were also some like right wingers there as well. But like the ideological diversity of that crowd is kind of wild. Like apparently they had Curtis Yarwin speak, and it was dominated by the right flank of the Yale political union. And there were people who were just like unironically pro constitutional monarchists. Liberal Hitler was my fave. Yeah, that one was crazy. I didn't even realize that was a thing. But yeah. Don't they have to take up positions they might not actually believe in for debate purposes? No. Those are sincerely held beliefs. It wasn't like a debate club type situation. I think those were genuine points of contention. But yeah, this was me responding to his speech, where I said, like, look, if you say power inevitably leaves control from one hand to the next. And a lot of liberals didn't understand that I was responding to someone there, even though I mentioned it in the beginning of the fucking speech.
One of the first speakers, I forget your name, had some interesting words to say, that there's always going to be power. I say we put the power back in the hands of the many, rather than the power in the hands of the few. If a dictatorship is inevitable, I'd rather have it be a dictatorship of the proletariat than one that is designed around the needs of the bourgeois class. And on that note, thank you so much for having me today. Look forward to seeing yourself on play.
Did you try New Haven pizza? Yes, dude, I did, okay? I had Pepe's and I had Pete's, and Pepe's was really fucking good. The guy that said Venezuela and Cuba are narco states, and he said, where's your evidence? And he literally said he made it up, Lamau. I know. Not all the speakers had the same gusto, nor the same background. But yeah, liberals got really mad at this one. He doesn't even know what the dictatorship of the proletariat means. He's not just dumb about politics, he's also dumb about Marxism. Again, one of my number one haters. One of my number one fucking haters. Okay? And then, like, they continue to fantasize. A non-zero number of kids in that room have a favorable view of the Khmer Rouge, all this stuff. It's like liberals fantasizing about their opposition, their ideological opposition to their left flank, as both being incredibly violent, incredibly unproductive. Yeah, guy who hates you in your cause spotted. Exactly. Being professionally obtuse. Student news article summing up your appearance. Yeah, I saw. It was great. Yale Daily News wrote about it. It says, Hasan Piker says American empire is dying at well-attended debate. The left-wing streamer Hasan Piker, whose visit to campus drew a Republican senator's rebuke, attracted a large crowd to a Yale political union debate on Tuesday. He has harshly criticized the United States foreign policy. Sheffield Sterling Strathcona Hall was buzzing on Tuesday evening, an hour before Hasan Piker, a well-known left-wing streamer, walked up to the podium to address the Yale political union. Piker spoke in favor of the resolution and the American empire. In his speech, he criticized U.S. immigration and customs enforcement, Israel, and capitalism, and he claimed that the American empire was in the process of dying. 4 days before the event, Senator Rick Scott wrote on X that the Trump administration should immediately revoke Yale's federal funding because the student group was hosting Piker, who said during a live stream last year that if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, a Florida Republican who spoke at Yale political union debate in October. Was previously the chief executive of a hospital company that was investigated for fraud and later paid $1.7 billion in settlements to the government. I'm especially sad that Senator Rick Scott couldn't make it, Piker said on Tuesday in his opening speech, drawing laughs from the audience. I'm sure he had many opinions on whether or not we should end the U.S. empire and the global capitalist system, which is what I'll be talking about today. And then your grandparents are probably going to hear about it on Fox News tomorrow. That one got a lot of laughs. Yale Political Union President Morris Zeppi said Tuesday's debate saw the most demand he had seen for a political union event. Earlier the semester, when we hosted New York mayoral candidate Curtis Lewa, I stood on this very stage at this very podium and proclaimed that I could say without a shred of doubt that I had never seen this level of excitement for a guest of the Yale Political Union. Zeppi said as he introduced Piker. That distinction was perhaps short-lived. It was electric, Kai-Shan Kwek-Rup, 28, who gave a speech opposing the resolution, told the news after the event. I really appreciate that the community cares about it, as the national headlines are reflecting. It's really contentious, and so it's good to have civic engagement at Yale, and it's really good to have people who disagree who are willing to listen to each other. Avi Rao, 27, the Yale Political Union speaker, said that while the increase in attendees brought more energy to debate, every student speaker was able to speak, have questions, and not be interrupted. The crowd thought they spotted Piker entering 3 times and began to applaud, only to realize each time that someone else had entered the back door of the hall. When Piker entered, the lecture hall erupted into applause. This is a guy that has modern media presence, Jemer Kelesh, a member of the Political Union's Independent Party, said in an interview. He reaches our demographic exactly, people that are our age. In his remarks, Piker traced the history of what he called America's imperial roots from the Spanish-American War through World War II and the Cold War, which he described as an endless series of butcheries, each more perverse and more tragic than the last. What was the point of defeating the Nazis if we went on to dominate so much of the globe as violently as we have, he asked. After the fall of the Soviet Union, which Piker argued was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century, America had no more big enemies left to beat and turned the gun on itself. No matter what we say here, the American empire is going to inevitably fall, Piker said. Piker argued that the American people still had the power to manage the retreat of the American empire from the world stage, preventing it from ending in a much more violent way. Students who argued against the resolution suggested the United States, while in need of reform, should remain as a global superpower. Power does not evaporate, it changes hands, Kwek-Rup said, arguing that an American empire is greatly preferable to the dominance of other global powers. Similarly, William Flanagan, 27, argued against Piker's vision of a weak, retreating America. We do not have to accept anything less than what we know this country can be, Flanagan said. The resolution passed by a vote of 54-31, with 3 members of the union abstaining. I didn't know that you are the biggest Putin fan. I love that people will say, well, Vladimir Putin said this. It's like, it doesn't matter that he said it, dude. It's just true. And like, my perspective on this is also very different than Vladimir Putin's perspective on this issue. Vladimir Putin said that because not only did he go through the process and see how unbelievably violent it was, but also he said that because the USSR had lost its global promise, its global presence, its global power. Okay? My perspective on provide data on life expectancy plummeting in the immediate aftermath of the dissolution of the fucking USSR. Like suicide rates skyrocketing, child prostitution increasing tremendously. What do you mean provide data? I mentioned it in the fucking speech. But it's not just that. My point there isn't just about the material harm that the Soviet bloc nations were experiencing in the aftermath of this dissolution. It was also about the fact that we were left uncontested. We, the United States of America and Western powers, were left uncontested in the global stage. And you, as a matter of fact, just like myself, live in that environment. That's the environment that you know. That's the only environment that you've existed in. And that's precisely the fucking reason why you don't know any other alternative universe where there was a competitive global power that was an ideological opponent that presented the threat of a good alternative. You know what I mean? Like, why do you think we have accelerated neoliberalism? You talked about this. Even horrible, wrong people can say the right thing. That doesn't make you agree with their worldview. Exactly. The guy who spoke Mandarin to you are for that, but this point did not eat. But his point did not eat. That Chowder doesn't know what you're talking about. He thinks the USSR still exists and Putin is still running it. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Owen Jones. 12 million people are estimated to have been killed by economic shock therapy in Russia alone. Russia suffered the worst peacetime economic collapse of a major industrialized nation in history. The Russian economy nearly halved. The fall in Russian output was much worse than caused by the Nazi invasion in 1940s. Russian male life expectancy fell by 6.5 years to 57.6, back to its mid-1950s level. The overall fall in life expectancy was on the scale of Vietnam during all-out war in the 1960s. The suicide and homicide rates doubled. Real incomes collapsed by 40%. At the time of the Soviet collapse, 1 in 50 Russians lived in poverty. By the end of 1998, that surged to nearly 1 in every 5. Full employment gave way to mass unemployment as healthcare funding collapsed by a third and poverty surged. Disease such as diphtheria, tuberculosis, and syphilis rampaged. Russia was taken over by oligarchs, gangsters implicated in serious crimes who stole the country's resources. Murderous conflicts in the former Soviet territory included Chechnya, where potentially hundreds of thousands were killed. Yeltsin's contempt for democracy was underlined by his bombing of the Russian legislature and the undemocratic farce of the 1996 election. Putin came into power after the Russian secret services almost certainly staged apartment bombings, which killed hundreds. The invasion of Ukraine has killed hundreds of thousands of people. Need I go on? Yes, the collapse of the Soviet Union was one of the great catastrophes of our age. An alternative would have kept the USSR together, Baltic states aside, on a democratic basis without the ruinous shock therapy. Notably, a Soviet-wide referendum in March 1991 overwhelmingly voted to keep the Union together, although it was boycotted by 6 of the 15 republics in the Baltics and 3 small republics. That is just the internal problem. The larger fucking issue that I was also presenting is that we won. And guess what happened? We won the Cold War, and we turned the gun on ourselves. That is the argument that I'm presenting here. And it's so funny because it's like, it's very clear because I mention it. I don't know if the RNC research clip also factors that in. But like, not only was it catastrophic for the people that actually fucking lived in Russia, lived in the USSR, but also in the aftermath of no longer having a great power, an ideological opponent that we were that constantly kept us in check, that allowed Europe to have, you know, this bountiful social democracy because of the fear of capital owners in Europe, close in proximity to the USSR. You know, the specter that was haunting Europe. That they gave concessions to the labor unions, to the trade unionists, to the socialists, the communists, the Marxists, concessions that still improve everyday existence of European social democracies to this day, although they are also they're also experiencing devastating attrition due to austerity as a direct consequence of no longer having another countervailing force, right?
The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait, listen, maybe you'll agree. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner, child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting, but America was no longer contested around the globe. And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity that we saw accelerated neoliberalism that is devastating every Western nation right now. Unlimited and unchecked greed. Our successes are leading to our own demise and the demise and collapse of the liberal system. The U.S. has produced disaster after disaster after disaster.
To the U.S. ruling class, isn't China an ideological opponent? No, nowhere near the same. China is not the same as the USSR. China participates in the global system in very meaningful ways. China actually is the load-bearing structure that keeps the entire global design together. Ironically enough, the USSR did not play a similar role in the global system as China does. Like, think about like a collapse of China right now. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but a collapse of China right now, similar to the collapse of the USSR, would lead to far more devastating global outcomes. Whereas the USSR's collapse led to major catastrophe in that region. Its global impact was not as direct. Whereas if China collapsed tomorrow, the entire supply chain would be destroyed. China is the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. China participates in the global system in much more meaningful ways than the USSR ever did. So, you know, load off the labor of the Chinese workers. Yes, China has bailed us out in the 2008 financial crisis. You're right about that. But in any case, let's continue. So it's very funny that, of course, like the RNC would take this anti-intellectual stance. And I didn't even realize, like, I actually straight up explained the position fairly well here. So they did this thing where it's not even fucking out of context. I'm sorry to say, but I think the people aren't ready for the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat. I don't think it really works in English, given the modern connotation. Same way they aren't ready to hear you say to do agitated propaganda. I don't care. I'm going to say it regardless because it probably makes people a little bit more curious. And also, the Americanized version of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the tyranny of the majority, right? Americans have a distaste towards the tyranny of the majority. That's why, they constantly talk about the need for the electoral college and all these like undemocratic systems that were implemented. But the tyranny of majority is just democracy. A dictatorship of the proletariat is just democracy. It's theoretical democracy. It's the purest form of the democratic process. Okay? Americans might turn around and say that's mob rule, but it's just democracy, because what is the inverse of the tyranny of majority? It's the tyranny of minority, a dictatorship of the bourgeois, right? That's it. So yeah, maybe they aren't prepared to hear the word dictatorship. It don't matter, because I mentioned the dictatorship of the minority, the capital owning class. Do you not think that there will be volatility and harm in the demise of the American empire that could rival that of the fall of the USSR? Well, if you paid attention to my speech, that's precisely what I was trying to factor in, because I'm seeing something quite similar. Right? I'm seeing something quite similar take place right now in the United States of America, and it's actually far more consequential and far worse. But like I think that we have the power to make sure that retreat is managed, and it's managed in a way that is beneficial for everyone, and we yield a more egalitarian society in the aftermath of such incidents. That was the entire point of my speech, at least. So this was another
manages to be $361 billion larger than last year's, despite cutting $300 billion in social programs and
Yuyito
other
74. Yuyito 74. God damn. Thank you for the 50 bones. Holy shit.
All of that money is going to policing, and it's going to endless war. It's not going to bridges, it's not going to tunnels, and it's certainly not going to healthcare. Every single one of you, regardless of your political affiliations or your ideology, should consider that money to be stolen from you. Trump's budget.
How distracting were the his sir stomps? Not distracting at all. Wired Chat is talking optics. This speech wasn't for the modern Democrats or Republicans. You're talking to politics-inclined youth at a revered university. It was for the kids in the room and just so happened to be streamed to everyone. Yeah, it's really funny that people are making it seem like this was my stump speech at like a fucking Michigan rally or something. And this was actually, I mean, I'll be honest, like I pulled back. I pulled back on more radical elements of my speech on purpose because I assumed that the room would not be super receptive to it. Because it's Yale after all, right? Like these are the sons and daughters of incredibly wealthy individuals, and therefore my expectation was going to be that they would not be positive about such statements. But what's really interesting about it is I was wrong, because this diva cooked right after me.
Of the international corporate conglomerates that our governments serve. America is not and has never been the linchpin singeing together the democratic free world. We toppled Allende to install Pinochet in the 70s, provided financial backing to the fascist Argentinian juntas, supplied unconditional support to Yeltsin, chief architect of the modern Russian oligarchy during the Soviet collapse of the 90s, and today we bankroll the genocidal apartheid Israeli regime, playing defense in the UN for the anal gang rape of Palestinian prisoners with rusty metal holes. We have set a global historical precedent for draconian drug laws, upending entire economies with gang warfare driven by the American elite's unquenchable twin desires for coke and bloodshed. We have set back progress, combating the climate crisis that threatens the imminent annihilation of life on Earth of the international corporate.
She's the exact opposite of the redheaded kid from Cambridge, but she cooked hard. Yeah, no, she popped the fuck off. Also, it's really funny because I do realize now when I was speaking, because I had a mic already, March had the other mic. That's why you heard the hisses a lot louder. I'm beginning to realize that's why you guys were fucking complaining so much, because you can still hear the hisses, but they're just not as loud anymore because the mic is now on the podium, because March went up there and put his mic on the podium so you guys could hear the other speaker in the room. So that makes a lot more sense.
Another quote-unquote more benevolent empire. What I and what the Left Project in general is aiming for is the complete dissolution of that hierarchical system of international control, power, and economic coercion. Where power should end up and where power should resolve is in the international hands of people, of human beings, not of governments, not of corporate leaders, not of stock traders, not of the monsters who would bomb life on Earth into oblivion for another cent in their stock portfolio.
That was so good. I have been playing too much Minecraft with my 6-year-old, so all the hissing was giving me flashbacks. We live in polarizing times. Don't be conciliatory towards the right, Hasan. Okay, chatters. I think I had the right amount. Did your dad enjoy it? Yes. Did your faith in youth get restored? Yes and no. It was the right amount. It was the right amount, and I'm very happy with it, because I'm not just speaking into that room, as you guys have seen. I'm speaking to the entire Fox News audience. So, I was very happy with the speech. I was very happy with the reception, and your fit was way better, by the way. Loved it. Thank you. Can you talk about the specific Yale political parties in attendance, particularly the menace who's drinking? Yeah, there's like different factions in the Yale political union. You got left. Apparently the communists were also a part of the Yale political union, but they separated. You have the progressive wing. You have the centrist wing, I think. Like, I'm not entirely certain about the different factions, but you have the right wing, you have the far right. So you have the Tories. There's 7 parties total, I believe. And it was a really interesting conversation, really interesting back and forth. But yeah, it was funny with this one where his argument was we need to rebuild this empire because this one sucks.
So I'm curious what kinds of means are justifiable. For example, if an empire deems a certain group.
I was going to ask that same question too, but I didn't want to constantly be on the podium asking questions. But so I was laughing because he asked that question. It's like, so if means justify the ends, like, what do you do? Like, what about genocide?
Subversive to its own ends, a group that makes up a sizable portion of its population, would something like a mass extinction or a mass termination or like a mass disenfranchisement of this group ever be justified? Because of the way the gentleman posits his view of empire, it seems like this is so.
We're about to unveil liberal Hitler.
Absolutely. So I did have one line that was basically clear, coherent, and preferred, one that maximizes collective human good. So, I mean, the empire, if it does those actions
this was supposed to be in the affirmative too. This was supposed to be a defense of collapsing the U.S. empire. And he took a very interesting pivot that ended up defending what the spirit of American empire was supposed to be. This guy was trolling, correct? No, I don't think so. What is this?
What was the point of defeating the Nazis if we went on to dominate so much of the globe as violently as we have? So that we could have the rest of the world to ourselves? The Guatemalan president, Juan Jose Arevalo, delivered a speech at the height of the American pressure campaign that kind of channels that exact same question. Before the coup d'etat, he said these words, and I think those words still ring true today. He said, and I quote, The war that began in 1939 ended. But in the ideological dialogue between the two worlds and two leaders, Roosevelt, the real victor was Adolf Hitler. It is my personal opinion that the contemporary world is moved by the ideas that served as the foundation on which Hitler rose to power. 70 years later, I think history has proven Arevalo right. In place after place, time after time, the United States can never settle down its imperial bloodlust, this forever hunt for manifest destiny. We can draw a straight line from indigenous massacres of the early United States to the 20th century, killing fields that we have created in the third world.
What? I feel like you spoke a truth that a lot of people haven't heard or haven't been raised to argue against, which is a great depiction of society as a whole. This was by far your best performance to date, in my opinion. Other speeches have been superb, but this one gave theatrics and made it much more enjoyable. So, yeah, I mean, I think it was really good. I think it was a really productive experience. Fox News has started mentioning you for 3 minutes every hour at the top of the hour unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime sub. Hell yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Stomping is in support. Hissing is against. But the hissing could be against me, or the hissing could be like a boo against me saying like, fuck Trump. You know what I mean? So when you say like, when I mention Trump, there's like people hissing because they hate Trump, right? Like it's just, it's for both at the same time. Decoy 1666, thank you for the 5 get the subs. The party of the right is chock full of freakish legacies of essayers. When I was on campus, the impotent rage of these losers caused an attempted homicide suicide. Wait, what the fuck? That's insane. Okay. What stance vote on American Empire did the guy sitting next to you have? I don't think they voted. But as far as the resolution goes, it won overwhelmingly. It was like 54-31 or something. So no one asked if you were anti-Semitic planted. Yeah. Dude, we do have a crisis in anti-intellectualism in this country, though. It's kind of funny that a lot of these like centrist liberals who fancy themselves to be quite the intellectual, the studied knowers of history, the ball knowers, unironically engage in the exact same fucking unironically engage in the exact same bullshit that right-wingers do whenever they have to address like a position to their left. Right? It's so funny. That's like, this is the point I was trying to make earlier, which is like these guys, these centrist guys on the timeline being like, oh, this guy's so stupid for saying dictatorship of the proletariat, blah, 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 all the shit. Like, or even the USSR quote that they like misunderstood, even though context is like straight up in the fucking clip that the RNC posted. Some people were saying, oh, this is what Vladimir Putin said. This guy's a real Putlerite. He loves Putler. He loves Adolf Putler, right? And then some people were saying, oh, this guy's a real subversive. He hates America. He's an American hater. And it's like unbelievably frustrating to hear that from supposedly well-educated liberals who think that they have a lot more intellectual curiosity and are a lot more intelligent than the average fucking Republican. But the moment that they encounter any sort of dialectical materialism, historical materialism, any sort of like Marxist thought, they automatically turn into reactionaries. And it's very frustrating to encounter. It's unbelievably annoying. It's just, yeah, it's dogmatic liberalism, and it's just frustrating. Like, try to understand the position that I'm advancing and then argue against it instead of arguing over it and leaning into all of the idiotic Red Scare propaganda. They have blind spots for your commentary, so they can't argue from a logistical framework and instead fall back on reaction. Yeah, it's just, it's so fucking frustrating because I've had fairly solid conversations with liberals, okay? Even dogmatic ones who, at the very least, are curious about alternative modes of production, different historical figures. You have to understand them better if you want to make a more convincing argument. I understand liberalism because I live in it, right? Liberalism is the hegemonic superstructure. It's the monoculture. It's everything that we live and breathe. So I understand it very well. But these guys don't choose to understand Marxism or Marxist perspectives at all. And they just do the exact same thought-terminating cliches that the right applies in the most heinous reactionary framework imaginable. They genuinely think speaking about leftist leaders of the past is a sin or something? Yeah. No, they immediately hit the oh, he's anti-American. Look at him. He's a campus. He's anti-American. He's anti-West. He's anti-American. Not realizing that the argument that supplants, the argument that is the foundations of said argument, unironically, are the exact same as the reactionary right. Okay? What is this? This is who the Democrats are humming and hawing about being in the tent for democracy. He agitatively, welcomingly wants democracy to die and a communist regime to take its place, like all the worst communist regimes, is being led by LARPing bourgeois male. What the fuck? Again, this stems from just an inability to comprehend what these words mean. You just hear certain key words. Although you fancy yourself to be like an intellectual, I don't know if this person does, but you harp on what these words imply. Okay? Oh my God, not Epstein's Ghislaine. Oh, okay. That's Molestini's annoying Canadian. Chinese net speech. I've never seen someone criticize U.S. imperialism so fiercely, and their live speaking skills are excellent too. Their demeanor is proper, neither submissive nor overbearing. Shushing the crowd below won't work. Hasan has seen all kinds of big scenes. Let's be direct. Unipolar hegemony or global prosperity. Future lies in wandering your own country or going where the world needs you. Bury the United States' decline or rise against it. Be a rival or a partner to the global community. Does someone in the audience bring a snake? Chen Dushu of the United States of America. The speech level is very solid. It's a bit too harsh. Feels even more critical than any article about the U.S. I've seen domestically. Where you stand depends on where you sit. Beneficiary groups will only do their utmost to maintain the status quo. It's right to lecture American students and frontline workers more. They are the ones more eager for change, but we need a complete set of theories and practical solutions. This speech shows Hasan is a contentious person. Well said. Followed and triple supported. Keep it up. Chinese netizens react to the Yale speech that I delivered. So I think it's just, I don't know how to explain it. I find it to be so like, you're so intellectually incurious. How do you live like that? How do you choose to live like that? Especially when you're like, oh, I read many books, right? I read many books. I'm smarter than the average Republican. And yet you pivot to the same exact reactionary framework. Fear, Western chauvinism guides your perspective. The fear of the unknown, and the assumption that like what we've done to the rest of the world will inevitably turn into a revenge campaign, and it will be done to us. Like, you know, the third world will rise up and dominate us in the same exact way that we've dominated them. Like, it's ridiculous. It's shown time and time again not to be the case, right? Those who were subjugated do not turn around once they're emancipated and do that exact same sort of violence to those who subjugated them. It's just not how it works. Anyway, this was one of the retorts, one of the responses, where he in his speech talked about like social liberalism is like has to be enforced upon people through American imperialism, which I thought was bad. And then he also said a couple things that were just like straight up untrue about like Cuba and Venezuela being a narco terrorism hubs, which was interesting because he's said that he was a progressive and yet he was like channeling Donald Trump there, something that Donald Trump himself has actually dropped, or his FBI has actually dropped.
The consequence of America's power waning on the global stage because empire does feel threatened.
So I think your first question was like free speech and relation to liberal democracy. So I agree. I think like I'm one of the big ones that like condemns like the Americans who like jailed in the Red Scare and all those things. I actually think that like we're actually pretty good at like actually protecting actual free speech right now. I don't think people are actually like jailed or anything. I think like one of the most dangerous attacks on free speech is a sort of more like institutional one, like the ones that's happening in like schools all over, like the South, for example, where you can't teach critical race theory. But once again, like I think one of my main points is that like this sort of free speech is like I think unique and like even unique to like America compared to the rest of the West. For example, the UK, where like they can like censor anything. But I think the state of free speech in America
This was the other answer, I think.
Election 2028. That's how we solve it. I forget your third question.
Oh, it's just Venezuela and Cuba being narco states. Where you got that information from?
So I mean, once again, I'm not like the greatest like expert on like cartels, but I'm pretty sure, for example, like I can't tell you specific research for you, but like I'm pretty sure Cuba, for example, is like makes a significant amount of money as like a middle point between like South American cartels and like America, and it's like planes take off from there, and there is like some evidence that like the government has cooperated. Same, I think, similar in Venezuela. That's what I'd say. I think it's like wrong to sort of like say that they haven't cooperated.
Yeah, it's not true. That's just objectively untrue. Two separate processes here. Donald Trump actually tried to get the Florida prosecutor to bring up drug trafficking charges against the current Cuban administration, and they failed to materialize any evidence whatsoever because it doesn't exist. And the FBI itself, on the initial narco trafficking charges for the president of Venezuela, Maduro, had to drop those charges because there wasn't sufficient evidence to actually prosecute Maduro on drug trafficking charges either. So none of those facts don't exist. They are so non-existent that even the American government has attempted to advance cases, and they failed to do so.
At all with some of these cartels, yeah.
For perhaps a final question.
So, wait, so why is he in custody? I mean, there's a litany of other charges, and also, it doesn't even matter. You think America needs to bring sufficient charges to fucking prosecute foreign leadership? I think we've already established that America is accountable to no one, not even Americans, mind you. So it's ironic because Cuba used to be a narco trafficking hub. That was before the Cuban Revolution. Just a correction, he's still being charged with drug trafficking. They weren't dropped. The only change was removing stuff about Cartel de los Soles from the indictment. Yeah, they removed the Cartel de los Soles from the indictment because they don't have sufficient evidence, which is the key connective tissue between narco trafficking charges directed at Maduro. That was the whole thing. That claimed that he was a linchpin. It was also made up. It was made up, I believe, in the 90s, also by the State Department, but there was no evidence for it whatsoever. Anyway, yeah, the only instance of Cuba working with narcos was under Batista. Yes, it was. It used to be the case. It stopped being the case after the Cuban Revolution, ironically enough. All right, so that was a factual inaccuracy that I addressed. Here is Fox News covering it as well. Far-left streamer Hasan continues sympathizing with America's enemies, this time seeming to mourn the loss of the Soviet Union at a Yale University debate, saying the fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. This comes just days after Piker doubled down on supporting Hamas terrorists over the Israeli government. Fox is obsessed with me. Every day, every fucking day, they bring me up, which, again, I welcome. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think this is a good thing. Once again, the power guy is so fucking factually wrong. His speech was fully inaccurate. This was serious to be dock points for falseness on this insane rhetoric from historical empires to the idea of ethno-nationalism, which is a very modern thing. Yeah. I don't think the argument being made was that America would be punished by those we've subjugated. The argument is that empire is going to exist in some form with or without American empire. No, some people were saying that. Some people were presenting that as the counter argument, and that others were saying empire is going to exist. That's the first speech that was delivered after me, saying empire is going to exist in some form with or without the American empire. The argument is that the American empire exiting from the world stage doesn't mean we move to a system of global cooperation. Yes, I agree. Except what I tried to ask him, the first speaker, was basically, one, what is your evidence that another global superpower is automatically going to take advantage of the power vacuum that exists? And two, what makes you believe that the new system of cooperation potentially, or even like a new unipolarity, or even a single empire controlled world, is not going to look like an evolution like the American empire's evolution from the previous global design, which was, by your own admission, far better. That was the most like sympathetic I could be, the most like open-minded I could be to his argument. But because my assessment is, I don't know what it would look like or how it would take shape. I just know that this current iteration is unbelievably violent, and if the like I have a firm commitment to ensuring that whatever comes next is much more egalitarian, much more cooperative. Just as the American empire and liberal capitalism, global liberal capitalism, was an infinitely better formation as opposed to, the monarchy, theocratic monarchy dominated world rule, right? I don't think anyone is saying that like feudalism is preferable to capitalism. I'm certainly not saying that. Karl Marx also was not saying that either. He was actually explaining that this was a, industrial revolution and capitalism was a far more preferable system in comparison, a far better system, far more efficient system in comparison to the feudal rulership. Indibby, thank you for the 5-2 and give the subs. My argument is what comes next after U.S. hegemony is destroyed will also be a far better evolution than what the U.S. hegemony currently looks like. Anyway, Daily Wire, Fetterman issues ultimatum to Dems. Israel or raging anti-Semites like Hasan Piker. This is a very funny ultimatum that John Fetterman, the least liked Democrat in Congress, is issuing to the rest of his party, because you're not even a part of the party, you fucking ogre. That's number one. And two, this reminds me of like those early Harvard-Harris polls where they would literally ask like college students, like, do you prefer the Islamic militancy of Hamas or the beautiful nation state, the bountiful democracy of Israel? And even in those two insane questions where like obviously they're trying to generate as much of a positive response to Israel as possible, there was still like a quarter of the students who were like, yeah, I prefer the Islamic militancy of Hamas, right? If you force people into these two different brackets, they're probably going to choose me over Israel, right? Maybe not the Democratic politicians, but certainly if you were to ask like random voters, do you prefer this random American political commentator who sometimes can be vulgar, who is anti-Israel, or do you prefer the nation state of Israel? Well, the voters have already overwhelmingly made their decision, okay? So, very stupid to consistently present me as an op to Israel when it's a 90-10 issue. There's obviously more that I will discuss on this as well. Hasan Piker's demo is wider than Dems think. This is from Brianna Perez. We'll watch this, and then there's a complimentary piece to this, both from Semaphore and also complimentary piece from Semaphore that Dave Weigel wrote. The physical cancel culture may be over for campaigns. And then also a new poll that came out from Zeteo. Zeteo polled the Michigan race and even polled myself and my appearance alongside Abdul El-Sayed to see what the voters in Michigan truly feel about this. And I have my favorability numbers now, my new favorability numbers, especially amongst the youth, 18 to 44. And obviously I'll be talking about all of that and what these polls actually show, which is exactly what I've been saying nonstop for not only the past month when this new Cancel Hasan smear campaign started, but also what I said prior to this past month when Cuomo tried to do this exact same thing. Okay? In any case, where is it? Let's start here first. Hasan Piker's demo is wider than Dems'
fundamental misunderstanding that establishment Dems have about Hasan Piker that I have yet to see addressed. And that is this myopic understanding of who makes up his audience. And this is a big focus of even individuals that are urging Democrats to take Hasan Piker more seriously or just not write him off completely. And that's this idea that Hasan Piker's audience, the people he gets through to, are a demographic that the DNC doesn't get through to. Primarily younger, mostly men in their early 20s. But you know who else is a huge fan of Hasan Piker? My mother. And no, I will have you know that it's not because she finds him handsome. Apparently, he's not her type. But to be clear, she and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of stuff, politically speaking. And that's kind of my point. He's speaking to a much broader range of people than many Democrats and pundits really seem to realize. She, by all accounts, should be the Democratic Party's bread and butter. Lifelong blue voter, middle class, mid-60s, raised in a blue state, living in a purple state, grew up on Bill Maher, who she was a big fan of until, in my opinion, way too recently, who even overseas managed to raise a toddler who recognized two people on TV by name by the age of 2. Michelle from Full House and President Clinton. And yet, she's traded in Bill Maher for Hasan Piker. To be fair, this is obviously anecdotal evidence. And specifically in my mom's case, the reason she knows about Hasan Piker is because he featured one of my clips on his stream. So she looked him up. But after watching that and then one other video of his, she was hooked. But also, she's not the only boomer.
This is a very common experience. This is why at first when we went to rallies, it was just young people. And now it's both young people and their parents. Okay, it's normal, and the reason for why this is such a common experience, a commonly shared experience by many of you in this chat as well, many in this community as well, is because the message resonates regardless. It's not like I'm not tailoring my commentary specifically towards young men, although, you know, when I first started this, I was a young man. Now I'm 34, still technically young in comparison to my counterparts, but certainly it wouldn't say I'm a young man. Don't feel like a young man anyway. But the point I'm making is like the resentments that I am communicating both against the Republican Party and the growth of fascism in this country, but also the feckless ineptitude of the Democrats, that resentment exists out there in the ether. Okay? That resentment exists in the ether, and it's very frustrating that a lot of Democrats, a lot of consultants, a lot of campaigners, a lot of analysts, the lanyard class, they refuse to recognize that there is real resentment, or rather, they want to not listen to that resentment at all because they're banking on the idea that harm reduction will be enough to carry over their neoliberal, corporate-sponsored Democratic candidates over the finish line. Okay? Yeah, I saw this. Notice how Hasan is described in purely negative terms in this poll, and campaigning with him is still net positive by 10 points. That's insanely good. A plurality of Democratic primary voters approve of El-Sayed inviting Hasan Piker to campaign rallies. Recently, Democratic U.S. Senate candidate Dr. Abdul Sayed announced that Hasan Piker, a left-wing political commentator, would join him at campaign rallies on college campus on April 7th. El-Sayed's opponents have criticized those planned rallies, accusing Hasan Piker of anti-Semitism and highlighting past controversial remarks. El-Sayed has argued that criticism of Israel should not be confused with anti-Semitism, and he defended those rallies of Piker. Do you approve or disapprove of Dr. Abdul El-Sayed inviting Hasan Piker to join those rallies? Some would approve at 25%, strongly approve at 15%, don't know at 30%, and somewhat disapprove at 17%, strongly disapprove at 13%. So even when it's like positioned as a negative thing, majority of people don't know you, Lamont. Of course they don't. Why is this shocking to any of you? It shouldn't be shocking to any of you. If you listen to what I have said since the Cuomo campaign decided to take on the Hasan derangement syndrome as like a primary vehicle to potentially bring in a shit ton of voters, I've been saying most people don't know who the f- I am, so they just look at these mailers that they send out and go, who is this handsome young fellow that they're saying is like a dangerous radical? Let me look him up. And they get hit in the face with the meat pick, okay? Or they just, they just Google my name, and it's like the New York Times piece that comes up, right? It's just, I know this. That's why I'm frustrated by the endless like sea of manufactured outrage, even if it's beneficial for me, because one, who likes to be professionally misunderstood? Okay? Every time I think Hasan might be cool, I have to remind myself when he says this kind of thing, he actually just means present day China. Wait, what? Ay. Okay, dude. I will defend any entity that tames the forces of capital. Okay? That's it. I will defend any, no matter how incremental, any force that seeks to regulate or control or even tame the forces of capital. China has been able to do that. Okay? This doesn't mean China is perfect. This doesn't mean China is abiding by some sort of orthodox Marxist-Leninist tradition. But in comparison to what modern America looks like as a great power, in comparison to modern day China, obviously one has been infinitely more successful in controlling the flows of capital. Yeah, I saw the Israeli government released the official ranking of the most dangerous and influential anti-Semites, and I'm not even in the top 10, by the way. So I find that very odd. In any case, yeah, I fell off. I'm not even in the top 10 anti-Semites. So we'll get back into the to that poll in a second.
In my family who's heard of him and likes him. I think one of the reasons people are underestimating Hasan's audience and reach is because they are fundamentally misunderstanding how media works these days. They're looking specifically at his Twitch streaming audience, which sure, probably largely young men in their early 20s. But I would posit to say the vast majority of Hasan Piker watchers don't actually watch him live. I get him on my feeds on verticals. My mother watches him on YouTube. And I think that just makes it a lot harder to quantify and track his very real reach. And by the way, this has very real effects. Just today, she told me about a candidate she had just heard about that she loved, Abdul El Sayed. And why had she heard of him? Because of Hasan Piker. So not only is Hasan speaking to demographics that the establishment Dems have yet to capture, he is speaking to the demographics that they take 100% for granted. And they're clearly severely underestimating who exactly in this country is feeling so much discontent with them and their policies. Dems aren't just out of touch with people they have yet to excite or capture, they're falling out of touch with the people they've always assumed would be there.
It's now in the war with Iran.
Yeah. 100%. No notes, because once again, this is in line with the same thing that I was talking about before, right? Where people have this like weird fantasy about, oh, if someone in the real world were to encounter, did you see these? What is this? I don't know. I have not. I don't think I have. If someone were to encounter Hasan's message in the real world, would beat him to death with hammers. A real working class champion with him, and it's very stupid. That's a very stupid argument. Okay, the idea that like I'm only the idea. Wait, did it F? Whoa, what the? Is it still effing? What is happening? Why is this happening? I'm not experiencing any issues on my end. Hold on, I'll fix it. I'm gonna hit the ingest fix real quick. This is happening. Hold on. Okay. Nope, still exists. That's weird. It's not on my internet side. Oh, I think it's fixed now. Okay, it's good for now. Oh, nope, spoke too soon. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? This is very weird. Hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Let me see if I can get a quick fix going, but it's definitely not on it's not on my end. It's like it's an issue born out of the hold on. Where the fuck is the group chat? I'm trying to figure out the fucking group chat. I think it's fixed for now though. As soon as I say I think it's fixed for now though, it usually ends up being an issue, so who knows. All right. Hold on. There's I'm Israel high. Where internet speeds are fine, but on the IRL, I see spikes and drops and artifacting my stream output. Okay, we're good for now. I think we're good for now, hopefully. Okay, let's continue. So, as I was saying, here, let's take a look at these takes real quick. Dems want left-leaning podcasters and streamers as mouthpieces, just like right-wing podcasters and streamers. Yeah.
Surrounding Hasan Piker and whether or not presidential candidates should go on his podcast, I realized that centrist Democrats, the Democratic Party, Democratic strategists, they want access to streamers, they want access to podcasters, specifically the audiences that these figures have, and they want a Joe Rogan of the left, but they specifically want a Joe Rogan of the left. By that I mean they want someone like Joe Rogan who had Trump on his podcast and who did not push back on Trump, who did not ask, clarifying questions. So they want someone like that on the left. They want an audience like that. They don't want someone like Hasan Piker who pushes back. They don't want, someone who will really ask questions and call them out, call them in, whatever you want to call it. They don't want that. They want to be on a podcast, much like Joe Rogan, much like Theo Vaughn, and be able to just say whatever without any pushback. They want sheep. They don't want people who ask questions. After watching this entire debacle surrounding Hasan Piker and whether or not presidential candidates should go on his podcast, I realized that centrist Democrats, the Democratic Party...
True. And the entire backlash... by centrist Dems is born out of that frustration. The frustration that they have to sit there and listen to someone that isn't in the in-group.
After watching this,
right? They have to sit there and listen to someone who can hold the attention of some of the electeds and can take your frustrations directly to them. And they're very worried about that, okay? They're very, very worried about that. Because God forbid they go on the stream and then they have to say something about Israel that will harm their standing with the Israel lobby, right? And the same thing goes, I think the same anxiety to a certain degree is also very much existent in mainstream media as well, where they recognize that they are no longer the gatekeepers, and some are very frustrated by that, especially some that are worried about their key issues, right? Some might be worried that they have an ideological predisposition towards defending the nation state of Israel, right? It's a very powerful force. It's a very powerful interest, and they're worried that they're worried that this is going to cause even greater problems amongst the masses. The masses are going to become more bold with their demands against Israel, and that's a real fear too. It's almost like attacking a well-liked booster of the Democratic Party isn't a good way to campaign, but I guess that's just how committed they are to protecting Capitol. Yeah. Notice how Brian Tyler Cohen and Midas have been silent. They're working with the Republicans to push the smears. No, I don't think so. I think you're wrong about that. I don't even think you're right about that. I think, look, I have my disagreements with Brian Tyler Cohen and even with Midas Touch, but there's been Midas Touch people that are defending me too. And I also would say that they're on the independent side, so they have to combat the popular forces anyway, much more directly than the ordained gatekeepers of the Democrats and liberal media have to. So they can't get away. They can't get away with shit talking prominent critics of Israel, even if they personally had a disagreement on that issue anyway. All right, let's see this one.
All for the Democrats trying to take down Hasan. I am all for them spending airtime on him, directing people to his page. It is only making people woker. The more they expose people to his content, the woker people get. It does the exact opposite of what they want, and they have obviously bigger fish to fry, but they're not doing that either way. So might as well make the people more woke in the process. I do feel like it's a net positive. It's stupid. They are stupid, but it's a win in some capacity.
Yeah, I don't even think this is like cope in any way, shape, or form. This is part of the reason why whenever people are like, yo, how are you handling all this stuff? I say, pretty fine, actually. It's been good. It hasn't been bad because it boosts my profile, especially as a prominent critic of Israel. It causes people to for as many people as it urges to never look in my direction, there are far more people that will be curious and will try to figure out exactly what I'm about. And when they do, they realize that the narratives are totally ridiculous, right? The narratives are totally ridiculous. So on that front, yeah, normie Dems can't stand their party anymore. This must be Hasan Piker's fault. Yeah, Meet the Press did a focus group with Democrats where they called the party weak, spineless, and floundering. Now, what do I always say? Science is a candle in the dark. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I don't always say that, but sometimes I do say that. But here's the thing. When I meet people, when I'm out and about, people expressing their discontent towards the Democrats and also towards the Republicans, they're not my fans. They just have the same frustrations. They're not in the target demographic. They're totally outside of the target demographic. You know? There is definitely a minority, a very small minority of like older HasanAbi heads in this community, in this chat right now. But by and large, at least the Twitch stream, given how this website works, given how this platform works, predominantly white, predominantly male, and much younger than like the television news channels, right? It's the 18 to 30 demo. So 18 to 35 demo. But there are still people that are outside of that demographic that tune in and watch and understand the message and appreciate it because I'm communicating their frustrations as well. I'm more so, that's why I keep repeating over and over again that I am a megaphone. I'm a megaphone, right? I'm not like single-handedly turning people into critics of the Democratic Party. Those critics already exist. Some of them know who I am and appreciate my commentary. Some of them have no fucking clue who I am. Some of them might not even like what they've heard about me from mainstream outlets, but they still have that frustration. And once again, this poll proves exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, right? So Zateo went in and ran a poll. Okay, they went to Data for Progress and they ran a poll. Exclusive poll: Michigan's Dem Senate race is wide open. AIPAC is toxic. Hasan Piker is not. Hold on. Tied up in Michigan. Michigan's Democratic primary for U.S. Senate is a three-way dead heat, according to a new poll conducted for Zateo and Dropsite News. The survey additionally found that likely Democratic primary voters are far more concerned about the pro-Israel lobby AIPAC's influence on candidates than the influence of Hasan Piker, the leftist Twitch streamer who campaigned with candidate Abdul El-Sayed at 2 Michigan universities last week. The poll from Data for Progress found that 22% of likely Democratic primary voters support El-Sayed, endorsed by Bernie Sanders and a vocal critic of Israel. 23% support Haley Stevens, a conservative pro-Israel Democrat backed by party leaders in Washington, D.C., and 22% support Mallory McMorrow, the J Street endorsed candidate, positioning herself between Stevens and El-Sayed. Notably, a third of voters were undecided. So there's a three-way tie here. I mean, this is within the margin of error. It's a complete tie. Okay. The poll also tested what would happen in a two-way race and found that McMorrow would benefit more from El-Sayed dropping out than vice versa. His voters are more likely to consider McMorrow their second choice, whereas McMorrow's are more likely to call Stevens their second choice, suggesting that McMorrow is not simply siphoning or splitting the progressive vote. So this means that McMorrow is actually still taking some of the progressive vote, the classic Warrenite spoiler. However, there are also more conservative voters in the Democratic primaries that are making a decision between McMorrow and Stevens. Okay? So it turns out Stevens staying in and McMorrow staying in is actually more beneficial for Abdul, is what this assessment looks like. I still don't believe it. I think with more increased attention to the race, having it be a matchup between Abdul and McMorrow, or better yet, a matchup between Abdul and Stevens would be far better. I've said this from the start. I wouldn't call someone who's basically tied for first a spoiler. Yeah, I'm not saying anyone's a spoiler in this situation. I'm just simply stating that it's currently a wash. The power of the white woman vote split gained from raising name recognition. Look how popular Bernie and AOC are. Exactly. Meanwhile, voters are not overly concerned about Abdul El-Sayed's decision to hold Rousey Piker, despite the aggressive anti-Piker cancellation campaign led by the centrist think tank Third Way, egged on by both McMurrow and Stevens. Per the poll, 13% of likely Democratic primary voters in Michigan view Piker favorably, while 7% view him negatively. The vast majority of them say they don't know enough about Piker to have an opinion about him. The poll gave voters more context about the controversy to assess whether it would influence their vote. They were told El-Sayed's opponents had criticized him for planning rallies with Piker, accusing Piker of anti-Semitism and highlighting past controversial remarks, and that El-Sayed has argued that criticism of Israel should not be confused with anti-Semitism. Asked then whether they approved or disapproved of El-Sayed inviting Piker to join his rallies on college campuses, 40% said they approved, and 30% said they disapproved, and 30% said they weren't sure. Okay? So a plurality of Democratic primary voters approve of El-Sayed inviting me to his campaign rallies. Michigan primary voters appear significantly more concerned about the influence of AIPAC, America's top pro-Israel lobby, with far less prodding. Okay? 64% said they are less likely to support a Senate candidate who receives donations from AIPAC and other pro-Israel groups, while 10% said they are more likely. The poll found that 62% of Michigan Democratic primary voters agreed that they are less likely to trust a candidate that would stand up for Michiganders, in general, if they won't stand up to AIPAC. 13% disagree with this sentiment. Nearly 2/3 of voters agree that candidates unwilling to stand up to AIPAC are less trustworthy on issues. The question was, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? If a candidate is not willing to stand up to AIPAC, I am less likely to trust them to stand up for Michiganders on other issues. Using Israel and AIPAC as a litmus test for how responsive a politician will be to the needs of their constituents. Now, even with all of that, you might be asking a question about why Stevens is still in the running. Well, that's because while we all know that Stevens is the AIPAC stooge in this race, most voters don't know that. Okay? That's just the reality. You have to remember, even the most informed voters, especially those who find themselves so interested in a campaign that they're this far out of a primary, still, responding to polls and still interested in the outcome, or saying that they have a specific candidate that they like, are still being informed by false nonsense. Because AIPAC notoriously does not promote their candidates as being in support of Israel, right? Rarely do they ever officially affiliate publicly. They never put that in their ads. AIPAC understands that Israel is a profoundly unpopular entity. This is not about promoting Israel. This is about making sure that their candidate that will defend Israel when it matters in Congress gets into office. So they'll do anything and everything they can to disparage the enemies, the ops here, and they'll do everything they can to put their hand on the scale with unlimited ad spend, of course. Ad spend that never, ever talks about Israel at all, or even talks about AIPAC. So Adam Carlson made hypothetical two-way races, saying McMurrow versus Stevens matchup, McMurrow gets +9. McMurrow versus El-Sayed, McMurrow gets a +8. And Stevens versus El-Sayed, Stevens is +6. I think this is wrong, for the record. I think if it's a straight matchup between El-Sayed and Stevens, I think El-Sayed would cook. Because then it's directly about the other factor that we were looking at, which is AIPAC versus anti-AIPAC, right? So this just looks at the evidence, or this just looks at the current facts presented, right? But what it doesn't factor in is how much more name recognition Abdul El-Sayed stands to gain from a dueling matchup against the pro-Israel candidate. Okay? Because once again, the issue with Israel is not about Israel. The issue with Israel is also seen as, understandably, a litmus test. Will you stand with a foreign entity that is unpopular, or will you stand with your voters? How beholden you are to corporate donations and how responsive you will be as a politician can be seen through the AIPAC dynamic. The real question is, will AOC endorse him? If she did, that would be huge. Yes, absolutely. I hope, inshallah, AOC will endorse Abdullah Syed. I want AOC of the candidates that I work with. I mean, they would all benefit tremendously from it. They would be able to cut across the noise. It would be a huge help. And it would be great for AOC as well. Bernie has already endorsed Abdullah Syed, obviously. What's the argument for why she doesn't? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, chatters. Data for Progress poll, 515 likely Democratic primary voters from Michigan from April 2nd to the 8th. Stevens has long been an AIPAC favorite. AIPAC's Political Action Committee raised over $340,000 worth of direct campaign donations for Stevens in early 2025, just before she announced her bid for Senate. Though it has not raised money directly for her Senate campaign, last month Stevens taped a promotional video for AIPAC, which in 2022 helped her oust former Michigan Democratic Rep Andy Levin, a progressive Zionist who argued for Palestinian rights. I believe McMorrow also was in support of Stevens back then against Andy Levin. El-Sayed and McMorrow have both been critical of Israel's genocide in Gaza, though McMorrow has been reluctant to describe it this way and has instead complained that the word genocide has become some kind of political purity test. As Dropsite News previously reported, McMorrow privately drafted a position paper for AIPAC, according to one of her supporters, before publicly demanding a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and saying that this violence needs to stop. McMorrow has been endorsed by the liberal pro-Israel lobby J Street. So yeah, that's where we're at on this poll, and it basically proved with empirical evidence of the argument that I've been making over and over again. I have more fans than I do haters, obviously, and my haters are never going to vote for candidates that I'm endorsing, regardless if they know who I am at all. And the reality of the matter is the overwhelming majority of even Democratic Party primary voters, even including like young voters, have no fucking clue who I am. This calls into question as to why Third Way and all these other groups have been so aggressively pursuing any candidate that aligns themselves with someone like myself. Okay? I've said this over and over again. I'm not a kingmaker, although it's flattering that they think I am. I don't have the capacity to hypnotize people, although it's flattering that they think I command that kind of influence over people. Okay, I can change some minds at the end of the day, but I'm not single-handedly doing any of this shit. And I would go so far as say no one has the capacity to single-handedly change people's minds like that. We saw that with people with far higher approval ratings and far higher, people who are far more popular with far higher approval ratings who have much larger audiences than I do. Taylor Swift, Beyonce, numerous liberal superstars, celebrities endorsed Kamala Harris. That didn't move the needle enough, right? It's that simple. It is that simple. I am for all intents and purposes, a who omegalol. So there was some commentary in the aftermath of this that I found to be somewhat frustrating. You should just pretend you're a kingmaker and then throw your weight around and shit on Third Way or whatever. Oh no, I mean I'm far more popular than Third Way. Obviously, that's not a real thing. No one knows what the fuck Third Way is. Third Way doesn't exist in the popular marketplace at all. That's not their contest. They're just vying for influence and access to elected representatives that they buy. They purchase that access through their big donors, whose interests they communicate to the Democratic Party. So Third Way's response here, it's anger towards candidates that are aligning with someone like myself or getting boosted by people like myself, okay, is totally for that reason. They're worried that that candidates will hear from not only Third Way and other lobbyists, but also from people like myself, and they're terrified of that prospect, right? Polling USA says, once again, I'm vindicated by assuming no one knows or gives a shit about Hasan Piker or any streamer. 80% of Democratic primary voters in Michigan don't know who he is, don't know him well enough to have an opinion according to the same poll, and his net favorables are like at +5 among those who do, Lamau. So here's what's so fucking frustrating about this. This is my argument. Okay? I'm the one who said that. I'm the one who's been saying that since the Cuomo campaign. Okay? I said this. Many centrist and right-wing think tanks said it was massively consequential in a negative way and are now retreating because the endless attempts at manufacturing outrage backfired. Okay? So I don't understand what this is. Like, they presented a false narrative. They kept hammering it over and over again. That I was this, like, unbelievably well-known and unbelievably negative figure, right, in American politics that would cause normie voters and people that are, potentially going to vote for any candidate whatsoever to shy away from doing so, okay? And it's very stupid. It's very, very dumb. You did not take a neutral position. If anything, you said the event would negatively polarize people, which is just incorrect with this data. This is cope. Genuinely don't understand how people are surprised candidates are distancing themselves from an event with Piker in it. Like, did we forget about the distancing Mamdani himself from him during a New York City mayoral debate? Smiling, crying. These are people with their own personal vendettas. These are people with their own personal ideological convictions. And they're expressing that frustration, through this weird, cynical fight over who gets to align with whichever fucking candidate. But I'll tell you what, you really don't understand why they're attacking you. It's not because you're Beyonce. It's because unlike Beyonce, who's a popular figure, your support brings more than just attention. It brings policies that are actually popular and will make politicians win. They're attacking your winning policies. I agree. It's not just that they're attacking my winning policies. It's that they're frustrated that, like, people will hear who the fuck I am. Or people will, like, politicians will be more responsive because when they appear on my stream, they get a big boost in number of volunteers. And also small donations that they receive, right? And also additional media attention and additional media coverage there that increases their profile. Best Al-Sayed strategy, in my opinion, consolidate left, go full anti-establishment / system, including anti-Schumer, keep pushing Medicare for all, abolish ICE, arms embargo for Israel, go after white working class voters where Bernie did well in 2016 and 2020, full economic populist message about them being left behind, pretend Stevens doesn't even exist, focus on contrast with McMorrow. Best McMorrow strategy, have surrogates go hard after Stevens, especially on AIPAC, try to keep her hands clean as much as possible so she's in a position to inherit Stevens' voters if and when she collapses. Turn this into an effective two-person race with El-Sayed, where she would very likely be the favorite. Keep chipping away at Stevens' wide but shallow advantage among black voters. Don't let El-Sayed make a credible argument that there is virtually no general election electability gap between him and her. So, best Haley strategy, I want her to lose very badly, so not giving away anything for free. So, I'm sure that there is a modest boost that people receive, but the biggest benefits that cause candidates to want to come to this broadcast, in spite of all of the annoying smear campaigns, has been because they see tremendous benefit to being on this broadcast, and therefore are a lot more open-minded to what I have to say. So their big fear, which Dave Weigel basically got them to admit here, is addressed. Dave Weigel says, the fizzling of Pikergate shows cancel culture may be over for campaigns. As I watched Kentucky Governor Andy Bashar tell Reverend Al Sharpton how honored he was to attend Sharpton's recent conference, my mind turned away from home. The Democrats fight over Hasan Piker. Finished for now, impaled on Ezra Klein's pen, the drama over a popular left-wing streamer started with a March 19th op-ed from Leaders of the Third Way, the centrist Democratic think tank. In their column, Jonathan Cowan and Lily Cohen told their party that Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side of a bright line. 5 days later, Michigan Democratic Senate hopeful Abdul Sayed announced a rally with Piker to support his campaign. Within 48 hours, both of El-Sayed's primary opponents had condemned Piker. State Senator Mallory McMorrow said the streamer says things that are misogynistic and anti-Semitic and said that the United States deserved 9/11. The rally went ahead. El-Sayed told Politico that he thought people were over cancel culture. A version of the same mini controversy played out more than 20 years ago with Sharpton. He ran for Senate in 1992. Democrats initially refused to give him a forum, citing his links to a fringe far-left party and questioning whether Al Sharpton is even a Democrat. Sharpton talked his way into the race anyway, then a 1997 campaign for mayor, and then a 2004 presidential bid, which some Democrats also said the party shouldn't have tolerated. A true Democratic insurgent should compare Mr. Sharpton to Pat Robertson and Jerry Falwell, wrote Peter Beinart, the editor of the New Republic. Before the Democrats can truly challenge the GOP, they have to challenge themselves. Piker isn't running for office, but like the young Sharpton, he's trying to steer the Democratic Party's direction by encouraging people who agree with him to get involved with it. And no matter how much a party or candidate might like to try, voters can't be controlled when it comes to what they watch and listen to. Exactly. Okay? Exactly. We're also in a dramatically different media environment where the overwhelming majority of voters don't have any fucking appetite for this kind of like sister soldier moment that Democrats love doing. Obama did it to Jeremiah Wright. Obviously, Bill Clinton did it to Sister Soldier, which was, where that term was coined to begin with. The idea that you, show your moderate bona fides by positioning yourself as against like people that have boosted your campaign and people that have supported you is not beneficial at all, right? This is the post-Trump universe that we exist in. You have a lot more amenities with who you align with. You have a lot more opportunity to reach audiences. Okay? Anyway, and many voters are putting up with opinions, language, and content that used to be campaign killers. During Donald Trump's 2016 campaign and first term, he could start a whole new cycle with a retweet of some far-right account. Democrats would pile on because they wanted to beat him and genuinely found the post to be offensive. Republicans would distance themselves. That rarely happens anymore. One notable exception, Trump's sharing of an image that portrayed him as the son of God, which got some genuine Republican outrage. Our polity simply couldn't contain two contradictory ideas: that Trump would say whatever he wanted and that offensive speech must be strictly policed. The backlash to censorious liberalism has been a tremendous success, and the decline of traditional media has helped. Republicans would still like some jokes to hurt candidates, though. The third way Piker fight gave them a hook to ask if other Democrats would reject Piker. When the host said Senator John Ossoff was one of his top picks for a 2028 presidential nominee, the NRSC demanded that the Georgia Democrat immediately condemn Piker. Ossoff ignored that, and I see no evidence that the people of Savannah or Marietta care that their senator, who has never appeared on Piker's show, has a fan in a left-wing commentator who's rooting for Hamas. Ordinary people are simply not policing this stuff. The third way's challenge to Democrats over Piker backfire. Cowan told me in a statement that the goal was warning Democrats that if they embrace Piker, they'd be tagged with his radicalism and that the gambit worked. So this is the cope. This is the meat of the argument, the meat and the potatoes. Dave went to Third Way and asked them, what was the goal here and did you accomplish it? And they literally said, had Third Way not focused a spotlight on Piker, exposing the depth and breadth of his bigotry, mainstream Democrats might as well have campaigned with him. Just like Al Sayed, he said, now they'll stay away. Why are they admitting this? This is an out and about fucking admission that there is nothing here, that they had nothing. All they could do was try to, get Elisa Slotkin or other, more corporate aligned Democrats to distance themselves from me, a person who had never invited Cory Booker. You might as well say, yeah, we got Chuck Schumer to disavow Hasan. These are not people that I have invites out. Okay? These are not people that I see myself endorsing regardless. I mean, it's entirely dependent on the races themselves. But also, who watches this guy? Well, you do, apparently, Soda Pokin. What's also really funny about this argument is that many of these people were frustrated that I had not endorsed Kamala Harris. Now they're saying Hasan has to stay away. They literally were like, Hasan doesn't participate in politics. His community doesn't participate in politics. Now they're saying Hasan and his community are participating in politics in a very meaningful way, and we don't like it. So what is it? Well, I know what the answer is. And they basically admitted it, which is we don't want him to have access to our candidates. We want to maintain the grip, the tight grip of control that we have over pro-corporate, lobbyist-aligned Democrats. Okay? Michigan primary voters, however, aren't exactly staying away from al-Sayed, who's running as a progressive insurgent, ready to grab attention and win arguments. His campaign told me that it saw a 29% increase in volunteer signups and a 221% increase in dollars raised via our website and social media. That was us. We straight up. And that's also precisely the reason why, while Third Way and other groups can fundraise or bring their big donors, bring the attention of politicians to their big donors, get them to fundraise for their Democrat electeds. There's one thing that they can't do, which is muster up tremendous real excitement around a candidate. They can't bring real door knockers and real volunteers who believe in candidates, right? They can't create organic engagement with candidates, and they can't fundraise small donors, like small donations, like we can. And that's it. So that's part of the reason why I probably have gotten hundreds more candidates reaching out in the last couple of weeks than ever before. Okay? Because in the aftermath of these like past couple of weeks of smear campaigns, it wasn't that candidates started distancing themselves from me. It was more people fucking reaching out. An unbelievable amount.
And that he looked at Gemini in live time, an hour and a half later, he said, well, that didn't happen. But for the people who listened in the beginning, it did happen, Lydia.
It's all about the severity of the accusation. Even if you roll it back months later, it kind of doesn't matter. This came from a good place. People were very disillusioned with mainstream media, saw the bias there, and then I think we kind of went out of the frying pan into the fire, where now a lot of people are getting their news exclusively from these podcast hosts who they would acknowledge themselves are more entertainers than actual reporters or professionals trying to seek and verify truth before they share it with their audience. And now we're seeing, obviously it's great to ask questions, but sort of the uncertainty that people had about government during COVID, now we've seen that extend to questioning the moon landing and the Holocaust and embracing conspiracy theories wholeheartedly.
And you know,
they're like, stop.
All of our moves because someone said it on a podcast. Brylin, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's become really easy to blame an entire...
Yeah. Podcasting began as a way to counter mainstream media. Now it's resulted in questioning everything from the moon landing to the Holocaust. Okay? Hilarious that many conservatives heralded podcasts and independent media as the nation's salvation just a year ago when they helped Trump win. Now many of those podcasts criticize Israel and Trump's captivity to it, so now they're poison. Must trust corporate media again. You see that? Also, one of the things that I find funny about this argument is that the moon landing being fake and Holocaust revisionism and Holocaust denial are the two OG conspiracy theories that existed far before podcasts ever did. So you couldn't have chosen two conspiracy theories that absolutely existed before the rise of podcasts. That always happened. You should have said the truth. You don't like that podcasters no longer fuck with Donald Trump and Israel. That's the real problem. Speaking of conspiracy theories, Threads is so insane. They think Hasan Piker is running for something, that he voted for Trump, and then he'll be the next John Fetterman. Gas Leak website. Hey, Michigan, vote for this asshole. Hasan Piker is like voting for John Fetterman of PA. He voted for Donald Trump in 2024. 143 likes on this, by the way. What the fuck are these people saying? It's incredible how wrong someone could be. I don't even know what the hell's going on Threads, I'll be honest. I didn't even realize it was like that out there. Like, I thought, Blue Sky has some crazy takes, but this is beyond that, right? Far beyond that. Anyway, on that note, let's move on. Oh, last thing I wanted to show you is, favorability among voters below the age of 45, by the way. Your boy's cooking. Sanders is at 86. AOC is at 58. El-Sayed is at 41. Slotkin is at 21. Piker, following closely behind Slotkin, is at a plus 16. Above Stevens, above McMorrow, and holy fuck, way above AIPAC. I don't know if it's my algo, but all I see is neutral or good things about you on Threads. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how people talk about me on websites that on social media platforms that I don't like occupy that much. But yeah, Hasan Piker's favorability among Democrats, 13% favorable, 7% unfavorable. He's got a huge audience, but anecdotally, everyone I've spoken to who's not chronically online or an elections nerd has been like, who? When I asked them if they've ever heard of Hasan Piker, including people under age of 40. Interesting to see that backed up quantitatively. See, this is the problem. This was never an argument that I presented. It's an argument that the opposition presented towards me. Okay? And also, they're fucking comparing me. Everyone who's doing this is unironically comparing me to I don't know what. Okay? Like, you have to compare me to other people that are doing the same thing. My job is a political commentator. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. I'm on TikTok. I'm all over different social medias. I'm on Twitter, right? But you have to compare my approval ratings to other comparable figures, both on the Democratic Party side, like Brian Tyler Cohen, or David Pacman, or whoever, or also on the Republican side, like Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Nick Fuentes, and the like, even Charlie Kirk, pre-assassination Charlie Kirk. Because what was shocking to many when I, showed you guys something fairly significant was most people, even young people, didn't know who the fuck Charlie Kirk was before his assassination. Okay? Turns out there's not a major market for people who are constantly chirping about politics. Do you understand? So yeah, if you compare me to political figures that are running $1 million ad campaigns to gain mass awareness and to get, potentially hundreds of thousands of people to go out and fucking vote for them, yeah, of course people are not going to know who the fuck I am. What an insane statement. Like, putting me on a same approval, putting me on the same study as Bernard Sanders, one of the most popular figures in American politics for the last decade, if not the most popular figure in American politics for the last decade, is insane. It's just so silly. Of course, Bernie ran a fucking national campaign twice. What are we doing? In any case, as I've said already, I still welcome this friction. And the reason why is because a lot of this enmity, a lot of the outrage manufacturing, unironically grows this community. Okay? It grows this community. So it's ultimately a good thing because it puts me in front of eyeballs and it gets people to ask the question, what's this guy about? Who is this guy? Why are people yelling at him? And it causes them to take a look at the policies that I advance, the things that I advocate for. And when they do that, beyond the filtered narratives, they realize, oh shit, I actually agree with this guy. That's it. Meanwhile, while I'm out there filling arenas wherever I go, there is one guy, a politician, who tried to fill an arena and failed to do so. That is the Vice President J.D. Vance. On a sequence of L's that seemingly is endless, J.D. Vance has received yet another one. Here he is as the Vice President attending a Turning Point USA event. Jake Traylor, covering the White House for MS Now News, was at the event, and he filmed the audience, or rather, lack thereof. Jake Traylor says, Turning Point USA seems to have misestimated crowd size for Vance. Aikens Ford Arena is less than 25% filled for the vice president.
It doesn't bother me when he speaks on issues of the day, frankly, even when I disagree with how he's applying particular principles. So the most obvious example is a little bit.
Wow. I mean, what do you say to that, folks? That incredible stuff. Real movement builder, real mover and shaker. I mean, I to be fair, who the fuck would want to go and listen to J.D. Vance, honestly? I mean, I don't personally understand it. So I'm shocked that there was any attendance at all. J.D. Vance not carrying the flame. And I wonder if they were orgasmically listening to JD's speech. Oh, I saw this. Speaking of no motion, this guy has 300,000 followers, and this is what happens on the rare tweet where he doesn't mention Hasan. That's why every damn day, all day, he talks about is Hasan. Yeah. It's a very sad state of affairs. Do you think Vance is ever possibly going to pick up the MAGA momentum if he has to run? I don't know what the MAGA movement is going to look like if we're being real. But let's take a look at what the MAGA movement is doing right now, which is Trump signaling new peace talks with...
Expressing I'll be close to over as concerns grow about the economic fallout. Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell is in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, George. That's right. The president's saying he thinks the war with Iran could end soon, signaling a new round of peace talks and telling Fox News he thinks it's close to over. And also speaking to our John Carl, saying, quote, I think you're going to be watching an amazing 2 days ahead. But remember, there have been similar predictions during the war, which is now in its 7th week. And Vice President Vance, who led that last peace effort, warning that there's a lot of mistrust between the two sides. And Iran's president just posting now online saying no power can force us to surrender. This morning, the Washington Post reporting thousands more U.S. troops are being sent to the region in an attempt to try and squeeze Iran further. Also saying the U.S. naval blockade, CENTCOM issuing a statement saying it's completely halted economic trade going into and out of Iran by sea. But the war and the squeeze on this vital waterway, as you say, impacting the U.S. economy. You know there are high gas prices at home, but also now the International Monetary Fund warning of the danger of global recession. George?
And Ian, we also have these possible talks on Lebanon, Israel, and Iran.
Yeah, that's right. The first direct talks in more than 30 years. The first round being held in Washington, D.C. between representatives of Israel and Lebanon. Secretary of State Rubio calling them historic. But Israel's war with Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant group in Lebanon, really shows no sign of easing. Over 2,000 have been, more than 1 million forced from their homes, with more attacks in Lebanon and Israel this morning, and a fresh evacuation given by the IDF to Lebanese civilians to leave their homes. George?
Ian Pannell, thanks.
Now to the conflict with Iran. President Trump says another round of peace talks could begin within days. The U.S. military is enforcing a blockade of Iran's ports, though CBS News is confirming that some ships are actually sailing through the Strait of Hormuz. Wei Zhang has more from the White House.
New this morning, President Trump insists the war is almost over.
I think it can be over very soon. So if they're smart, it will end soon.
With less than a week left in a fragile ceasefire, the U.S. and Iran remain locked in a stalemate after direct talks failed to produce a permanent peace deal.
We've beaten them militarily, totally. The only thing they have is the Gulf, and I think now, or the Strait, as they call it. And I think now...
I love when he says, as they call it, after just, naming something. Like, no, they don't call it that. It's just, that's what it is. As the Strait, as they call it. What do you mean we can get a ceasefire, as they call it, when the fire has ceased?
I don't know how they hold out.
Trump sounded optimistic Tuesday about a second round of negotiations, suggesting something could be happening over the next 2 days.
He doesn't want to make like a small deal. He wants to make the grand bargain.
Over the weekend, Vice President J.D. Vance left
He's an imbecile and your country elected him? Buddy, I know. I live here, okay? I know. I live here every damn day. I have to deal with the people that voted for him.
Pakistan empty-handed. The key sticking point was Iran's nuclear program. A U.S. official told CBS News the U.S. asked Iran to stop enriching uranium for 20 years, along with, quote, all kinds of other restrictions, but Iran refused.
In Pakistan, we made a ton of progress.
Vance, who recently wrote a book about his conversion to Catholicism, also responded to Pope Leo's recent criticism of the war.
How can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis?
It's unclear whether Vice President Vance will...
Bro's trying to debate the Pope, man. American Catholicism is so unbelievably cooked. Excommunication, please. Please. Pope, excommunicate this animal, this demonic entity. He is questioning the word of God. He's also a newcomer. Why would you let a newcomer come in and question the word of God, bro? That's like the primary thing. It doesn't make any sense. Get him out of here. Get him out of here, Pope, please. It would be akin to allowing never Trump Republicans into the party and then listening to whatever they have to say about what kind of coalition building the Democrats should do. Obviously, the Democrats would never do such a silly thing, right? They'd never do such a silly thing. So neither should the Catholic Church.
Represents the U.S.
Fidel Castro was excommunicated in 1962 by Pope John. Some say on the basis of a 1949 decree which forbade Catholics from becoming communists.
The next round of talks with Iran, which President Trump says could happen as soon as this week. He promised in an interview, quote, an amazing 2 days ahead. Adriana.
All right, Rita, thank you so much.
Day 47 of the war has been characterized by questions about how the American blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, yeah. Now we know why Iran knows where everything is. Iran used Chinese spy satellite to target U.S. bases. Stop. That's crazy. That's weird. That's weird. Wait, no way. I doubt it.
Is actually working. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is the choke point in a very large piece of water. The Gulf is 600 miles long, a great deal of traffic in the Gulf, in the normal day-to-day traffic between all these countries. But many of these ships, we know, are trying to disguise their identity so that they don't show up on America's lists of ships that they want to interdict. And the Americans, they're not occupying the Strait of Hormuz for this blockade. They want to keep out of harm's way. So they're down in the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. And from here, they're operating to interdict ships coming through the straits and out of the area so they can then actually intervene in those ships that they really think are illegitimate according to their own rules of engagement. The Iranians have made
such an important passage. Heart emoji. Such a funny comment. I don't know why. Such an important passage. The Strait of Hormuz, as they call it.
Clear that if their ports are blockaded, that they'll do something about it. In effect, they will close the Bab el-Mandeb Straits at the southern tip of the Red Sea. They can do this by getting...
Iran has been a loss no matter how you spin it. What do you think about them doing in Venezuela and Cuba just to get a win for the public eye? Yes, that's what I think is going to happen. We're going to be talking about that in a little bit. I think that is the likely scenario here, which is it's so callous, our indifference to human life and our endless capacity to punish people in our proximity. It's unbelievable. It's very, very. But I do think that's a likely scenario here. I hope that that's not the case.
Now, Houthi allies to actually attack shipping going through the straits the way they did a couple of years ago, and they reduced traffic in the Red Sea by about 50%. And that's pretty bad news for the Saudis in particular, because they have a pipeline that goes to Yanbu port, can take about 6 million barrels a day at the moment through the Red Sea. But if they can't get their tankers out through the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, they can't get many of them out through the Suez Canal, because the draft of the Suez Canal is only about 25 meters. The biggest tankers can't really live with that. Only small tankers could get out that way, which would lock up a lot of oil and gas inside the Arabian Peninsula. But of course, world commerce is not just about oil and gas. It's also about container ships and bulk ships and so on. And if world commerce cannot use the Red Sea, then they have to go the long way round via the Cape of Good Hope. And that adds time and expense to all of their journeys to get their produce to Europe, North America, and South America. And interestingly, the George W. Bush, the aircraft carrier that is on its way from America to join the American task force in the Arabian Sea, is not going through the Red Sea either. It's on its way round the coast of Africa. It was reported a couple of days ago in Namibia. It's obviously now, I imagine, on the east coast of Africa, on its way to join the others, going the long way round. That's sensible from their point of view. There's another issue here as well, which is China. Chinese carriers, Chinese tankers bringing oil from Iran are really important to it. And it's a very delicate issue as to whether the Americans will intercept Chinese tankers. We'll have to see. But the Chinese also have a base right at the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Their only overseas military base is in Djibouti, right opposite the American base, opposite the bay. They're looking at each other, in effect. And the Chinese have assets in Djibouti. If they get drawn into some sort of enforcement action against the Americans, they have a base from which to operate. And that may turn out to be rather important in the years to come. All of which brings us back to the Strait of Hormuz. This was not a problem before the war began. Before the 28th of February, the Strait of Hormuz was operating as it has done for many years. But now the war has begun, it is the big issue of the war. In theory, the war is about preventing Iran getting a nuclear weapon. In practice, for the rest of the world, It is all about the freedom of shipping and the damage that this is doing to the global economy. Which takes us back to the old cliche that wars are inherently unpredictable. You can have the best military in the world.
Yeah. And still get your shit pushed in. Trump calls UK policies insane and threatens trade deal in Sky News phone call. Amazing. Also, Scott Besant has some choice words for China, but to me, Scott Besant coming out and criticizing China has the exact, like, threatening China by way of trade has the exact same energy as Trump being like, oh, it's going to be open any day now. The Strait of Hormuz, we're going to open it. It's already open, actually. It's bullshit. It's meaningless, okay? Donald Trump already did this with Liberation Day, and we know how those events turned out. It backfired on Trump spectacularly. So the idea that the American government is going to apply any serious pressure, any serious economic threat to China currently, retaliation is silly. It's been tried and it failed.
I have an update on the tariffs, but I do have an update on sanctions. Iran is used to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism. China was purchasing more than 90% of their oil, which is about 8% of China's energy needs. We believe this blockade in the Straits, there will be a pause of Chinese buying, but I will tell you that 2 Chinese banks received letters from the U.S. Treasury. I'm not going to identify the banks. But we told them that if we can prove that there is Iranian money flowing through your accounts, then we are willing to put on secondary sanctions.
Nick, go ahead. Thank you, Caroline. Go ahead, Nick.
Just a quick follow-up. So my question is short. Are you considering any more sanctions relief, Mr. Secretary, for countries that are suffering right now in order to get more oil to your allies?
We will not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be renewing the general license on Iranian oil. Because again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th. So all that has been used.
That's the Scott Besant, formerly of the Soros Wealth Fund. Yes, that's him. Yup, you guessed it. That's him, chat. He also called it the Strait of Vermouth. That's funny.
President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been completely reopened. President Trump said this morning that he...
Strait of Vermouth. Anyway, let's hear what Trump is complaining about now.
Scathing language about the UK in a phone call with me just now. An interview that lasted nearly 5 minutes. We talked about King Charles, a great gentleman, he said. We talked about Prime Minister Starmer, who he said had made a tragic mistake. We talked about the special relationship with who he said. He had a word or two as well about the UK-US trade agreement, and on Iran, he said a deal is very possible. It was a jam-packed interview. I'll tell you what he told me, and I'll explain why you can't hear the call. Our conversation focused initially on King Charles's visit to America in 2 weeks' time. He's a great gentleman, a friend of mine. He's a fantastic person, the president told me. So which bit of the 4-day visit was he looking forward to the most? Just being with him. I've known him for a long time. He's wonderful, wonderful person. Then I asked the president if his strained relationship with Prime Minister Starmer could overshadow the royal visit. After all, there's barely a day that goes by where the president doesn't have a bad word or two about Sir Keir. No, he said, not at all. I've known the king for a long time, and he's not involved in that process. The president there is talking about the politics, of course, and on that, he then laid into Prime Minister Starmer. I like Starmer, but I think he's made a tragic mistake in closing the North Sea oil.
Okay, first of all, the entire purpose of the king visiting the United States of America is to try and calm Donald Trump down. For this reason, because everyone in England knows that Trump is fascinated with the royals, And that's literally the whole purpose. Part of it is also to try to get him to learn that Canada is a part of the Commonwealth, and therefore he shouldn't invade Canada. I wish I was joking. That is genuinely the objective. It sounds unbelievable that we treat this guy like a baby, because he is one.
You see, your energy prices are the highest in the world, and I think he's made a tragic mistake on immigration. I love your country, the president said, and I would love to see it succeed. But if you have bad immigration policies and bad energy policies, you have the worst of both. You can't succeed, not possible. I put it to the president that maybe it's up to the UK Prime Minister to run his own country, not America's president. Well, it is, he said. But a lot of people ask me what I think about them, and I think they're insane, he said about UK policies. They're destroying your country. Your country's being invaded. I pushed back. Invaded by who? By illegal immigrants from all over the world, including those from prisons, drug dealers, people from mental institutions. Your country is being invaded. It was all familiar stuff, all the stuff he says all the time about America's immigration problems, but now applied intriguingly to Britain. But was it, I asked him, just fake news? Was maybe his information about Britain's immigration challenges not quite right? I've been very accurate here, he said, and he moved on. It's worth explaining a few things about this call, because it's unorthodox, to say the least, to be ringing up the president. This is his personal mobile phone. The calls are not arranged. If he picks up and he's happy to talk, then the interview starts. The agreement with him was that I would record but not publish the audio. So I asked him how he would describe the special relationship right now. With who, he said. With the UK, I replied. It's the relationship where when we asked them for help, they were not there. When we needed them, they were not there. When we didn't need them, they were not there, and they still aren't there. Sounds like it's very bad in that case, I put it to him. And with that, he had a threat. Well, it's been better, but it's sad. And we gave them a good trade deal, better than I had to, which can always be changed. And with that, he said he had briefly on Iran, a deal before the king visits. It's possible, he said, very possible. They're beaten up pretty bad. It's very possible.
It's approaching 9:20.
Incredible. I mean, he's a baby. We're saying he's a mobster, but that's giving him too much credit. Because a mobster has some kind of logical through line with the way that they operate. Sure, they have a tendency to engage in violence and all this stuff. They'll use violent means to achieve their ends, right? Donald Trump, on the other hand, I think is closer to just like a baby, boss baby, where half the shit he does is indecipherable.
In the morning there in Washington, the president is up and posting on social media, as you say. Yeah, on Truth Social in the last hour, he's posted about Iran. What's exactly has he had to say?
Well, he's exchanged letters with Xi Jinping, the Chinese leader. He said that in an interview that he gave to the friendly Fox Business channel on Monday. If we put the Truth Social post up on screen, you can see exactly what he has been writing. He says, "I'm happy that I'm permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. I'm doing it for them also and the world. This situation will never happen again. They have agreed not to send weapons to Iran. President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. We're working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting? But remember, in caps, we are very good at fighting if we have to, far better than anyone else." A couple of things on that. Donald Trump says often that the United States doesn't need the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if you're talking about oil supplies, it probably doesn't, but it does need things like fertilizer and aluminium. They have to come through the strait. He says that China has said it won't sell weapons to Iran. That's because there's been reporting that China is about to send new missile defense and air defense systems to Iran. Donald Trump said in an interview he gave this morning to a friendly TV station that he'd spoken to Xi Jinping and he had essentially said that he wasn't sending weapons. And so Donald Trump sees this as an important step. Remember, the two leaders are due to meet in Beijing in the middle of May. That will be an important meeting. Clearly, the clearly the Chinese have made their point that they want to see an end to the conflict. Donald Trump, in an interview on Monday evening, said we're getting very close to that point, perhaps within the next couple of days.
Our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, reporting live from the White House. Alan, many thanks indeed.
China's relationship with Iran is not anchored on a security alliance. China and Iran have a comprehensive partnership, a strategic partnership, but there's no mutual defense implied in that relationship. I think not.
It's true. This is 100% true. The only existing defense pact that China has is with North Korea. That's it. China does not have any other defense pacts with any other country. As far as like cooperation, as far as business, yes. China loves trade maxing. Defensive weapons are a part of that trade. China will engage in trade maxing with other countries. Okay. However, Pakistan is a unique situation. It's one of the only countries that China has like a lot of interest in, and even then, I don't think Pakistan has an actual defense alliance with China.
Knowing how the initial decapitation strikes would turn out, perhaps caused Beijing to step back and assess the situation before stepping up and supporting a regime that may not survive. China's been very, very careful to ensure that it's not overly dependent on the Middle East for its energy. It's got diversified supply chains for energy, for fertilizer. It's not forced into conflicts in the Middle East the way the U.S. sometimes feels it's forced into intervening, even when it's not in the domestic national interest.
They now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare.
If you consider Xi Jinping's approach to meetings and government and governance about control, it's about predictability, it's about preparation, whereas President Trump is perhaps the opposite. He thrives on uncertainty and chaos, and they're exact opposites. So it's quite possible that Beijing calculated that criticizing President Trump could have negative consequences on their much more important U.S.-China interests. They are trying to cultivate a relationship between Xi Jinping and President Trump. They do want outcomes from that relationship. China seeks to be a leader of the global South. It wants to gain alignment with global South nations, partly in competition with the West. And building those relationships with countries in the global South, including Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, that's an important part of their strategy, to be friends with everybody, to help balance and inoculate them from liberal democracies that might undermine the Communist Party's legitimacy, however slight that could be. So I think by supporting the Gulf states at the same time that they supported Iran, Beijing was trying to pursue a balanced approach that unfortunately probably left the recipients of China's diplomacy somewhat dissatisfied on all sides. I think when China prioritized its Made in China 2025 industrial policy more than 10 years ago, and then the dual circulation policy to reduce its dependence on foreign markets and imports, it already began winning. It reduced its dependency on the Middle East, it reduced its dependency on the global economy, and I think that has made it come out on top in this conflict because of the resiliency that it has, as well as stockpiles of critical materials, including oil, domestically made fertilizer. So it's escaping a lot of the dependencies that other countries have. And that's, I think, the secret to China's success.
You've got a major meeting coming up next month with President Xi. I want to get your take on China and how this shift in oil, particularly because of Iran, particularly because of Venezuela and what you've done, even your comments on Cuba. How does that change the dynamic of this meeting with President Xi?
I don't think it does. I mean, he's somebody that needs oil. We don't. He's somebody I get along with very well. He just wrote me a beautiful letter.
He wrote you a letter?
Yeah, he did. He responded to a letter that I wrote because I had heard that China is giving weapons to I mean, you're seeing it all over the place to Iran, that China's
Did he
giving
say he's
weapons.
giving them?
Yeah, and I wrote him a letter asking him not to do that. And he wrote me a letter saying that essentially he's not doing that.
Okay. Well, we just heard from the FBI recently that there was a major cyber attack attributed to China. What response is under consideration for that cyber attack?
We do it to them. They do it to us. We do it to them. You know.
Well, when was the last time we did a cyber attack in China?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that. But we do them. They do us. It's been like that for a long time.
So it's not going to be addressed?
I'll address things, but, you know, it is what it is. Look, China's China. They're never easy, but we're doing great with China. I'm the toughest person on China anywhere in the world. I put on 100% tariff on Chinese cars. We don't have a Chinese car in the whole country. And if you look at Europe, they're being inundated with Chinese cars, and it's killing their car companies, okay? There's nobody tougher than me. Don't forget, I put a 20%.
Why do you sound so sick? You sound sick, right? They're being inundated with cars, Chinese cars. Okay, so I don't fully understand what this dynamic with China looks like because it's Trump. Like, I don't know if this is a classic, like, oh, we will do anything in our power to trade max, and we will always concede to American demands happening here with China, or if they should have lied to Trump, or the secret third thing, which is Trump is just lying about this back and forth. Could be anything.
Tariff on them for what they've done with fentanyl. I put a penalty. I call it a penalty. I put a 45% tariff. I had 145% tariff where they literally were going to go out of business. Look, there's never been anybody tougher in China than me, but I also have a good relationship with President Xi, and that's a good thing. Remember this, TikTok, billions and billions of dollars, not the biggest thing in terms of China, bigger is the other things I do, but everybody said they will never approve the deal, it's a hard no. President Xi said, it's a hard no, we will never do it. Then American business people got together, paid billions of dollars, and I called up President Xi. I said, you know, be a good thing if you did it, and he did it.
The hot topic of the hour, a lot of breaking news from President Trump. He told me the blockade of Iranian ports is now fully implemented. He told me the conflict is close to being over. I sat down with the commander-in-chief for an exclusive interview at the White House yesterday, where he told me all about that, plus the current state of the economy, his expectations for the price of oil, and the reconciliation package to come. Take a look.
God, everything America touches turns to shit. I mean, look at TikTok now, bro. Honestly. Don't you wish we had our Chinese overseers again, tweaking the algo? For me personally, it's actually been good, I guess. I no longer go on TikTok at all. I know TikTok traffic is down as well this quarter by like 4% or something for the first time ever. Some people are saying TikTok is ass. Sure, maybe it was ass, but it was my ass, okay? It was our ass. It was fun. Right now, it's garbanzo. It's got... I mean, it shows me nothing I'm interested in.
Mr. President, thank you for sitting down with us. We appreciate it. You've had a real reaction to the blockade. Are you happy with the reaction since you put this blockade in place in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's been pretty amazing, actually. I thought that was going to happen. They reacted to this even, I think, we've obliterated them. And this almost seems to be more of a reaction than we had before. So we'll see. I mean, look, it only matters the end result. And we're doing very well. We started off with Venezuela. We showed everybody how good. I built the military. I rebuilt and built the military in my first term. I didn't know I was going to be using it this much, but we have the greatest military in the world, not even a contest. And think of it. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Everything's been wiped out. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar.
Peace president.
They have no leaders. The leaders they have now, it's a new regime, okay? And we find them pretty reasonable, to be honest with you. By comparison, pretty reasonable. It really is a new regime. And I think we're doing very well, but it only matters what the end result is, and maybe it'll happen fairly soon. Who knows?
And you told me on Sunday that you think they will ultimately consent and say they're not going to continue building a nuclear weapon. How will you verify?
Well, first of all, if they don't, we're not making a deal, okay? So there's no deal. This whole thing is really about no nuclear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if they're going to have a nuclear weapon, We'll be living with them for a little while, but I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go because they've been hit very hard. And as an example, we could take out every one of their bridges in 1 hour. We could take out every one of their power plants, electric power plants, in 1 hour. We don't want to do that because someday you're going to have to rebuild, and it takes you 10 years to rebuild a bridge. Even if you're Trump, it takes a long time, and power plants are just as bad. So we'll see what happens.
Did you get any pushback, like from the Chinese or the Saudis, about blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I had none.
Let me move on to domestic issues, sir.
Really? No follow-up to that, Maria Bartiromo? Both China and Saudi Arabia released official statements condemning the American blockade by name. So, no, I'm pretty sure they're not fond of the predicament. So you could just, I don't know, maybe mention that. That's the thing that really frustrates me about this stuff is like, you can still be a cult-like figure and not worry about your potential access, right? And ask some interesting questions, like interesting follow-up questions without losing your loyalty. I don't know.
What are your top priorities now for the economy for the rest of the year?
To be honest, we are doing so well. You look at this. I hit the 50,000 Dow mark, which everyone said couldn't happen in 4 years. I did it in 1 year. I hit the 7,000 S&P mark in less than 1 year, which was a number, as you know, you reported it. They said if at the end of 4 years you hit those numbers, I did it at the end of a year. And I said, now we have to do a little bit of a turn, a detour, to a place called Iran, and we have to stop them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And if you told me that in the midst of it, we would have a stock market that's almost as good as 2 months ago, just about, very close, and that we'd have oil, that we'd be selling oil, that oil would be at 92 or whatever it is right now, instead of 200, because a lot of people said, oh, it'll be 200. This is in the midst of everything. Now, I think we're doing very well, and maybe people assume we're going to win this thing pretty soon. We've beaten them militarily, totally. The only thing they have is the Gulf, and I think now we're the Strait, as they call it. And I think...
I don't know what to say, man. The Strait, as they call it, I call it gay. I call it the gay of Hormuz.
Now, I don't know how they hold out.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the backdrop has changed. I know it's been only a month or so, but oil prices are up 50%. The stock market had a tough first quarter.
By the way, you're
now,
right.
Stocks are
you're
still
right, but
up.
they're not up. I thought, I mean, honestly,
You thought it was gonna be
I thought
worse.
there'd be much, and I was willing to do that, to stop a nuclear weapon to be used against this country or the Middle East, anybody in the Middle East. They were going to take out the Middle East. To stop that, it was certainly worthwhile, being much higher than it is right now. If you told me that we were going to be at only 92 a barrel, $92 a barrel, I would have been very surprised.
All right,
and
so
you know what? I'm very happy. And it's going to come dropping down very big as soon as it's over. And I think it can be over very soon.
So
if they're
overall-
smart, it will end soon.
Overall, the impact on the economy, do you expect a hit to growth? Do you expect a spike in inflation?
Well, look, there's a hit because, you know, we go through it for whatever it is, 6 weeks. There's going to be a hit, but it's going to recover, I think, fully. Somehow they misquoted me. I think oil will be down to the levels it was. You know, they said, I expect oil to be high at the midterms. I don't expect that. I think that we will be somewhere around where we were, maybe even lower. This is going to, when this is over, I think the stock market is going to boom. It's already booming. Again, nobody thought we could be at 50,000 during my 4 terms on the Dow or 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit numbers that nobody thought possible.
You've been talking about a reconciliation program with the Republicans. Can you articulate to our audience why a reconciliation package is important and why you want to see it on your desk by June?
Something that we're failing to consider because we're so hyper-focused on ourselves and the comparatively marginal increases that we're experiencing in the gas, in our gas prices at the gas pump, is the unbelievable damage that we are doing, perhaps permanent damage that we're doing to the Asian markets. Okay? Like, Europe is living a totally separate reality. I've never seen global news like this where there is total chaos taking place. Like in Ireland. They're literally doing work stoppages, like mass protests, mass demonstrations. They're doing blockades outside of like refineries and shit in Ireland. You don't even hear a fucking peep about that. In the Philippines, they're entertaining lowering the number of days that you're supposed to go to work. Like, they've already scaled back tremendously in their energy consumption. Asian markets are already paying $200+ a barrel of oil. Here, I got it right here. A physical barrel of oil recently sold in Sri Lanka for $286, which is wildly above future prices. This entire war, Mortaza Hussain says, can be seen as a war against Asian economies, and it is being interpreted by many there that way. They're like burning American effigies in the fucking Philippines, and we are so oblivious to it. Sri Lanka has officially moved to a 4-day work week and no work on Wednesdays. And it's so crazy because we don't even talk about it. Like, here in the United States of America, we're so oblivious. We're like, oh, it's just a little bit of growing pain. You know, oh, you're the price of a gallon of oil will go up 50 cents, maybe $1, right? And it's fine. Meanwhile, because we are the global hegemon, and because our actions are causing so much instability around the world, the rest of the world is directly pointing to us, and we're so callous about it. Yeah, first order effect started in the Asian markets. The chaos has already started moving to Europe, and while I've stressed this over and over again, we might withstand marginal economic pain in comparison to the rest of the world. The rest of the world is absolutely blaming us. They're not blaming Iran. They're blaming us and Israel as well. Yeah, it's the African markets as well, yes. It moved from Africa to Asia to Europe. So strange. I've never seen anything like it, man. Our media is not covering it at all. I'm willing to bet many of you didn't even know that there was chaos happening in Ireland. Like, there's people don't even know about it.
Because we can't get any Democrat votes. With reconciliation, we can get things passed. The good thing is the Great Big Beautiful Bill, that was 4 years wrapped into one. Now we're doing some additional things. But, you know, the Great Big Beautiful Bill, I think it's the best piece of legislation. It should be called the Great Big Beautiful Tax Cut Bill, because you have no tax on tips, and look how that's working out. No tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We have people, and you see it. I see it on your show. Watch your show. Your show's great. We have people that are making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. They had no idea it was coming. And it's turning out to be even better than we anticipated for people.
But there are rules around reconciliation that it requires deficit reduction, right? How will you ensure that you've got a decrease in spending?
Well, we have to go by the rules, and we're going for those rules. And if we didn't go by the rules, we couldn't even put it in. We wouldn't be able to submit it. And nobody believes that more than me. The one thing I really felt strongly about was the military. We built this great military that we have right now, and everybody acknowledges it, whether it's China or Russia. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built that in 4 years, my first term. It's a great, including adding Space Force. You know, a lot of the things that you see that work so well is because of Space Force. It was a great thing that we added when we went for Space Force.
So what can you put in the reconciliation bill? Other than funding Customs and Border Patrol and ICE, anything else?
Well, we're doing mostly that. This is mostly about that because the Democrats don't want to do it. Then we're putting some things as we go along. But, you know, you've heard the expression, we want to keep it sort of slim because we want to make sure that I have the safest border in the history of our country. Nobody came in. I'm not even sure I can believe that. But the Democrats do the numbers. It's really, you know, the agency that does that is, they tend to be on the Democrat side, to put it mildly. In the last 9 months, not one person came across the border illegally. Now compare that to 25 million people coming across by Sleepy Joe.
I was there. I went to the border 6 times. I saw it. I understand what you're saying.
They came in by the millions, hundreds of thousands a week, just pouring it, totally unchecked. And you know, the countries, I know the leaders of most of these countries, they're very smart, they're street smart. Some are highly educated, some are, but they're very street smart. They don't send their good people to us. When they do a caravan, 25, 30,000 people in a caravan, you don't have their good, you have people that frankly, even if they're not criminals per se, they don't want to work, or they want welfare, or they sent all these people to our country. What the Democrats have done to us should never be forgotten.
Can you put the Save America Act in the reconciliation
I'd love
plan?
to do it, and we'll certainly look at it, but I mean, there's nothing easy, and it has to be called Save America, as you just did. A lot of people like to call it the Save Act. Nobody knows. It's Save America. It's voter ID. It's you have to be a citizen to vote.
Proof of citizenship.
Ideally, mail-in voting, you knock the hell out of it.
Can you make it a budgetary item?
It's good for the military. You know, the military's away. They have to be able to use it, et cetera. Somebody that's sick, somebody that's away, you can't. And you do mail-in voting. But mail-in voting cut back so that it's fair.
It's tax day. What do you want to make sure people understand about the changes that you put in the tax code in the big, beautiful bill? And how significant are these refunds that people are getting?
Okay, well, the refunds are really significant, and it makes it less complicated to do your tax return, much less complicated. But the people, I mean, I think you're seeing this. You're reporting, everybody's reporting, because now it's gone into effect. And people are getting refunds of $5,000, $8,000, $11,000 that they had no idea they were getting. It's turned out to be better, as good or better than I said it would be.
Is that going to be enough to offset the increase in gasoline prices?
It will be, because gasoline's coming down very soon and very big.
So you think gas prices will be lower before the midterm elections?
I think they'll be much lower before midterm, much lower, yes.
Okay. Now, you've suggested...
I mean, that's on the assumption that we stop.
I mean, you know he's fucking lying, dude. It's funny because at least like this is one of those things where since Americans are directly impacted, she has to keep doing follow-up questions, you know, as opposed to whether or not the Strait of Hormuz will open or if the Saudis and the Chinese are on board with the closure.
Up a country that cannot have a nuclear weapon from, if you give Iran a nuclear weapon, you want to see bad stock markets? You won't have a country. The world will be blown up. You can't do it. You cannot do it. So on the assumption we have that settled, hopefully long before that, and maybe almost immediately, could be very soon. But when that's settled, gas prices are going to go down tremendously, and gasoline, gas prices.
I'm so jealous, dude. I can't stand the fact that while most people don't agree when Donald Trump says, oh, I think it's a minor sacrifice to have to pay more in gas prices to stop Iran from having nuclear arms. That's a lie. And most people kind of understand that it's a lie. But the fact that there's a decent chunk of the American population that will unironically believe it, it frustrates me endlessly. It makes me jealous. I wish there was a candidate who could be like, who could say the truth, honestly, to be like, listen, at the end of the day, some of the things that we're going to do are disruptive. Some of the wealthiest people in the country might even enjoy less profits this quarter. But that's a sacrifice they're making for you. And then have Americans agree with that message, because it doesn't go in that direction ever. It doesn't ever go in that direction. You can never have a Democrat have this level of fucking motion and have his base or her base, we're woke here, and more importantly, the independents and those in the margins refuse to instantly turn heel and start fucking complaining.
Cost per barrel, fill up your car, per gallon, any way you look at it, numbers are going to go down. Electricity is going to go down. You know, it fuels sort of everything, not just cars. It fuels the economy. If you get that down, one of the reasons I was so successful my first term is I was able to keep gasoline prices down. I was able to keep energy down. Now, look, if I decided not to go into Iran, which would have been a terrible thing For 47 years, no president had the guts to do it, and they should have done it. And I know at least one, and I think all of them that are living, are sitting back watching this and say, we should have done it. This should have been done long before me. It would have been much easier to do. This should have been done long before me.
Mr. President, let me
What
ask
Obama did with that Iran nuclear deal, that was the worst deal ever made. That gave them a path to a nuclear weapon, a short-term path to a nuclear weapon. I terminated it. It was the greatest thing I did. They would have had a nuclear weapon 4 years ago. Then we hit them with the B-2 bombers 8 months ago. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month, maybe 2 weeks. And they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. And they would have used it on us too. And not just Israel, by the way, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, countries that were shocked.
Dog, they're literally, they've bombed the fuck out of all those countries because of your actions. Like, what are you talking about? You're talking about what could possibly happen to these countries if Iran got a nuclear weapon. Well, that possibility is a reality for them right now. Maybe not with a nuke, but who gives a shit? They're like using conventional ballistic munitions like to destroy and crater these countries. It's so stupid. Anyway, meanwhile, look at this. Akbar Shahid Ahmed, senior diplomatic correspondent for the Huffington Post, writes, a key Senate vote today could send a big signal about U.S.-Israel relationship and Trump's wars, as well as the future of the Democratic Party. Details here on who to watch as the chamber considers $450 million in bombs and bulldozers and how this fits the other anti-war efforts to block the bombs. Coons is circulating a statement for Dems to use to continue okaying bombs and bulldozers for Israel per a source. Statement says Israel is under threat, criticizing Netanyahu and compares the situation to the U.S., saying Israelis, like Americans, have had to ask outsiders to look beyond the government. Bernie's currently starting the debate on the bill right now.
Changes to the West Bank's legal status since 1967, removing nearly all constraints on settlement expansion. Netanyahu himself declared, this is Netanyahu, quote, there will never be a Palestinian state, end quote. And I say that to some.
So anyway, while that's going on, let's read this analysis still. I'd wondered what the staunchly pro-Israel voice would do here. I was told AIPAC would likely hold its fire, but it's even more meaningful for that side of the debate when a lawmaker, especially one likely to gain greater power like Coons, provides cover. Meanwhile, Tim Kaine has confirmed he will vote against weapons transfers to Israel, given its wars in Iran, Lebanon, and Palestine. Note that if Democrats retake the Senate, Coons will likely be their chief foreign policy voice there as the chair of the SFRC, Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Separately, Senator Slotkin vote appears to remain in question per a conversation I just had with her team. It's unbelievable that the highest ranking foreign policy guy, Chris Coons, is currently whipping votes to continue sending bombs. And this isn't a full arms embargo, chat. This is just 1,000-pound bombs and bulldozers that Israel uses to destroy homes in the West Bank and in Gaza, and now in Lebanon as well. $450 million worth. And you got in the Senate whipping votes against it. We got to run a populace in Delaware. There can't be that many voters in the entire state. Money can't touch that. The Israel weapons sale votes are scheduled for 6:20 p.m. First vote will be on the bulldozers, and then the second one on the dumb bombs. So first vote's going to be on prohibiting the $151 million sale of 12,000 BLU 110 AB general purpose 1,000-pound dumb gravity bombs and related logistics and technical support services. And the second one, or the first vote, will be on the prohibition of the $295 million sale of D9R and D9T Caterpillar bulldozers, spare and repair parts, corrosion protection, publications and technical documentation, pre-delivery inspections, the U.S. government and contractor support, technical and logistics support services, storage, and other related elements of logistics and program support. At a time when this is a 90-10 issue, you still have Democrats, some very significant Democrats, mind you, actively trying to whip votes and release communiques on how to vote in favor of Israel, to vote in favor of sending these weapons to Israel, and what to say in the aftermath. This is the opposite of democracy, okay? If theoretical democracy was real in the United States of America, there would not be a single Democratic vote in favor of this, and far more than this, right? This is block the ball. This is a modest, too little, too late proposal. And even then, you have Democrats in the Senate trying to whip votes to continue the arms sales. Okay? Think about that.
President are not threats, they are promises. For all of the reasons that I have given, and more, and you're going to hear more from some of my colleagues in a few moments, support for Israel in this country has plummeted. Today, according to a recent Pew poll, 80% of Democrats now have an unfavorable opinion of Israel, and 41% of Republicans share that view. And the numbers in all parties among young people are even higher. Young people, whether they are young Democrats, progressives, conservatives, do not want us to continue to fund the horrific war policies of Netanyahu. A recent Quinnipiac poll also found that 60%, including 3/4 of Democrats, 2/3 of independents, and 37% of Republicans. I say that to my Republican colleagues. 37% of Republicans do not want the U.S. sending more military aid to Israel. And that is why, Mr. President, I am offering today 2 joint resolutions of disapproval, the only formal mechanism Congress has to block an arms sale. The first resolution would block the sale of $151 million in 1,000-pound bombs. The second would block $295 million in bulldozers, the machines used to demolish homes in the West Bank and Gaza and make a Palestinian state physically impossible. Mr. President, the time is long overdue for members of the U.S. Senate to start listening to the American people and not to AIPAC. The time is now for us to end all U.S. military aid to the extremist Netanyahu government, and a yes vote is an important way forward. Mr. President, with that, I would yield to my colleague from Maryland, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the 2 resolutions offered by my colleague, Senator Sanders, that would bar the transfer of certain offensive weapons and equipment to the Netanyahu government. Specifically, these resolutions would block the transfer of 12,000 1,000-pound bombs and 132 armored bulldozers, valued at more than $446 million and funded entirely by American taxpayers. Mr. President, we cannot continue to provide a blank check to the Netanyahu government as it continues to use U.S. weapons in violation of U.S. and international law. As I've long said, Israel was justified in its war against Hamas after the horrific attack of October 7, 2023. But the Netanyahu government is not justified in imposing collective punishment on all the people of Gaza. As Senator Merkley and I wrote in our report after traveling to the region in August 2025, and I quote, "The Netanyahu government is implementing a plan to ethnically cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. America is complicit." And now, as Senator Sanders indicated, Israeli leaders are saying out loud they plan to apply the same plans in southern Lebanon as they implemented in Gaza. Senator Sanders mentioned threatening what they did in Khan Yunis. As recently as March 31st, Israeli Defense Minister Katz said that, and I quote, "All homes in Lebanese villages near the border will be destroyed in accordance with the Rafah and Beit Hanun model in Gaza," unquote. Well, colleagues, I visited Gaza. I visited the Gaza crossing, the Rafah crossing twice, along with my colleague, Senator Merkley. First in January 2024, when Rafah's population had quadrupled from pre-war levels to more than 1 million people who'd been displaced within Gaza, from northern Gaza. And then we traveled to the Rafah crossing in August 2025, after the IDF's offensive against Rafah, one that the Biden administration claimed that they tried to stop. And on that visit, Senator Merkley and I climbed a rooftop, and you could look into Rafah, obliterated, reduced to absolute rubble. And as we were told by former IDF soldiers, eyewitnesses who had the courage to speak with us, Israel has systematically dismantled essential infrastructure and wrought near total destruction of the civilian sites throughout Gaza, including through the use of these bulldozers and 100,000-pound bombs. And now the Israeli Minister of Defense says they're going to do the same thing in southern Lebanon. And indeed, since
Mark Kelly is also voting to block the bombs, and he was an annoying force for Israel as well. The astronaut himself, Mark Kelly, is a 2028 hopeful, says he will support the efforts to block weapons for Israel. Remember, this is not even like a full embargo or anything like that. This is not even like denying any like significant amount of aid or anything. This is just like one delivery of 1,000-pound bombs and bulldozers. Big, Akbar says, I recall Kelly being one of the few Dems to enthusiastically applaud Netanyahu less than 2 years ago at the height of the atrocities in Gaza. That he, as a moderate with a finger in the wind, is taking this position is bad news for those seeking unconditional support to Israel.
But if I had told you a year ago that our pilots, men and women, would fly in Iran, who would have believed it? Said Prime Minister Netanyahu. Went on to say, if I had told you a year ago that the United States of America, the strongest power in the world, would fight by our side, shoulder to shoulder, wing to wing for nearly 40 days against the common enemy, who would have believed it? And then Prime Minister Netanyahu went on to say, all this happened because we initiated.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, even Jayshree's talking about like ending unconditional aid, which is bullshit, but like, you know, important to note, I guess. Polling, majorities in Arizona, California, Colorado, and Michigan support the Senate vote today to block $450 million in bombs and bulldozers to Israel. Majorities in each say Iran war benefits Israel more than the U.S. Pluralities in each say Israel is committing a genocide. Polls released Wednesday, April 15th by IMEU Policy Project and conducted by Data for Progress found that 58% of Arizona voters, 67% of California voters, 61% of Colorado voters, and 53% of Michigan voters support the resolution the Senate will vote on today to block President Trump's delivery of 12,000 1,000-pound bombs to Israel. 54% of Arizona voters, 65% of California voters, and 57% of Colorado voters, and 52% of Michigan voters also support the resolution to block Trump's delivery of the bulldozers. Israel has used these bombs and bulldozers to destroy homes and kill civilians in Gaza, West Bank, and Lebanon. That's why I say our work continues, but the part of this process that's supposed to be easier is the part where the senators are supposed to be responsive to these needs. And when you got majority positions like this, Republicans from these states should also be blocking these bombs. They, of course, won't do that. But there should not be a single Democrat. Because remember, these are majorities, sometimes overwhelming majorities. Okay? Which means that there are Republicans in favor of it as well. There are also a ton of violations in Gaza while all this is happening. Are you saying this is becoming a wedge issue? It's not even a wedge issue. It's yet another issue that if Democrats were smart, they're not. They're so scared. They're so fucking terrified of going against Israel that it can't even become a wedge issue when it should be.
Administration in this illegal war. Now, colleagues, I want to focus for a moment on the portion of the Sanders resolution that bans the transfer of bulldozers to the IDF. These are the bulldozers that helped raise Rafah in Gaza to the ground. And for those who don't remember, I asked them to recall the case of Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was killed by an Israeli bulldozer trying to block the razing of buildings in Rafah over 20 years ago. Rachel Corrie has never gotten any justice, and her family will tell you that today. In fact, just since January of 2022, at least 9 more American citizens have been killed by extremist Israeli settlers or security forces in the West Bank. And not one of them, not one, has gotten justice. Just like Rachel Corrie, no accountability. Now, Mr. President, there's no piece of equipment that has helped Israel and the Netanyahu government destroy civilian infrastructure in the West Bank and Gaza and now Lebanon more than the bulldozer. Just look at the titles of some of the reporting coming from what's happening about southern Lebanon. Guardian title, "Everything's Gone. Israel Destroys Entire Villages." And you can see it for yourself. I really encourage my colleagues just to look at the videos. Some of them have been shared by members of the Israeli military themselves that showed controlled detonations and destruction of entire villages. And this isn't new. During the last war in Lebanon, Amnesty International documented how the Israeli military carried out extensive and deliberate destruction of civilian property across almost the entire Lebanese border with Israel, including 10,000 structures, primarily through the use of manually laid explosives and bulldozers. And in the West Bank, as we speak, we're seeing violent Israeli settlers kill Palestinian citizens with impunity. And we're also seeing the use of these bulldozers to demolish Palestinian homes in the West Bank and other civilian infrastructures. Again, you can see it for yourselves in the videos. This is all part of a slow-motion ethnic cleansing effort in the West Bank and de facto annexation of the West Bank. Indeed, the New York Times in September 2024 spoke about raids in the West Bank villages of Tulkrum and Jenin. The headline was this, quote, "Israeli bulldozers flatten mile after mile in the West Bank," end quote. In total, since the Gaza war started, Israeli authorities have demolished at least 4,900 structures in the West Bank and displaced 9,000 Palestinians there. And as this has gone on, so has settler violence, often with the complicity of the IDF in the West Bank.
This is Chris Van Hollen.
Palestinians,
another one of my
230 children have been killed.
Another one of these senators that I really like that has been incredibly impressive.
And
he's been very impressive these past
Israeli
2 years,
human rights organization,
especially.
Yesh said that between 2005 and December 2025, that's a 20-year period, more than 93% of police investigations into settler violence in the West Bank concluded without an indictment. So what are we going to do about this, Mr. President? We need to stop providing the Netanyahu government with an absolute blank check. We need to demand accountability for American citizens who have been killed there. And so I urge my colleagues now to support this resolution. If we want to rein in a Trump administration that launched an illegal war against Iran, we should also rein in the Netanyahu administration that's doing exactly the same thing with American taxpayer dollars. I yield the floor.
I thank the
Senator from Vermont.
I thank the senator from Maryland and yield to the senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley.
Make Oregon proud.
Recognize the senator from Oregon.
On February 28th, in coordination with and at the urging of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
No, Van Hollen's always been decent on this issue, on the issue of Israel. I'm just saying he's been exceptionally impressive in the last 2 years, where he's become one of the champions of, like, one of the best voices in the Senate against Trump's excesses and the ultra violence against immigrants and stuff like that. I remember he famously went to El Salvador to extract Kilmar Berger Garcia, his constituent. So he's been great. Also, the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs released an analysis of 10 prominent influencers in the global anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist arena. Israel did. And your boy has fallen off. Your boy's fallen off the map. Your boy is utterly irrelevant. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I did not crack the top 10 of the most dangerous anti-Semites. The list reports: number 1, Dan Bilzerian. Number 2, Greta Thunberg. Number 3, Bassem Youssef. Number 4, Candace Owens. Number 5, Abd El-Bari Atwan. Number 6, Omar Suleiman. Number 7, Anastasia Maria Lupis. Number 9, Ian Carroll. And number 10, Tucker Carlson. Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg, according to the Israeli government, is the world's second most dangerous anti-Semite, several spots ahead, as Responsible Statecraft reports, of white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Greta Thunberg is the number 2 anti-Semite and anti-Israel influencer in the entire planet. Now, am I mad that I wasn't in the top 10? Fuck yes, I am. I'm not even going to lie about it. This is an unbelievable L, okay? It's unbearable. It kills me. I have officially fallen off. It's official. Long gone are the days where I was only losing by a thin margin to Candace Owens as the top anti-Semite of the year. Back then, I defeated Bassem Youssef, and I defeated Greta Thunberg. But while I might have won that battle, I ended up losing the war. Now, of course, Candace Owens' anti-Semitism metrics have stayed resilient, strong. She's still at the tippy top. Me, on the other hand, they're calling me pro-Semite. They're saying I'm pro-Israel. The report contains an analysis of 10 prominent influencers of the global anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist arena in 2025 who were selected based on both the severity of their actions/statements and the scope of their influence. While outside organizations have created similar rankings of anti-Semitic influencers, this appears to be the first one published by the Israeli government, because this is the OG, like, this is the real one, right? This is the most important one, because this is the one that the Israeli government has released. They might as well call me ZionAbi. I'm beginning to realize this is probably how Felix Biederman feels every time people yell at me and say I'm a vicious anti-Semite. As evidence of Thunberg's anti-Semitism, the Israeli government pointed to her use of the terms such as genocide, siege, mass starvation in reference to Israel's actions in Gaza. Many of these views are well within the American mainstream. A Quinnipiac poll from August found that half of American voters believe that Israel is committing a genocide. 39% of Jewish Americans believe that Israel is committing a genocide. According to an October Washington Post poll, Israel's Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, which produced the report, deemed Thunberg a more dangerous threat than Fuentes, who has said Judaism is incompatible with Western civilization and called for a total Aryan victory. Yeah, from Dr. Jihad to Dr. Jerusalem, folks. Let's be real. This is who I am now, a loud and proud defender of the nation state of Israel. The Israeli government's rating system is based on 2 categories. What is this? Speaking of your ops, did you see this? TikTok and the replies is safe for work. I checked. How is this my ops? Anyway, let's look at the categories. The first is the person's level of influence, which includes metrics like social media follower count, appearances on news channels, and perceived influence on public opinion. Second, each person was given a risk score, a rating assigned based on the frequency of posts that are anti-Semitic/anti-Israeli, terms that are often used interchangeably throughout the report. The list also includes comedian Bassem Youssef, a frequent critic of Israel's actions in Gaza, and a conservative political commentator, Tucker Carlson, who appears to score quite low on the Israeli government's own risk score. influencer Dan Bilzerian, who has said he wants to kill Israelis, tops the list. In a separate section about American influencers, the Israeli government report singles out Miss Rachel. Wait, there's an American one too, and I'm not in the American one either? I'm not even on the American top 20? I'm Brian Kilme, dude. Miss Rachel, a YouTuber with 20 million subscribers who makes educational videos for toddlers as one of the most influential supposed anti-Semites. Miss Rachel's misdeeds include publishing content dealing with the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, highlighting alleged harm to civilians and children, and condemning Israeli military actions. The report also says Miss Rachel has promoted fundraising campaigns for emergency aid for children in Gaza and other conflict zones. Wow, unbelievably anti-Semitic of her. Anti-Semitic incidents frequently spiked in retaliation to Israeli military action, according to the report. In Australia, the Bondi Beach shooting was the only significant spike in anti-Semitic discourse observed during 2025 that is not related to Gaza. In the United States, according to the report, there were significant spikes in anti-Semitic discourse on X after Israel breaking the ceasefire in Gaza in March, U.S.-Israeli military attacks in Iran in June, and Israeli airstrikes in Doha in September. The report also asserts that there's a clear link between Israeli actions in Gaza, Lebanon, and the wider region and levels of anti-Semitism. Is not because of Israel's actions, but because of war imagery, humanitarian narratives, and political campaigns. I'm genuinely butthurt, dude. Like, do we have the American list? Do we have the American list? I need to look through the American list. The streets are calling you HasanAbi. My senator told me you were an anti-Semite. She would never lie to me. What was this all for? Speaking of your ops, did you see this? Look in the replies this time. What? What is the... What? Oh, they're adding Stacey K and Neera Tanden? Yes, I saw. Handful of FIU students have been hit with conduct charges after holding an anti-ICE protest on campus. That's my op? Is that what you're saying? Dude, why the fuck would I care about Stacey K or fucking Neera Tanden? Neither of these people are my ops. I don't think about them at all. And neither should you. I'm actually far more invested in this top 20 anti-Semitism list that the Israeli state put together. It's like genuinely disturbing that I'm not part of it. It fucked me up. Am I even Dr. Jihad? New wanted posters and you're basically Chopper? Yeah, I'm basically chopped. Damn, I'm fucking clicking on an Israeli government website. This has got to be a... I don't want to click on the Israeli government website. I feel like that was just loading up malware into my PC. Yeah, from Dr. Jihad to Dr. Mossad stating, devastating predicament. I have not even globalized the Intifada. Let's get to Ezra Klein.
I've been trying to think about how to begin this episode, which is a very, very tricky one. And I found myself thinking about a debate I heard a lot in 2023 and 2024. You would hear these chants and see these signs. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. And it flared into this huge controversy.
Free Palestine from the river to the sea means get rid of all the Jews.
No, from the river to the sea means the land in between is free. Everyone in between is free.
No, this is a genocidal chant.
What was always so strange to me, so backwards about this focus on college campus protesters, was that there was this reality people weren't really admitting. That there is one power from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Yes. That power, that sovereign, which if you travel in that area, and I have, is just visually undeniable, is Israel. American politics has not grappled really at all with the level of day-to-day domination that Israel exerts over Palestinian lives and the complete absence of any...
This has been my argument as well, and has been the argument of Avi Shlaim and numerous other people, okay? It already exists. A one state already exists. It's just currently an apartheid state. So the argument should move towards the abolition of said apartheid state. If you can get to a binational commitment in the process, great. But the first goal should be to recognize that Israel currently operates as a sovereign nation. It is one state.
At all for that to end. And this was true before October 7th. In early 2023, the political scientists Michael Barnett, Nathan Brown, Mark Lynch, and Shibli Talhami published an edited volume called The One-State Reality. Their argument, which he also made in a very controversial foreign affairs piece, was that, quote, Palestine is not a state in waiting, and Israel is not a democratic state incidentally occupying Palestinian territory. All the territory west of the Jordan River has long constituted a single state under Israeli rule, where the land and the people are subject to radically different legal regimes, and Palestinians are permanently treated as a lower caste. What they were saying then is that the hope of a two-state solution in the future had become a way many in America particularly avoided reckoning with the one-state reality of the present. That reality was not accidental. It was not...
I can't believe Ezra Klein is literally a neo-Nazi of the highest order now. The level of anti-Semitism in every orifice of this video is the protocols of the elderly Zion. Am I glorping again? God damn it. If only Israel knew that this video was out there, they would have placed Ezra Klein as the #1 anti-Semite.
It is not intended to be transient. It was being etched into the land in settlements and checkpoints, in the construction of walls and the demolition of homes. That might have been a controversial claim when they made it. What has happened since October 7th has made it an undeniable reality. Israel now occupies more than half of Gaza. The more than 2 million Gazans have been herded into less than half of the land they formerly occupied. And Gaza, it should be said, was already one of the most overcrowded places on Earth. The conditions Gazans now live in, they're hellish. And there is no near term, there's no imagined, there's no envisioned relief. This is and it remains collective punishment. Hamas, not the children of Gaza, attacked Israel on October 7th. The conditions the children of Gaza now live in they're not moral. In the West Bank, Israel has choked off money to the Palestinian Authority. It has built settlements, chosen to build settlements.
There's gonna be hangups, no matter what. All you gotta do is connect it. Now that you have recognized this reality that has existed for 80 years, just connect it back to why Hamas exists, and then you understand why October 7 happened. It's that simple. Because, and I think this was important of a conversation for me to have with the Podjons. Like, I don't think liberals ever think about this stuff. Like, in their minds, they don't see members of the Palestinian resistance and the militancy as the orphaned sons, victims of Israel that chose to take up arms after years and years of trying every other avenue, exhausting all other options. Okay? They see these forces as somewhat of an alien force. They're not. Every single person that has taken up arms against the state of Israel, the apartheid state of Israel, is Palestinian. They operate within the confines of historic Palestine. Hamas makes note of that. They openly refuse lone wolf incidents outside of the occupied territories. They've never done a call to action for international terrorism or anything like that.
At a record pace. More settlements were approved in the last year alone than in the 2 decades before combined. Israel has protected a terrifying rise in settler violence and military violence towards the Palestinians. There is no doubt, if you go there, who rules the West Bank and is...
Bro, I'm eating chips. Oh my God. Why? This community is so insane, dude. The one time I eat something different that I normally don't eat, everyone's like, what are you eating? What are you eating? Show me what you're eating. Can you share? Can you share with me? Can you show me what you're eating? I need to understand exactly what you're eating right now.
Not the PA. When Netanyahu signed a recent settlement project, a project the United States had opposed for a long time because it would effectively bisect the West Bank, making a Palestinian state physically unimaginable. Netanyahu made clear that that was exactly why he was signing it. He said, "We are going to fulfill our promise. There will be no Palestinian state. This place belongs to us." In the north, he used the war in Iran as cover to invade Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people. 1 million, and suggesting that up to 600,000 will not be allowed to return to their homes.
What is happening? Is it effing again? I'm not seeing it. What the hell? Is it actually effing? Barely?
Until Israel has established its security zone, whatever that proves to be, and that it is decided that Israelis in the north are safe. To put it bluntly, it is an open question whether any of those 600,000 Lebanese will ever be able to return to their homes, or if they will even have homes to return to. I do not want to underplay what Israel is actually dealing with here. I have immense sympathy for Israel's war against Hezbollah. They are defending.
I don't understand. Like, how? This is what, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. We're like, Israel is doing unlimited cruelty to millions of primarily children, like millions of Palestinians that are majority kids, right, under the age of 18, is just constantly slaughtering children, constantly engaging in territorial acquisition, doing pogroms in the West Bank, doing it openly, in violation of all rules, but also it's doing it in Lebanon. But I totally sympathize with, blowing up and fighting against Hezbollah. This is a contradiction. You have to resolve it. You have to resolve this contradiction because it doesn't make sense. You're literally like the alternative. This is to basically say, the Nazis are doing all this horrible shit. But I also understand why they had to fight back as the Jewish partisans, right? Like, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was very violent. Like, it's crazy. You dominate people like this, they're gonna fight back. You kill their parents, their children, their next of kin are gonna be like, okay, well, I gotta take up arms, right?
Themselves in a way any state would, but this again is collective punishment. Those million Lebanese, they are not all Hezbollah. Israel's security challenges are very real. Its horror, its fear, its trauma after October 7th was very real. Its determination to make sure that never happened again is what any state and any people would do. Its right to reprisal against Hamas and Hezbollah were undeniable. I am not someone who wants to see the state of Israel cease to exist, but what Israel is choosing here, a one-state reality that already is and will continue to be understood the world over as it endangers that state too. The cost of Israel cannot morally be the permanent subjugation of millions of Palestinians. In February, Gallup found for the first time, more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than the Israelis. Among Democrats, among young Americans, it is not even close. Israel maintains support among older Americans, and it has benefited from the advanced age of the last two presidents. Their views of Israel were forged in another time, around another Israel. American politics has not yet fully grappled with what Israel has chosen to become. So what does it mean to grapple with Israel's one-state reality? To see what Israel is now, what Gaza is now, what Lebanon is now.
Bro, I guess it's good that he's saying some of this stuff, but it just doesn't make any sense. Like, some of the things that he's front-loading the conversation with make the rest of the conversation look ridiculous. Like, you describe this horrifying reality that not just Palestine, but like every Lebanese person has to exist under. And then you're like, but people fight back. And I totally am sympathetic to the reasons as to why when people do fight back, the people that voted for this reality feel really sad. And also what I'm really predisposed with is that it's endangering Israel's security. It's like, okay, well, yeah, but that shouldn't be the focus here. Like, we're beyond that at this point, right? Like, we have to be hostile in our approach to a country that is doing all of this, right? Unless, in some weird way, you just don't fully see. I'm not blaming Ezra Klein for this. I'm not suggesting Ezra Klein feels this way, but like, maybe you don't fully recognize that the people that are being dominated are like human beings. And if that's not the case, if you don't have that sort of hang up, some implicit bias there, then there is a contradiction you have not resolved.
Without illusion. Shibli Talhami is the Anwar Sadat Professor for Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, College Park. Mark Lynch is the Director of the Project on Middle East Political Science at George Washington University. Lynch is the author most recently of America's Middle East, The Ruination of a Region, but together they were two of the editors on that 2023 book I mentioned, The One State Reality. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. Mark Lynch, Shibli Talhami, welcome to the show.
Pleasure.
Thanks. So I want to start, Mark, before October 7th. You and Shibli and a few co-authors published a book of essays in a big foreign affairs article called Israel's One State Reality. And the argument you make is that the two-state solution is a fantasy, it's dead. That there is a reality that we are failing to apprehend in Israel, which is that there is one sovereign from the river to the sea. And so I want to ask you what you were seeing that convinced you to make that argument. How did this work in your view, say, in the West Bank?
Sure. And I think it is important to kind of put this into, a bit of a trajectory historically. So, back in like the mid-90s, during the Oslo years, you actually had a situation where if you're living in Jerusalem.
I'm a big fan of Ezra Klein. The great thing is he's open to entertain and debate views which he does not support. One day when it's saved, when there's no personal downside. Yeah, Omar al-Akkad. Better late than ever, I suppose, Ezra. This is way overdue. Jimmy Carter warned about this in 2006 book, Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. Ezra's a good person. He has a good heart. He's regularly late to the party on numerous issues, but he's a good egg. That's exactly what it is. Liberal Zionism is an oxymoron because they want an ethno-state, but also want the support of progressives. And as progressives start coming to terms with the truth, they get put into an increasingly contradictory position. Yeah, I mean, Israel is, for all intents and purposes, definitionally a Jewish supremacist ethno-state, right? And it's not like an ethno-state in the way that, Japan is an ethno-state. Or rather, it's in the process of designing its ethno-state. And it's as if the Japanese haven't slaughtered the entire indigenous population thus far. It's happening in 2026. That's the big problem. Right? It would have been a problem if it happened in the 10th century or, 12th century. It would have been a problem if it happened in the 16th, 17th century. But unfortunately for Israel, it's happening right now. It's like completely untenable, completely at odds with the New World design, especially post-World War II, right? An ethno-state is not simply just a state that happens to mostly contain one ethnicity. Lebanon is not an ethno-state. Neither is Iraq, Jordan, or Egypt. An ethno-state, for Israel specifically, a Herrenvolk democracy, is a state that builds its politics on representing one group. Exactly. The Israeli Basic Law literally defines the existence of the state of Israel as being for the self-determination of Jews alone. Jewish immigration is prioritized above all others. Marriage is defined by Jewish courts. Israel subsidizes settlements. That is an ethno-state. Israeli Arabs can vote and are tried by civil law, but they are baked into the system as an inherent minority. There's a reason that Israel won't also enfranchise their brethren in the West Bank and Gaza. Like it's so crazy. Yeah. And then someone goes, states like Iraq were set up to be Arab nationalist states with groups like Kurds a minority, small enough to take their oil-rich territories, not to mention things like trampling on Assyrians. Have you actually learned about the history of Arab states and anti-Zionism? Sammy responds, nation states that aren't ethno-states trample on minority rights all the time. Look at the United States of America before 1965. But Iraq, particularly post-2003, is not based on ethnopolitics. If anything, it's more based on Muslim. Look at Saddam. Like, they will refuse, people who want to defend Israel, refuse to recognize Israel's ethno-state status, but then will turn around and be like, well, there are problems in other countries in the region too. It's like, yeah, there are. None of which is anywhere close to as solidified, as legalized, as systematized as Israel's apartheid. And that's not just the Israeli apartheid that exists within the Green Line. We're talking about the entire territory that it currently occupies militarily. which, yes, includes Gaza and also certainly the occupied West Bank. What up, dog? I just watched your Pod Save America interview, and really gave me a better perspective on your politics, because as a black dude, you were getting clipped saying big wild shit, but I fuck with you and all other content. I've been catching up. Thank you for being open-minded.
If you're living in Ramallah, if you're living in Nablus or Jenin, you can actually feel a state emerging around you. You can see the Palestinian legislature is actually active. They have ministries. The checkpoints are coming down. You're able to travel. If you have an olive oil business, you can actually load it into the back of a truck and sell it.
I'm a black dude that still hates you. JK.
In Bethlehem, right? So it actually was this idea that it's not just that we were negotiating towards a two-state solution, but people could feel two states coming into existence. Fast forward 10 years after the Second Intifada. That's just not true anymore. Right now, you've got a whole range. You've got the big security wall, which is de facto a new border. You've got a whole range of checkpoints that have come into place, making it impossible to really move freely across the West Bank. Palestinian Authority has basically been destroyed and it's being rebuilt from scratch. If you're just an average Palestinian living in the West Bank, you no longer feel like you're on the path towards a state. You might follow the negotiations, but now you feel that you're living under occupation. Then fast forward another 10 years, another 15 years, and you're in a situation where nothing has happened in all of that time, which would make you believe that a two-state solution has become more likely. There's more settlements, more settlers, more settler-only roads, more repression, no elections, nothing which would make you feel like you're moving towards something else. So there is this real sense of stagnation, and we're looking at this, and we're trying to understand, as political scientists, like, what is this entity? It's clearly not something on a path to two independent sovereign states. It's clearly not anything which is familiar to us as just an occupation or just a transitional phase, but it also yet a single Israeli state, right? It hasn't been annexed. It hasn't come fully under Israeli law. It's just this limbo which goes on forever. And so that's what we were trying to capture with the one-state reality, is that in reality, everybody living between, in mandatory Palestine, everything from the river to the sea, is under the effective power of a single sovereign, which is the Israeli government. But they experience it very, very differently. They have different rights. They have different responsibilities. They have different security concerns. If you're born in one place, you are trapped within Gaza. If you're born in Ramallah, you have one set of rights, but your family, who's just a couple of kilometers away in Jerusalem, they might have a few more rights. And so it was a highly differentiated legal regime, but one in which Israel ultimately held all the cards.
Shibli, one thing.
Yeah, I sped it up.
That Israeli Jews.
I mean, we know all this. We know all this. I don't know. Should we watch all of this? Is this worthwhile? It's just, they're just describing apartheid. I feel like I've covered this extensively for so many years that I don't think there's anything new here. But what I am actually interested to find out is how Ezra Klein manages these contradictions, right? Because we know all this stuff. I just want to know how he squares this circle. It's not for us. I don't think it's for this community necessarily, because I feel like this community is fairly aware of what the hell's going on in Israel. The only new thing about it is that the liberal eyes will be watching it. He's a careerist and cynical. I don't think so, because if he was a careerist and cynical, he wouldn't even do this. Even at this stage, he wouldn't do this. I think we often forget how unbelievably propagandized the average person is. Maybe because we've been able to overcome this propaganda, that we take it for granted, that we forget, dude, when I hear people say hysterical shit about me, like I'm a Jew hater, I want to kill every Jewish person or whatever the fuck people are lying about, insane shit, right? Sometimes it's hard for me to look at that and be like, you can't be, you sincerely believe this? No shot, right? But then I'm reminded, no, there's hysterical ass motherfuckers out here, especially because it's racist. It's racist. Racism is a hysteria. Racism is a hysterical approach. So, of course, some of these people sincerely believe this nonsense, right? So you have to remember, if someone is totally, completely inundated with one-sided propaganda, especially in a society where there's no reflection on the humanity of the victims, because for the last 25 years, America has also been unlimited Islamophobic propaganda through its airwaves in an effort to justify the global war on terror and the domestic surveillance state that we designed around it, where there was this this convergence of anti-Arab and Islamophobic interests in America that never forces you to reconsider the humanity of the victims of Israel in a country that is as white supremacist as the United States of America, that often has historically collateralized black and brown bodies. It's quite difficult for people to check themselves and go against the 20, 30, sometimes 40 years of propaganda. That's why there's this generational breakdown. Because if you're under the age of 35, if you're under the age of 45, you haven't seen the maximum faucet of propaganda, right? At 49, he says something about Hamas. Let's hear it.
Couple thing about this, and particularly when we're thinking about, in Iran, we're a country of 93 million and huge geographically, how Israel had such a small, tiny place that it had been controlling, really dominating for decades, with only a few thousand fighters underground, and couldn't really, despite the fact of leveling the place, that they still even in existence is really should send a message. And they obviously dramatically weaken, and they're weakened economically. They can control internally, and they're asserting themselves internally because there's no alternative right now to them internally, but their capacity to wage war across borders is obviously very, very limited. I do think that the mindset, though, of now we have them and we now can prevent them, is just so flawed, because it's not Hamas. Of course, we know what it is, and yes, the Israelis want it controlled. But you look at the history of this conflict or any conflict. If it's not Hamas, it's going to be something else. You've created so many tens of thousands of,
Yes, and that's how Hamas was created too. One of the things that people very quickly recognize, at least some Americans that I saw, which was surprising, is like the notion that, yeah, okay, you kill everybody in Hamas and then you kill a shit ton of people in the process. Guess what? You just invented Hamas too, right? It's pretty basic stuff, but it really drives that point across. And if you exhaust that logic to its maximalist conclusion, well, that's how you realize how Hamas came into fruition as well. This is another reason why when I was talking to the Pod Johns, I wanted to explain to them, like, we use Hamas as a catch-all term because it's, the one that everybody knows, but like Operation Al-Aqsa Flood was conducted by every facet of the Palestinian resistance. Anyone that was a part of any militancy across many different political perspectives that have genuine disagreements and genuine issues with Hamas, even on modes of governance, they got together and they conducted this operation together under the Hamas banner, right? So it's not Hamas, it's just the Palestinian resistance. And you have to, at some point, recognize why that resistance exists. In order to solve this equation, Israelis for the longest time leaned into Orientalist framework, took advantage of Islamophobic propaganda in the Western world by saying, oh, it's because they're, oops, I'm seeing it. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's not on my end, but those blips are taking place. Hold on. Hold. I'm Israel high. I love the state of Israel. It's the most honorable country. Israel is the most honorable country in America. It's tiny. It's the size of New Jersey. Okay. Seems to me like it worked. What was I saying? Where the fuck was I? Oh, it's broken again. Fuck. Right on cue. Wait. Hold on. Let me text the group chat again. No difference on my internet speeds. I see ingest bitrate going up and down wildly. Not sure. The cloud. Oh God. Okay. Where was I? Okay, so I can't remember what I was saying. Science you, not bless you. Did Israel get a hold of your internet? Maybe. I forgot what I was talking about. Shit. How Israel used racism to advance their cause? Palestinian resistance. I was talking about Palestinian resistance. And that all factions of the Palestinian resistance, including ones that are at odds with one another, got together and fought against Israel in the Al-Aqsa flood. They all conducted this the campaign together, right? Now, it's not born out of any other reason than the emancipatory reason. It's the ultimate reason for all Palestinians. They want to end to the occupation. But Israel obviously doesn't want to recognize that. So what they do is lean into Islamophobic narratives and Orientalism in an effort to say, oh, why did October 7 happen? Because these guys are all Hamas, and Hamas is all a bunch of rapist, barbarian, anti-Semitic monsters. Like, they did this because they're anti-Semitic. Okay? And that's a lie. Not only is it a lie, but it's also an incredibly easy to disparage lie as well. Because, like, this isn't to say that there aren't anti-Semitic opinions. I'm sure there are. There's obviously also reasons for why, certain people in Palestine might be anti-Semitic, considering that Israel calls itself the Jewish state, dominates all these people, and says they're doing this for Judaism. They bring, they put up menorahs in occupied Gazan territory that they've destroyed. They carve the Star of David on the cheek of a Palestinian prisoner, a kidnapped Palestinian, David, in the remainder of a crater that used to be an apartment complex that they blew up with their bombs, dropped by fighter jets that have the Star of David on the side of it, right? So I'm sure there's at least some anti-Semitism, but it's not the same as like a Nick Fuentes anti-Semitism, this like learned anti-Semitism, this Holocaust denial, or whatever the fuck Western anti-Semites believe, okay? It's born out of a reaction of Israel's ultra-violence. And at the end of the day, the Palestinian militancy is not resisting against the Israeli occupation because they're anti-Semitic. They're resisting because they want freedom. Imagine being able to support Hamas in the USSR, but not this. California has universal pre-K. What the fuck is this guy saying? Bro, this guy is the most insane poster. What is this? Greatest democracy ever? Democrats planning to run in November's midterm elections have been advised not to antagonize pro-AI campaign groups that amass more than $300 million to fight for the industry's priorities. The warnings by top party consultants, corroborated by people close to 4 different campaigns and party strategists speaking on the condition of anonymity, come despite internal polling for Democrats showing widespread public support for tougher AI rules. Yeah, Sammy was fighting for his fucking life out here talking about how Israel is an apartheid. The problem of Israel, in 2 sentences, is this. The entire state depends on the existence of a permanent Jewish majority. If non-Jews become the majority, Israel as we know it collapses into chaos. Arash Azizi says, there's almost no state in the world that wouldn't face a crisis if a strong ethnic majority somehow became a minority. If Germany became 60% Turkish overnight, the country would go through crisis. Sure, this is why the nation state is wrong. But the system of government would stay the same. Courts would stay the same. Citizenship regimes would stay the same. The same isn't true with Israel. Like, Israel's primary focus is to maintain a Jewish demographic majority against all odds. Okay? If tomorrow somehow the Palestinian citizens of Israel, those who the Israeli state has designed as Arab, somehow had a higher population increase, they would work to collapse that. They would work to stop that. 100%. It's not like a secret either. They openly state it. And let's be real. We know what that looks like. We know what that advocacy looks like. We know what kind of initiatives that looks like, at least in the United motherfucking States of America too. Right? But when they say it here, we know exactly what that shit is. Oh, it's a great replacement happening. How can a country be a serious, reliable, solid nation state without having such porous borders? How can a country maintain its national promise if it's entirely comprised of strangers? Kid Starver also said something similar. We know what that attitude is, right? It's a white nationalist framework. We know what that looks like in practice. It's what Trump is doing with these ICE mass deportation initiatives, concentration camps, unaccountable forces kidnapping and black bagging people, taking them away from their families. So if we recognize that as inherently fascist. And I hope some Americans recognize that as inherently fascist. I think many do. Or at least they recognize it as dangerous. Then understand that Israel has already accelerated far beyond that. Israel has legalized that process, where the opposite of doing that is quite literally illegal. What is this? Hasan is in Nick on Ty's Instagram post. Progressive Tush Schumer, Hasan Piker portraits for New York Times. Oh, they didn't end up using this in the article, though. But it looks cool. Yeah, Jim Crow was an ethnic democracy, too. Israel isn't really a liberal democracy in the way Americans use that term. It's a democracy, but it's an ethnic democracy, a Jewish democracy. It's a concept that makes some American Jews, in particular, deeply uncomfortable. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I respect the European doing white nationalism in Europe. It makes sense in an evil way, but America and Israel, it's entirely revisionist. Wait, what? Enfant Door, you have the best takes. I swear to God. This is not an endorsement of the white supremacist European nationalism by Enfant Door. They're just simply saying, like, you kind of understand. There's, like, historic precedent for it, okay? That's what they're saying. Anyway, let's continue.
You created so much devastation and ruin. And so what's happening to the next generation? Where are they going to go if you're not going to solve it politically and give them freedom? And if it's not Hamas, going to be something else. And we forget that how was Hamas born originally? I mean, Israel thought the PLO was the problem. It was secular, but it was the biggest, Palestinian movement. They started helping the Muslim Brotherhood in the West Bank and allowing it to compete with the PLO. And the Muslim Brotherhood gave birth to Hamas, during the first Intifada in 1987. We see this book everywhere, right? So, we get the jihadis to help in Afghanistan, and then they become the biggest anti-American, force in the Middle East. The part about Hamas that I find even more troubling is this framing of the conflict. Because if you turn this conflict into a religious conflict, it's irreconcilable between Israel and Palestinians. The issue is just irreconcilable. It's a zero-sum game. And now you add to it the American religious layer. We're talking about sort of the erosion of the appeal to international law or human rights or something. I mean, there's a reason why the Israeli government, had like Ron Dermer, who was the confidant of Netanyahu in 2021, said, we need to rely on the evangelicals, not on American Jews in America, because American Jews are, essentially too much into human rights and democracy and international law, and just to kind of rely more on this religious narrative, even in the American side. So I worry about the continuation of this, the religious right in Israel, the religious right on Palestinians, our religious right.
Nah. You don't even have to say the religious right of the Palestinians. That's crazy. For zero Palestinians, and I can say this with the utmost conviction, for zero Palestinians, this is a religious war. Zero. Okay? In their domestic governance, there might be some elements of like, it's not even remotely close to like Iran, or certainly not Saudi Arabia or anything like that. But this crisis is an existential one. It's survival. That's precisely the reason why I always stress the importance that it's like there are Christian Palestinians like Ihab Hasan, right? There are Palestinians who might be Muslim, but have issues with Hamas's governance, right? And sometimes they'll even openly criticize Hamas, right? But every single Palestinian will tell you universally that the number one problem is the occupation, okay? That's it. The number one problem that harms daily Palestinian existence is Israel, okay? It's that simple. The only Palestinian that will tell you that Israel is not the problem is a Palestinian that's probably being paid by the state of Israel or paid by the United States of America. There are some. There are some out there, right? They exist. Many of them hate me, talk about me all the fucking time.
I think that's frightening to me.
So, Israel consolidates control over Gaza. I mean, certainly it's consolidated a lot of control over the West Bank. And from there's been a series of, expansionary moves. There was, during the Gaza war, the sort of decapitation of Hezbollah, which sort of initially we were told functionally destroyed them as the organization. That seems to have not been true. They do succeed in convincing President Trump to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities. We're told.
All right. The rest of this is Not that interesting to me. Fine. Something you've mentioned a few times is that Israel's dependence on the United States. And I want to ask that if that's still true. It's even more true than in the past. One more thing. Aside from the point that no country can replace what Israel gets from the U.S., much of the influence that Israel has with other states stems from perceptions that it provides a shortcut to Washington without presumption of U.S.-Israel bond. Much of that disappears. Yes, I brought this up as well. If you remember, we were talking about like Israel getting Israel shopping for another daddy, right? Let's say America cuts all ties with Israel, right? Inshallah, one day. And then Israel starts shopping for a new major power that will aid them, right? No regional power will aid Israel in the absence of America. Not even Russia, I don't think. Russia is the only one that like could potentially, but no regional power, no major power, no great power, no world power will ever aid Israel. Because the moment that tie between Israel and America is severed, Israel loses its utility for all these other countries, okay? It's so funny. People are bringing up other countries in the chat like Ukraine. Okay. They're saying India. They're saying Germany. No. The answer is fuck no. First of all, with what army? With what tools? You're out of your fucking mind. Y'all are crazy. There is no alternative sugar daddy for Israel because the only reason why any of these countries still currently deal with Israel positively and don't apply more pressure to Israel is because they see Israel as an extension of America. Okay? That's it. Some chatters are saying, how do you reconcile with the fact that they have nukes? Well, another apartheid state came down, and they too used to have nukes. And when they realized that the apartheid was on the verge of abolition, they destroyed their nuclear arms because they were worried that black people might control them. That was South Africa. At a certain point, and this is why I stress the importance of boycotts, divestments, and sanctions, because at a certain point, countries that have benefited from being in the bosom of Western empire, countries like South Africa, countries like Israel, will not want to let their treats go away. But if they maintain social pariah status, specifically because they're an apartheid state, you apply tremendous pressure to these countries, so much so that they're forced to recalculate. Do we still want to maintain this psychotic apartheid state with zero aid from anybody else, constantly in a state of panic, constantly getting bombarded by neighboring states with no aid whatsoever, remember? Or is there a better alternative out there? Can we chart a better course? I suspect that in some ways, looking at not to get, I don't want people to yell at me as they usually clip this part, but Israel's real demographic future concerns is not losing the Jewish majority status. Israel's real demographic future concerns that will collapse it is the fact that the only growing population is not the effete liberal Ashkenazis or the ones that are going to college, like the secular Jews that live there. The fact that it's the Haredi population, the Orthodox, ultra-fundamentalist population, is the only growing population group in Israel. Okay? If this keeps up in a couple decades, and we see this in the polls, if you look at the parties that are growing in popularity in Israel, you see that they're to the right of Netanyahu, right? If this keeps up, if this demographic change amongst the Jewish population continues, the educational attainment diminishes. Right now in Israel, the literate, highly educated, Western-focused population is still in control. Benjamin Netanyahu was one of those guys, okay? When those guys no longer exist in Israel, at that point, it might be the point of no return, okay? Because the last time Israel could make that calculation of, do we continue being a nuclear-armed, militant apartheid state that's doing genocide to all of its neighbors, or do we normalize relations with the Western world, that calculation will look very different if it's a society run by Itamar Ben-Gvir Bezalel Smotrich and is majority people like Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. You understand? Like Benjamin Netanyahu is a fucking monster. He's you know, Adolf Hitler reincarnate, right? But even Benjamin Netanyahu is still better than those other demons, because those other demons are even more of a zealot than Benjamin Netanyahu is. Once we get to that point, BDS won't even matter. We're talking about a society run by Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich, with nuclear arms that are hell-bent on death and destruction, to commit to the Greater Israel Project that will nuke its neighbors and will get nuked in return. Who knows? Sky's the limit. Bracing myself for everyone saying the problem isn't the Israeli government, but is the Prime Minister Ben-Gvir who's the problem. Now, make no mistake, by the way, I'm not doing that either. I'm not saying like, oh, like, you know, there's even worse, a bigger evil out there. I'm saying that there are even less reasonable motherfuckers than Benjamin Netanyahu out there. I'm not putting the blame on just the leadership. I'm talking about like the Israeli cultural attitudes. Okay? Like you've seen the hilltop youths, right? And the West Bank, the Rastafari looking motherfuckers that are doing terrorism, the settlers, right? Like imagine a society that's run by those guys, because that's the future that Israel is headed towards. The state of Israeli politics, Bezalel Smotrich, who talks about seizing southern Lebanon and Damascus for Israel's territory, is seen as more restrained than Ben-Gvir and therefore less popular with voters. At the same time, Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich's Religious Zionism party, which ran on a joint list with Otzma Yehudit, Jewish Power Party, by the way, not sure why they didn't translate that one, because that's what Otzma Yehudit is. The Jewish Power Party, like the White Power Party, is the same shit, right? White power, Jewish power, same shit. In the last election, which currently holds 7 of the Knesset's 120 seats, again failed to pass the electoral threshold, as it has consistently in most polls for some time now. Why is one of Netanyahu's far-right allies surging in the polls while another is dropped so precipitously? Ben-Gvir is hardcore, and today everyone wants hardcore. Pollster Mitchell Barak of Kivon Research Strategy and Communications told the Times of Israel, explaining that Ben-Gvir's harsh rhetoric appeals to young voters on the right much more than the more restrained Smotrich. And remember, Smotrich's fan base is so psychotic that Smotrich had to encourage his followers that the first Gaza ceasefire was only temporary. New Jewish Insider drop, Plattner praised Hamas tactics, I dig it, in 2014. Grant Plattner praised Hamas tactics in 2014 graphic video of murders of Israeli soldiers. Plattner and Reddit posts on Hamas terrorist attack. From a strictly professional standpoint, this was a damn fine-looking and successful raid against a superior opponent. I dig it. Y'all were talking big shit. It's not Jewish Insider, it's HasanAbi Insider now, brother. I like that he said they wrote murders of Israeli soldiers. Buddy, you're talking about a resistance front defending its ancestral homeland against an occupying forces armed military. You can't use the word murder when you're talking about that. Okay? That's ridiculous. Murdering these 27-year-old heavily armed babies, former babies, mind you, inside of a Merkava tank, which was formerly just steel. Think about that. Former babies sitting inside of a vehicle, maybe a tank, or who knows what the vehicle is, but it's a vehicle nonetheless, innocently moving from one point to the next. Photo. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer votes no on Bernie Sanders' measure to block arms sales to Israel. Now that you got hit by the Demonican ray, can you be the rabbi at my wedding? I got hit by the Demonican ray? What the fuck is the Demonican ray? Slocking in the same camp from Warner to Warnock to Shaheen, significant. None felt certain supporters of this effort could be looking at an overwhelming majority of Senate Dems plus allies voting to block weapons to Israel. Slocking in the same camp. Was previously hearing 35 as a possible high point for the number of Dems and allied senators who would vote against weapons for Israel. Now advocates expect the number on at least one of tonight's votes to be over 35. I dig it. Grant Plattner praised Hamas tactics in 2014 graphic video of murders of Israeli soldiers. Plattner and Reddit post on Hamas terrorist attack. From a strictly professional standpoint, this was damn fine looking and successful raid against a superior opponent. Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner repeatedly praised the tactics used by Hamas terrorists in the comments made but a graphic video of Hamas raid into Israel in 2014 in which terrorists killed at least 5 Israeli soldiers. An archive post from his now deleted Reddit profile under the username P Hustle. Plattner commented on a video post titled Helmet Footage from Hamas Cross-Border Raid, which showed the attack on multiple Israeli soldiers. The original video, also now deleted but still archived, was posted by a YouTube channel called Sabah. That's definitely Turkish, by the way, I assume. Sabah means morning. That might have been a Turkish newspaper. Sabah used to be a Turkish newspaper. I don't know if it still exists or not. On July 29, 2014, with the description, secret footage shows the storming of a settlement by the Hasan brigades and the killing of 10 soldiers. The description and comments in the Reddit thread appear to match a raid by Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades on a military base near Kibbutz Nahal Oz the day prior. According to a text description of the video and the raid shared online, the video includes footage of the shootings of several Israeli soldiers, at least one of whom is screaming as a terrorist attempt to kidnap him. Kidnap him? He's a soldier in a military base that is currently occupying Palestinian territory. That's not, you can't say it's a kidnapping. What the fuck? Words mean things, man. Looks like an all-around, well-executed and successful small unit raid to me, Plattner wrote in 2014 on the Reddit forum r/combat footage discussion board for footage and photographs of past and current armed conflicts. Responding to another user who criticized the execution of the Israeli soldiers and emphasized the attack would lead to heavy reprisals in Gaza, Plattner said he was not interested in discussing the geopolitical or strategic implications, but suggested Hamas's tactics and actions were reasonable. As for aversion to execution, a small unit raid tends to be used to inflict casualties and take prisoners in a short period of time, Plattner wrote. Pragmatically, I have little problem with killing an enemy combatant who you attempt to capture, but for whatever reason cannot. From a strictly professional standpoint, this was a damn fine-looking and successful raid against a superior opponent. I dig it. He acknowledged in response to another user that the terrorist actions were brutal and that the terrorists should have shot one of the soldiers instead of beating him to death. 3 of them beat that guy to death. That's just barbaric. They should have at least had the decency to shoot the guy. No argument here. Okay, so he's just like straight up being a military chud. Okay? He just can't help himself. He's like literally just a military chud who's like, hoorah, I dig it. You know? No argument there. No argument there, buddy. Waste of time and kinetic energy, if you ask me. He's just doing military raid reviews, man. That's like classic fucking... God, he's such a fucking chud. It's so funny. This is so Marine-coded, yes. Responding to another user who disputed Plattner's characterization of the Hamas attack as a raid and said that the attack was not resistance, it's just drawing blood to score imaginative points. God, I fucking can't stand Redditors. Because you know, all these other fucking Redditors are also like annoying, most likely Air Force dipshits, okay? Actually, sir, it's just scoring imaginative points in the war. Plattner suggested the Hamas terrorists were preferable to those who attacked the U.S. forces in Iraq. It was Iraq, and those guys were in civilian clothing with silenced weapons. This video shows a unit of men in full uniform assaulting uniformed military personnel of an enemy their organization is currently engaged in military operations with. There's no comparing the two, Plattner wrote. Generally, you try to catch the enemy off guard and kill them with the least resistance. This looks like a pretty audacious plan that worked, and I'll certainly give no matter who they are fighting for. Oh, by the way, look. If by raid, this is, I'm so glad they posted all of the fucking comments because you can see the fucking Reddit energy all over it. If by raid you mean killing/murdering soldiers who pose no threat, a success, it's sad. It reminds me when I saw Afghanistan's, or it was Iraqi militants came in with silenced pistols and murdered everyone in the checkpoint. It's not resistance. It's just drawing blood to score imaginative points in a war. And then someone else responds, soldiers who pose no threat? And then in italics, soldiers who pose no threat. I believe killing enemy soldiers are a defining characteristic of the human activity colloquially known as war. Now, that other guy also has Reddit energy because it's Reddit. Everyone has Reddit energy. But he makes a fine point there. And then that's when P Hustle, P Nasty, comes in and says that was audacious and I respect it. Plattner has come under fire by Governor Janet Mills. It was his main competitor, not really, let's be real, in the Democratic primary and by Republicans for other past Reddit posts under P Hustle username, which have disparaged a wide range of groups and included various offensive comments. He's also faced scrutiny for his criticism of Israel and a tattoo on his chest of an apparent Nazi symbol. Bro, that's BlackRock, woke scenario. Dude. Can we admit he contains multitudes? Is that possible? Can we admit that? Because, like, I mean, this is the type of shit that even fucking some of his greatest critics would probably look at and go, okay, might have to hand it to the boy, okay? Yeah, Booker, Israel lost Booker. Well, they didn't lose Booker. This is, again, much more manageable bill. Can you ask the blue sky liberals currently in here to explain why a guy praising Hamas 8+ years ago will actually be Fetterman? No, in my community, it's not blue sky liberals that get mad. It's the other side. Neither are obviously consequential in the main election and just not really consequential at all in any election. But you got this weird, unholy allegiance between blue sky liberal rad libs, and some people who are just like straight up Israel first, and the most anti-Israel people you've ever encountered, right? Like Maoist third worldists, people who are, people who call me a Nazi piece of shit for ever entertaining anyone that has ever, held up arms and sold their soul to the Department of Defense in any capacity. Those guys, this is the type of shit that those guys read and they go, okay, never mind. For the people, the troop, oh my God, what the fuck? Is it messed up again? Is it busted again? God damn it. Oh my God. Hold on to your butts. M is real high. I disavow Grant Plattner. This is why we're Pill's Mafia, baby. Pill mill. Oh God, it's not working. Hasan, you're on Fox right now? Well, shit. God damn it. Grant Plattner on stream when? I mean, maybe. Ever since he went on that Israeli government website, buddy, it has nothing to do with this. Happened before as well. Fuck, dude. What the fuck? Let's see what the fuck is saying, though. This one's not working. Your laptop is hot? No, it's not my laptop. Laura Ingram's talking about me? Yo! Someone send me a different Fox News Live link. This one's not working. I don't know why. They're calling me the Democrat darling.
Homes. He said, quote, kill them, kill those MFers and murder those MFers in the streets. Let the streets soak in their bleeping red capitalist blood, dude.
In a video game.
So much traction among younger voters that he's plotting to take over the whole party.
I think we do have a real opportunity to make some significant changes and build a real left caucus in the party and hopefully maybe even bully some other Democrats into coming on board with positions that they previously would never have the moral courage to openly fight for.
And another reminder that having a social media following doesn't mean having a brain. But it's not just the Gen Xers who are moving hard left. One of the Democrat Party's most prominent donors, billionaire Tom Steyer, is now the frontrunner for governor of California, and he's a total fanatic.
I'm very straightforward about this. ICE should be abolished. You really can't reform an organization which is absolutely wrong and criminal from top to bottom.
Yeah, he's even more open borders than Gavin Newsom, if that's possible. Joining us now, Mark Wayne Mullen joins us for the first interview since leaving the Senate.
Oh, no, that's the Department of Homeland Security Secretary.
Mr. Secretary.
Oh, my God, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary is going to talk about me. Uh-oh.
I love it. It feels a little comfortable. I mean, even though it's an insane asylum joke there.
Former insane asylum, that's where it is.
Yeah, but
and you're insane to take the job, some people
I love it, though. I tell you, I haven't quit smiling. But what's crazy is, like, in the evening when I walk out, there's wild turkeys there. I mean, you're this close to D.C. and you see wildlife. There's deer. There's 175-acre
Why are they talking over one another?
It's a little bit somewhat relaxing, but we got such an important job. We can be isolated and just focus on protecting the homeland. So there's a little bit of excitement every time I pull in. Yes.
So Tom Steyer, it looks like he could very well be the next governor of California. I never thought anyone could get to the left of Gavin Newsom, but he's serious about prosecuting ICE. He's serious, he said, about returning those who have been deported to California. Your reaction to this, because that I understand, would be a federal criminal violation to impede ICE.
Well, he doesn't have the authority to do it, and he's talking out of the left side of his mouth, which he is to the left of us, but he doesn't understand ICE's role. He says they're criminal from top to bottom. ICE is enforcing the laws that Congress passed. That means that the Democrats that represent California in the federal government, if they wanted to change ICE's authority, they could do it. ICE simply enforces the nation's immigration policies and deports individuals.
Do people asking, is Tom Steyer good? I don't know. Look at the way they're talking about him.
To begin with, we're not doing anything outside the law. We're working well within the law, and they're doing the job every single day and protecting even people like himself that want to decriminalize criminals. Doesn't make any sense to me.
I want you to get your thoughts on this horrific story. I know you're aware of it out of Georgia. This individual, Alokutian Adon Abel, was arrested after he allegedly went on a random murder spree.
Right.
2 women were killed, a homeless man shot. Now we're learning that the guy's a UK national, that the Biden...
Okay, so good news is I don't think that she's going to demand that Mark Wayne Mullen, prosecute me somehow. Bad news is Mark Wayne Mullen is the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, and I had forgotten about that until this very moment, and he is such a shithead, personally. So you will be in the news for another month because of Steyer, but I don't understand. Like, what are they saying? That I'm like a dangerous radical that wants to kill Tom Steyer or something? Like, what's the argument there? Or that Tom Steyer is a class traitor who wants to soak the streets with the blood of capitalists or something? Boy, you were playing at my gym. Dude, I've been on a lot of gym TVs these past couple of weeks. New record reached 40 senators. Old was 27. Before it was 19. Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Gillibrand, and Rosen and Schumer voted with the Republicans. But record high 40 senators to vote to block $300 million of bulldozers to Israel.
How much does it cost to deport an illegal alien?
$18,225 on average to go through the prosecution to...
It's still gross. It's still gross to think about. Also, what the fuck is up with New York senators, bro? Chuck Schumer and Gillibrand both. That's crazy. God. They have no idea that they're unleashing upon themselves by base boosting you every day. Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, I don't know what the goal is here, because like if I never associate with another American politician going forward because they're so scared, that doesn't change what I do even this much, which is also not even going to work regardless. But like, even if it, like, so even their like maximum pressure campaign, if it succeeded, would still not impede on what I am choosing to do. Ironically enough, every time they talk about me, as mainstream media, it ends up boosting my profile. Yeah, 9/11 and Hamas loving Hasan plotting party takeover was the banner. It's so funny. It's so funny when your name is Hasan, especially when it's like everything that I say, it's like pretty basic stuff. I'm saying that like there are a lot of people that want changes in the Democratic Party, which implies not like to do 9/11. I'm talking about Medicare for all, obviously, and also re-examining our relationship with the state of Israel. But like they literally make it seem like I'm sitting there nefariously sitting alongside Ilhan Omar, and we're plotting to make the Democrats a party that does 9/11s on U.S. soil all the time or some shit. You know what I mean? It doesn't change you, but it does change the Dems potentially in a more likely to win way. Why didn't at least 10 Tucker Carlson Republicans break ranks? Because they don't exist. Dude, what is wrong with you? Bill Jensen, a fake Christian lolcow, was called out and he did not change. I don't know who this is. I don't know why you keep spamming this random guy. I came across an IG post aligning you to Putin. Yeah, Putler. Yeah, it's a multifaceted, multi-pronged approach, you know? Considering that I've given a take over the course of 21,000 hours on every single issue, and considering that my worldview is either shocking or alarming to the average American, because, you know, anti-imperialism is anti-American exceptionalism, and it makes a lot of Americans feel bad when they are called to question that maybe it's not good that we're the world police. There are a million different ways of attacking me. Instead of, my question always is like, why can't, here's why I like the Yale debate. last night. I'm going to tie that back to Yale, right? The reason why I liked, oh my God, here we go. The thing is busted again. The reason why I liked the Yale debate last night is because instead of people just going, you're an America-hating monster, right? A barbaric terrorist or something, people were at least like explaining what their worldview looked like and why what I was saying was wrong. Okay? Which I appreciate. At least it was a real conversation. In most circumstances, I can't even do that in real conversation. I can't even have that real conversation because most people's immediate reflection, most people's immediate response is, oh my God, you hate America. You hate America. You love America's enemies. You hate America. How can I have a conversation with someone like that? You're stupid, man. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm an American. If I hated America, I wouldn't live here. It's always, oh, you criticize Israel, you're an anti-Semite. Oh, you criticize American foreign entanglements, American military interventions, American imperialism, you hate America. You're an America-hating bigot. It's just so stupid. There's no worldview beyond that where it's like, oh, if you are at odds with American foreign policy, that must mean you want America to die. You want Americans to die. Anyway, let's get to Ilhan Omar now.
To leave the refugee camp in Kenya. Also, you learned how to scrap. Is that where you learned how to scrap?
No, I mean, I've got 6 older siblings. We've got 3 brothers, so.
And you've never lost one fight? You could beat up anyone in Congress?
I don't want my brothers being upset about this, but
you
yeah,
beat they butts? What? You beat your brothers' butts? To a little girl?
We'll leave that to the imagination.
You were little though.
I was. But
did you do it in front of girls their age?
No.
Thank God.
No.
They would have never lived that down.
Yeah, but I rarely fought girls. I mostly fought boys.
She's such a gangster.
I'm sorry.
So
Stay away from her, Adam. Duh. Stay away from her.
Los Angeles, California at the Regent Theater. We sold out the first show. They've added a second. Enough of that. My guest this week is Ilhan Omar, representative from Minnesota in the House of Representatives. Since her election to the 2019, Omar has become one of the most well-known, oftentimes maligned politicians in America today. I really enjoyed getting to know her backstory. I knew some of it, but it's really unlike any other member of Congress. At 8 years old, civil war broke out in Somalia, and she escaped to Kenya, to a refugee camp. And at 12, she moved to Virginia with her family before eventually settling in Minneapolis. Since her election to Congress...
Keep this jester away from Her Majesty is right.
Been subject to constant harassment and even threats. There have been Republican candidates for office who have called for her execution. Multiple people have been imprisoned for plotting her. President Trump has targeted her repeatedly throughout her entire time in Congress. He's advocated for her expulsion from the country, among just other derogatory whatever. Funnily enough, we had this scheduled twice before on the calendar, and those 2 times were the days that New York City had blizzards this year.
It's Islamophobic.
It's the Jewish God is mad at me. Hashem is mad at me. The first 2 times, she had extensive security detail that was provided by Congress. She was the only member of Congress that had it, and they needed access to do full security sweeps of the studio. And on Friday, when I asked her team if they needed access this weekend, they said that Speaker Johnson has revoked that security. I had a bunch of questions prepared for the Congresswoman about what it's like for a person to endure all that. But what I could tell immediately is that she's genuinely just unafraid and unfazed, or at least she seems like she is. I don't think many people could do that. I think it takes a really special person to do that. So here's my interview. We do a funny bit up top, if you're still watching. She said it was better than Hasan, just for the record.
That's
Ladies and gentlemen, Congresswoman
Bro,
from
that's
Minnesota,
crazy. That's crazy. Why would you lie like that? Why would you lie like that? This is up, bro. This is up. Okay? This is the worst. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. My number one op, I swear to God. Unbelievable. She never said that. She told me. She said, yuck, I'm going on the Adam Friedland show later. Yuck. That's what she said. Don't say Mog, chat. Shut up.
Ilhan Omar. This is our third attempt at this.
It is.
It is.
How are you?
Do you think
Stay
that
away
this
from
is
her.
Cursed? Do you think we're cursed?
Stop.
No,
Stop trying to say we. Oh, we're cursed. Haha. I stop.
With weather issues.
No, we've had two
You're
blizzards.
from Minnesota, so it's just.
In New York City, we've had two blizzards, and those were both on the day that you were supposed to come.
Yeah, well, welcome to our situation in Minnesota.
Yeah. Do you like it there? It seems plenty cold, no?
Yeah, but as Prince said, it keeps the bad people away.
One thing that kind of is a little bit upsetting to me is that enemy of the show, Mr. Hasan Peker, got you. He snuck in there, and he gave you a tea that everyone, it's become a meme. Hasan got some store-bought bottled tea that was warm.
He doesn't understand the significance. He doesn't. This is why he won't get it. The bond that we have.
And everyone's like, wow, he's such a great guy. So
it's one of my favorites, though.
Ah, yeah. You, Adam. You. Yeah. Yeah.
Fine, but what I've done one better.
Okay.
I've gotten
It's a big challenge.
I've gotten authentic Somali tea. We're gonna do a cooking segment, late night talk show style. Can we get the boys out here? And we're gonna do a segment called Somali tea.
Okay.
We're
actually gonna make Somali tea.
We're gonna make Somali tea. You're gonna
Okay.
teach me how, but I'm also gonna spill some Somali tea.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
I don't know if you've.
I don't know if Trump will approve of this, but.
What do you mean? Well, I heard Donald Trump's been getting fat. That's like that kind of thing. We're spilling tea. Hurry up, guys. She's not sure about the show yet. We got to really win her over with this Somali tea.
Did you hear from Trump?
No, we're not.
She's not into it. She's not into it. Oh, this is 100% HasanAbi W, HasanAbi victory. You got mogged, I fear. What are you talking about? Come on.
Yeah, you can't believe. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just saying your tea can't come.
No, listen, sis. We're spilling the tea, and it's going to be piping hot.
These things need to be grind. Would you have a?
No, no. Here are the leaves.
Okay,
These are special.
but the cardamom needs to be broken. And
oh my God! I look like an idiot, guys. What do I turn this on? Extra hot? Do we have water?
We need water.
Oh, behind me.
His voice is breaking.
So yeah, from a very.
Can we have water?
This looks, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, this is just. I feel like a Jimmy Fallon, huh? A little piping hot tea. Because I was on SomaliSpot.com.
Okay.
And I heard that the truth about that Ashraf guy on TikTok is that he's rich because he and his brother worked for / own an NGO in Somalia.
Oh.
But you didn't hear that from me.
Okay.
You get it? It's like tea.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, God. Oh, this is unbelievable. Don't laugh. Adam gets really nervous around POC and woman. Yeah. Walk. Woman of color.
I don't know. A little birdie.
I'm struggling trying to keep some of these things open. It's fine. We're good to go.
You hate to see your boy fumble? No, I love to see my boy fumble.
So what?
This is why Adam's a comedian and you aren't. He's hilarious. He's trying here. Okay, don't let this fool you. Oh, this is a comedy bit. He's actually sincerely trying.
Clove.
Yeah.
Looks like you put
cinnamon, cardamom. It needs to be broken up, but okay.
Okay, just anyone.
I'm hate watching.
A little birdie told me that the president of Somaliland, Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdullah, has announced a sweeping cabinet reshuffle involving new appointments, dismissals, and transfers across key ministries. But you didn't hear that from me, sis.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
We were putting you to work. You're the guest. This is going to be delicious, I'm sure. I don't know if you heard this, but Ethiopia and Eritrea have been saying that they have more beautiful lighthouses than us.
Well, we have the longest coast in Somalia, so I don't know.
Yeah, and I heard Eritrea said she had breathing issues, but really, it was a nose job. Oh my God, we're being so bad right now. So that's our bit, Somali tea. We're gonna. This is by far the stupidest thing we've ever done on the show. Can someone take the hot plate and then pour us the tea?
Yeah. If
no.
you lift that, I can lift this.
No, we don't.
Oh,
Okay. Okay. Ow! No, this is terrible. This is very dangerous.
There, you can leave that there. I'll move the whole table. You grab that. There we go.
Wow.
I'll leave this there.
Guys, our first cooking segment has been an absolute winner. Listen, don't put in a solo cup.
I'm going to be seeing Adam later tonight, and let me tell you, okay, I'm taking notes.
It's going to melt it.
That's what Caleb told me.
No, we have these.
Yeah.
I'll just say, do we have mugs? It's very.
I've really enjoyed learning about you for this episode.
Okay.
And I think that you're obviously, do you feel like you're one of the most well-known members of Congress? I mean,
sure.
Would it be fair to say that you're used as a political cudgel? And
I might be a little bit of a boogeyman for the mad guy, yeah.
Yeah. And it started pretty much immediately, if I remember correctly.
Yes, right after I won my primary race for the state house, so nobody should have actually known who I was. But
well, how did Maroon 5 find out who you were? I don't know if any of you know this, but in the Girls Like You video, you are along with Ellen DeGeneres, Gal Gadot,
J-Lo,
if I could be
Cardi
a fly
B.
on that. Cardi B?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess when did you come to national prominence or something? Like that was obviously before you were in Congress.
What the?
I won my state house race.
Okay, I don't care about this Bill Jensen guy, bro.
They said I was the first Somali legislator to be elected in the United States.
Really?
And I think people didn't distinguish the fact that I was a state legislator and not a member of Congress.
Really?
And so everybody was congratulating me. I was getting phone calls from world leaders
I'm becoming
around
the president
the world.
of the United States. Yeah.
And people were going to the Capitol trying to find my office. And
So
then,
everyone is very stupid.
well,
Was it just a very generous headline? Did they not?
yeah, I think that people don't, most people don't know that state legislators and, because you're called a representative when you're a state legislator.
Right.
And when you're in the House, you're also called a representative. So people, I think, just kind of confuse the two.
And you beat a lady who wanted to lower the voting age to 12? Is that correct?
Well, she was there for 44 years, so.
Yeah. But she said that 13-year-olds should vote?
She had some interesting ideas.
I think that's cool. I think kids rule. I think the maximum voting age should be 18.
I have a pretty smart 13-year-old, and I'm not sure she's ready to vote yet.
I think she is. I think the kids rock and teachers suck and there's too much homework. 13, that was my
They
bar mitzvah.
don't give as much homework as they used to when I was in high school now.
Oh, boo-hoo.
I know.
That rocks.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
oh no, it's sad. For a parent, I'm like, I want the same torture I went through for my kids to go through.
Did you have them at home for COVID?
I did have them home for COVID, four kids.
You were in the government and you had 4 kids at the crib?
Yeah, it was wild.
Were you losing your mind?
It was actually more entertaining because I remember one time I was cooking lunch and my youngest daughter, who was in elementary at the time, I think she was in 3rd grade, was doing PE through the computer. And
PE.
Yeah, and so I just she was on her laptop at the dining room table, and I turned around and she was doing jumping jacks. And it was a very weird thing to see her do, and then to hear everyone else doing it through the noise that was coming from the computer.
That must stink though, that you can't see your friends.
That was painful. Yeah.
Do you
but
think
it was a good bonding time for, I think, the 4 of them.
Do you think we afford kids enough sympathy for that? I think we only talk about their gender surgeries, but I don't think we talk about the fact that they went through a tough time growing up. No.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like social interaction that was missed for a lot of the kids that went through COVID.
They're weird, no? They're
A little
probably
bit.
weird. You lost your mom young.
I did.
So you were 2?
2-ish, yeah.
So I guess like how did you had to teach yourself how to be a mother?
I did, yeah. I mean, and I think, you know, I was actually just talking to my youngest daughter about this. I was raised by my dad.
Does it hurt to watch Ilhan laugh at another content creator's jokes? My number one op, Adam. Yes, it does.
Grandpa, and they were both strict, but they liked to talk to us as if we were adults. And so we, you know, were free to have opinions and debate with them, and it wasn't like they didn't consider it disrespectful.
Yeah.
And you know, we had a lot of like autonomy as kids, and so that's kind of how I raise my kids. It's like they know what not to do, but they're also like very independent and.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. Great timing. What's the l'chaim in Somalia? What's the cheers?
Oh, we don't do cheers, but.
Oh, because it's haram.
Yeah.
Well,
It
l'chaim.
didn't make it into our vocabulary.
L'chaim, yeah. I burned my tongue. So
Maybe salute.
Salute.
Yes, we were colonized by the Italians, so there's a lot of Italian influence.
Yeah, one thing, when you were talking about your father, that kind of, I mean, my parents moved to America as well, and I like had to kind of communicate American culture. I know you moved here as a
Jeff
child.
Goldblum,
but like
that's actually, he would not take offense to that. He would actually probably like that quite a bit.
Beyond being a single dad, he also was raising his kids in this alien culture.
Yeah.
And there's like a really cute part of your book where you talk about like where you want to wear like cute clothes in high school.
Yeah.
And he was like fine with that, but he's like, but no kissing.
Yeah.
If you kiss, I'm out. I'm out on that. You know?
Yeah, he was out on a lot of things.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I remember in 6th grade, my parents got me regular underpants,
Mhm.
and then 6th grade you have to start changing for gym class.
Yeah.
And so I asked my parents if I can get boxers, and my dad was like, why would a boy care about his underpants? I was like, I don't know. People are calling me gay. I'm not gay. But.
Yeah.
And he's like, do you have body dysmorphia? I'm like, what does that mean? And so I had boxers for pajamas, and I used to just.
They do go from 0 to 100.
Immigrant parents,
Yeah.
nothing makes sense to them. Yeah. It's really.
I do still have a little bit of that, even though like I've been here for over 30 years. I still do have like the little.
Chad said 2 African American immigrants. It's true, literally. Technically not wrong.
Bit of the immigrant parent. My kids are like, okay, relax. Like, we were joking.
But you had to learn American.
Yes.
We're hopping around a lot because I want to get into your story before that. But what were the things that you could kind of educate? Was it the show Baywatch?
I mean, I could watch anything because
love TV.
my dad didn't have any context to like what was on TV, what was appropriate or not appropriate, and he also had to work a lot, so he wasn't really home.
Yeah.
And so I watched like Family Matters and
Urkel.
Baywatch, yeah.
You were raised on Urkel taught you.
I was raised on everything that would come on TV after I got off school. So just the TV was just on all the time.
Well,
and like, but I didn't speak English. And I was struggling.
Is this your favorite member of
because the only
Congress?
word-
I can't choose between her and Rashida. I love them both equally. I actually love a lot of Congress people. Summer Lee too, also incredible. I mean, these are the goats.
It's when I came at the age of 12 that I knew.
Did I do that?
No.
Steve Urkel.
No, I would learn that.
I know
but
your first words.
It was hello and shut up.
Hello, shut up.
And that's not fun when that's the only words you know in 6th grade. So
That's so cute.
yeah, maybe.
But your teacher wrote something in your yearbook that I thought was adorable. I don't want to misquote it, but it said like, Ilhan, like age 11, hello, shut up, age 12. Hello, my name is Ilhan, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
It's like, it makes me want to cry. It's so cute.
It went Mr. Miller. It was that was very cute.
So when did you first feel American, you know?
I don't know if there's a moment. I believe when I could communicate and like navigate life and feel like just like one of the other kids. Maybe it's maybe when I felt like I was American, and then maybe that was like 13, 14.
That's fast.
Yes.
Because you came here at 11, no?
12.
12. So in 2 years, you learned English and
I was pretty fluent
And you
within
learned-
like 3 to 6 months.
you learned Baywatch. You learned.
I would watch the TV with the captions on,
God, I
and
love
then
TV.
my sister and I would just have the dialogue that they were having on TV.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like it helped, I guess, not to develop a strong accent as well. But yeah, like I think much of my English before I got into my formal education was like context based.
Yeah. All my non-American like family learned it from friends.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, Adam, you're such a chandelier. You're so sarcastic. And I'm like, yeah, it's true, I am. I'm definitely not a Ross. I wish I was a Joey a little bit sometimes.
Nobody wants to be a Ross.
Ross? Ugh, what a schmuck.
Yeah, no. I also don't know if I could handle a Joey.
Joey? Why, he's so stupid.
Yeah.
Joey's like, you feel like,
Yeah.
you
Is this
could
how you
toss
learn
him
English?
away.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be
Yeah, it was fun.
too painful to hang out.
I literally learned English watching American television. That's why I don't have an accent.
It was fun while it
bit,
lasted,
yeah.
Joey, but you're no thinker.
Yeah.
I need someone
I
more
think we
intellectual.
could talk for an hour, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm a conversationalist, so I'd like people who could hold.
And Joey would be like, I thought you were a sommelier. Yeah. You're like Somalian. What's wrong with you, Joey? How do you even have a license to drive? You shouldn't be allowed to vote. You're spoken about so much, but I don't think people understand how much of a journey your life has been. And potentially how it's made you the person you are today.
Glaze.
Which is a person that's like, fuck you, I'm not going anywhere. You know?
Yeah.
We're born in Mogadishu. How old were you when the Civil War broke out?
8.
8. What were your memories of Somalia before that?
Well, this is the thing that people usually get upset about because they're like, oh, she just glorifies her childhood. And like, my childhood was pretty normal. It was...
Like not being in a war, that sounds pretty nice. The parts where that weren't in a war.
Wasn't, part of my life. I grew up in a very loud, loving home. My mother, it's fascinating story culturally. In Somalia, the tradition is that if you get married, you have 2 options. Either you have your own home with, your wife and your kids, or if you don't have enough resources, the husband moves his wife in with his family. And
the in-laws.
Yes.
It's got to be annoying.
Well,
or beautiful.
It depends on who the in-laws are. And my mother was the firstborn of her family. And she wanted to help her dad economically. She wanted to help make sure her siblings were raised well. And
she was an ethnic minority too?
She's of Yemeni heritage, and so she was very adamant that any suitor had to agree to move in with her family, which was a cultural no-no. And so my dad, when supposedly there was this coffee shop that he would frequent after work, and she would come by that coffee shop to go home. And he said it was love at first sight. He wanted to know who this woman was, and started to show. He figured out where she worked and started to show up at her job, and kept asking to talk to her, and she wasn't interested. But eventually said yes, and
he wore her down.
He wore her down, and then she made her demand that if they were to get married, he had to move in, and that was, I suppose, a hard choice for my father. But he was in love. With her mother and father and her siblings, I know. And he said yes, and I think, as it would be, it was probably one of the best choices he made. And so he moved in, and we were born in my grandfather's house. My grandmother died before I was born, so my mom had younger siblings that she had to help take care of as she was having kids. And so I grew up with my aunts and uncles along with my siblings, and so it was a full house.
And you were the youngest too.
I'm the youngest of 7, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Being a member of Congress and understanding what it's like to be a child in a war-torn environment, what was that like as an 8-year-old? I mean, what are your memories of that?
It's distorting because, like I said, I had a pretty normal childhood. My family was like middle class, upper middle class for Somalia standard in the 80s.
Yeah.
I lived with my mother before she passed, who had full-time employment, my father and my grandfather, my aunts and uncles who were all teachers. And so there's multiple salaries coming into our one household. And so we were pretty comfortable. And then, we went from one day just being a normal kid, going to school and playing, and the next day, kids around your age are walking around with rifles, and there's bombs dropping.
38-year-olds?
Well, like
39-year-olds, shit.
8-year-olds, 8, 9-year-olds.
I know, I seem like an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
I look 8, but I'm 39.
Okay.
That's
when you have a
what
vote,
are you?
I mean, I know
what
that
are you doing?
You're in a new kind of military operation, whatever the
Yeah.
fuck that is. Do memories of like hearing gunfire, do they inform your kind of morality or your understanding of like what it means, what war is? Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I do think of war through the lens of someone who survived one.
Yeah.
And I understand that the lasting impacts of war.
Yeah.
It's the displacement. It's the trauma that you can't get rid of. I mean, I still have PTSD. There's certain environments that...
Did we hear these stories in your interview? No, we were talking about tactics. We were talking about the future of the party. We were talking about what we can do for America. Okay? Also, I know for a fact that if I try to conduct an interview like this, 98% of the chat would be like, why are you talking so much? Stop trying to be funny. Stop trying to be funny. Like, that's what you guys would do. Good thing he doesn't have a fucking annoying ass chat in his ear yelling at him. Anytime I want to make a point when I have someone that I'm interviewing that goes beyond 60 seconds, everyone goes, this is no longer a question. Fucking kill yourself. Why don't you just kill yourself and die so that your guest can be the only person on camera who speaks? And then you guys fucking are like, oh, why don't you do these kinds of things? Because you, chat, because of you. Okay?
That trigger it. And I think for a lot of people, especially a lot of people in the United States, unless you've been a service member and been in combat zone, like people can't fully comprehend. So they're just like, oh, there's war, and things get back to normal and everybody's fine, and nobody accounts for the destruction that happens. Nobody accounts for the misyears of education that instability brings, the loss of jobs, the loss of infrastructure, the loss of your memories, the connection to family, to your history. I get a lot of people who are like, yeah, you should be grateful that, you have this beautiful life. I am grateful enormously that I have this beautiful life.
More so.
But it comes with a cost, and I think that a lot of people, because we are in America, a lot of people just see people who come here seeking a new life, and just are like, why aren't you just really excited? And it's like, yeah, they are excited, but they also have the human capacity to miss what was lost.
Yeah.
My great-grandmother, who also lived with us and helped raise us, I didn't see her for many years after the war. She passed away without me saying goodbye to her. And I would have loved to have been by her side when she passed away, as I was with my grandfather and father.
I think there's this notion of what a refugee is. In learning about you and researching for this, I kind of, obviously there's a xenophobic thing happening, which is like for the first time I'm 38 or 39. Fuck, I'm 39. It sounds so bad. I'm 40, and
I'm turning 44 this year, so I don't know why you hanged up on the 39.
We're the same age.
I'm
And you're
older,
in
5.
Congress.
It sounds like.
We're the same age, and you're in Congress.
You would have been in 8th grade when I
I'm
was
such a
graduating high
disappointment.
school, so you're okay.
Yeah, you would have bullied me probably.
No, I was very much opposed to bullying.
We would have been best friends, obviously.
Yeah,
It would've been
I would
like-
have fought your bullies for you.
No, I didn't have any because I
Okay.
was so funny.
That's
and
great.
all the bullies were laughing so much at my funny jokes. No, but
I thought that's how people become funny, is because they get bullied.
100%. 100%. Wow.
We're having a therapy session? Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna get on the couch. Well, no, I think it seems like this is the most xenophobic I've ever seen of the country. But also, there's a notion
Even more so, yeah, than his first term.
Oh, I mean, it's not him. It's just, it's people, you know. But on the other side, I think there's a notion of refugee. Like, there's those like posters like refugees are welcome here, almost as if like, you know, that like you're lesser than kind of, even in the liberal sense, like, oh, please come, like, you know, like come sit down.
It's well-meaning though.
It's well-meaning for sure. But it's like
Could be patronizing.
being a refugee has equipped
Were you a bully in school? Fuck
as
no.
an adult, and is
Absolutely
I mean,
not.
my resilience is because I was a refugee.
And you know, like you were supposed to come twice. Your security detail was supposed to do an extensive sweep. You had a like Secret Service level security because there are multiple people that are incarcerated for plotting assassinations. Obviously, we saw at the town hall recently that, yeah, but you fucking charged. You were like,
I did. I thought
you're like, what, bitch?
Yeah.
You charged him.
Yeah, I mean, I did the only thing I knew how to do.
What dawned on me was like, yeah, because like she walked to Kenya as an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old, you know, like.
Close enough. I didn't walk all the way to Kenya, but yes.
Well, you don't say walk to them. Make it sound worse. You got a piggyback ride? You went to, come on, just let me do the Jewish thing. She walked to Kenya. And then seeing Republican candidates for office calling for your execution and seeing the president fixated on you, I think it's fair to say. Is that where your bravery comes from?
It's a very good interview.
Or am I off
He's
base?
doing a great job.
What I mean, and I think in the refugee story, I think, or any sort of displacement story through traumatic events, is you know, that old adage of, you know, what doesn't break you makes you stronger. You know, there are people who do end up being broken, right? But I think it did the opposite for me. I think it gave me a sense of, like, I survived all of these things that could have destroyed me, could have killed me. And so what is the point of having fear? So I kind of really don't have the normal sense of fear. I mean, I have irrational fear of certain things, but I don't have...
Snakes?
I'm a little, like, claustrophobic.
Me too.
Yeah. And I think that, like, because we had to hide under beds, you know, when the bombs would drop.
Good thing I still have Kaya, though. I Kaya mogged him.
And, you know, or like try to hold on to the side of a wall just to make sure if it collapsed that you could crawl out. But I think those tight corners, being put in those tight corners, I think maybe helped me develop just a little bit of claustrophobia.
I feel bad for saying me too, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, there's
mine is
different
from,
things
like, a
that
little
happen,
bit, like,
right?
I don't know. It's...
Yeah. But I think, you know, when you are, you know, 8 and you are crossing multiple checkpoints and people have guns pointed at you, like you just develop a sense of like, I got through that. What else could happen?
It reminds me a lot of when my dad wouldn't get me boxer shorts when I was in 6th grade. We've both been.
How so?
We have different stories, and I've been through a lot.
Yeah, so it's very traumatic.
I didn't hit puberty until basically after 10th grade. So we've both been through a lot,
Isn't that not the normal age?
I know your grievance politics. No, it's not the normal age. In 6th grade, some of them are like with beards. And we're like, how are we the same grade? 2 kids had sex in 6th grade, and I went home and cried. I don't know why I'm telling a sitting member of Congress this, but I cried, and I remember both their full names still to this day. I cried. I said, I thought we were just kids. Sex?
You saw them? Did they tell you about it?
I just heard it.
What's the context of this?
The summer after 6th grade, you could beep both their names. Just had sex.
Oh, God. They're going to sue you.
I thought we were going to
They're going to sue you for sharing this.
So tell us about Kenya. Did you chill with Malik Obama ever? No. Did you ever link up with Malik Obama?
That's so fucking stupid. Okay, that was bars.
Who he is? His brother?
Yeah.
He's like MAGA.
Yeah, no.
He's a hater.
Yeah.
He's hating from Kenya. He's just tweeting and hating.
I don't think we were even in the same region of Kenya, but...
No. So your mentor in Kenya was Malik Obama. Is he related to Barack Obama, or is that like a common last name? Is it like Kim in Korea? I don't know. Your family got the visa to move to the States and to leave the refugee camp in Kenya. Also, you learned how to scrap. Is that where you learned how to scrap?
No, I mean, I've got 6 older siblings. I've got 3 brothers, so...
And you've never lost one fight? You could beat up anyone in Congress?
I don't want my brother about this, but...
You beat they butts? I don't know why I said it that way. You beat your brother's butts? To a little girl?
We'll leave that to the imagination.
You were little, though.
I was, but...
Did you do it in front of girls their age?
No.
Thank God.
No.
They would have never lived that down.
Yeah, but I rarely fought girls. I mostly fought boys.
She's such a gangster.
I'm sorry.
So,
well, girls are scratched, and I didn't want I didn't want my face scratched.
You're a boxing MMA fan.
I am a boxing MMA fan.
Do you like my favorite boxer, Naoya Inoue? Do you like him?
He's all right.
The monster? You think he's all right? The amount of power
I don't,
at that size.
Okay, all right.
Honestly, he's your size.
I am a fan of the sport. I don't really have...
You like Bud?
I don't... Who's Bud?
Crawford.
Yes.
He's the man.
Yes, he's amazing.
Awesome.
We watched his last fight.
Against Canelo?
We just watched Wilder, too.
Oh, yeah. This talk show is designed to help you stand out and succeed. You're spending change lately, or am I on track to hit my play? Because it was on
where
Why America's $5 lineup. Prize bags. You asked your dad why America, why you chose America.
My grandpa.
Your grandfather.
Yeah. He said America was the only country in the world where you will eventually become an American. And it's interesting because he was very right about that. I don't know too many places where an immigrant can absorb the identity of the new nation they arrive in.
It's true. Yeah. Hey, you say that too? Yeah, it's because it's true. I mean, look at me. I'm a living, breathing example of this reality, and so is she. I mean, she's a refugee, she's an immigrant, and now a sitting congressperson. That's pretty remarkable, right? That is one of the most, I mean, it's an old Reagan quote as well, but that's one of the most beautiful aspects of the United States of America, ironically enough. And yes, Canada as well. Jesus fucking Christ, Canadians. Oh my God, America's hat. Can't even have like a moment of shine for America without Canadians being like, did you forget about us? Don't you know? Bro, every country's like that. I wouldn't say every country is like that. America is a nation of immigrants. Okay? It's a nation of immigrants. There are plenty of countries that are, open to immigrants and migration patterns in general. But the United States of America, and I guess to a certain degree Canada as well, is somewhat unique in that aspect. There's also, ironically enough, these last post-Trump era America is a little bit different, but like the American attitude towards first-generation immigrants, like given whichever migration pattern exists throughout American history, has always been one of resistance, but then they just become American. And in the process of becoming American, they also get annoying about the next wave of migrants coming in, right? That's also somewhat a part of the American process where you're like, fuck off. These new guys are really ruining the vibes, right? It's like the Irish coming in and the Anglo-Saxon Protestants being like, fuck off. Why do we want these Catholic monsters in the country? And then the Irish people become a part of the American identity. And then they're like, Italians are coming in or Greeks are coming in. They're like, fuck off. Why are these weirdos coming into the country? Why are these Polish coming into the country? They're ruining everything. And then they assimilate. That's also a part of the cycle of becoming American.
I guess because it's not an ethnicity, right?
Yeah.
Like German is an ethnicity and a nationality.
I know a lot of people use Japan as an example, which is crazy.
I mean, I guess that's the thing I always thought was awesome about America.
I mean, and the people here who would be, the inhabitants of what was to become America, were not calling themselves that. And so I think that creates the distinction where, like a country like Somalia, the people are Somali. So everyone else that's there, like they have their own ethnic backgrounds and stories, but there's a core group of people who are just Somali.
As a legislator that is, that's hijabi, black, and a woman, do you think that is kind of on the surface why so much negative attention is paid to you? I mean,
I would say less because I'm a woman and black, more because I'm an immigrant and visibly Muslim.
Yeah. One thing that's odd to me is like the Obama era, right? Like you seem like a person that it would be the State of the Union or something, and you point to the balcony and be like, Ilhan Omar was a refugee in Kenya, and she came to America, and she worked her way up and became a success. You know, it used to be something that we celebrate.
Yeah, but I think that is the backlash, is because it was celebrated, right? Because like the reason, earlier you asked, like, why does, how does everybody know you? How do you, come to national attention? Is because I was a first for a whole community that was barely recognized as being in the country. And, here I am, less than, a little over 20 years after arriving here as a kid, as a member of Congress.
You're the first African refugee?
I am the first African born.
You're the first Somalian?
Yeah.
You're the first Muslim woman?
Yeah, to wear a hijab. We came in together,
Rashida, but was it alphabetical?
Yeah, but I'm also the first Muslim not born in the U.S. to ever serve in Congress.
Oh, so Rashida doesn't have that on you?
No, she's born here.
Yeah, she's born here.
Yeah.
That's kind of soft of Rashida.
Yeah. I mean, and Keith Ellison was born here, Andre Carson was born here, and Latifah Simon was born here. So there's 4 of us that are in Congress.
Yeah.
But everybody seems to only remember I'm the Muslim one that exists there because I'm visibly Muslim, and I'm also an immigrant.
Do you think they're also haters because, I don't know, everyone's uglier?
No.
People
are beautiful in their own ways.
You think Lindsey Graham is beautiful in his own way?
I'm sure somebody thinks Lindsey Graham is.
You work at an ugly office. Okay, let's be real. Have you seen some of these people? Why do we let them in charge of us? You can admit
it is not a beauty contest.
Ilhan, okay, listen, I'm not... Look at them. Some of you think Mitch McConnell got there because of pretty privilege? You think? Well,
you think I got there because of pretty privilege?
No, it overcame a lot.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't know where we were going with this.
I'm just saying, you got to work at an ugly place.
One of my opponents, when I first ran for office,
was busted.
Said that I was gaining traction because I was attractive.
And you were like, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah. No, I appreciated the compliment, but I'm pretty sure it was more than that.
When you got into the House, I think probably our audience's understanding of Nancy Pelosi is kind of probably negative. I don't know. People are very hate Congress in general. Can you tell us a little bit about what she told you about being a woman in government? Why are you laughing? I meant to say that. Why is she laughing at me?
I don't know if she...
Did I say woman?
Are you an imposter? Yes. I think that's not a bad question.
How did I say it? Sorry. I've just never met someone in a Maroon 5 music video with Ellen and Gal Gadot and Millie Bobby Brown. Young Millie.
No, I mean, Pelosi is a fascinating person because, she's...
It's interesting because Nancy Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi basically was the last competent leader in the Democratic Party. Obviously, I consider her to be an ideological opponent, and her competence in many instances, paired with her neoliberal ideology, became a force to reckon with. However, and I've talked about this for years. If you remember back in the day, I would talk about this all the time. She was a very diligent, very good fundraiser, but also a very reliable whip. Now, of course, that sucks for the left flank because she would reliably whip votes against, leftmost positions. Now, you just said she's a rabid Zionist supporter. This is true. This also makes the dynamic between her and Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib even more fascinating because, on the one hand, there were moments where she literally hang her out to dry when everyone was attacking her, but also on the other hand, they didn't vote to kick her off the first of all, she was placed on the, Foreign Relations Committee, which is huge. That's like a decision that Nancy Pelosi partook in, okay, as a young congresswoman, okay, green, young congresswoman, and a Somali refugee who had negative opinions about Israel, very openly having negative opinions about Israel. Nancy Pelosi, being the smart tactician that she is, placed her on that committee, okay, in order to basically, get some loyalty in return, okay? This is the type of stuff that happens, I think, behind closed doors that are important to pay attention to. Our critics regularly... I like how you watch titty pictures while your audience thinks you're fighting for something. Are you an imposter? You told that you are, though, right? Are critics regularly permaban in here? Is that a good thing? What? What the fuck are you saying, bro? It's so funny. There's 30,000 people in here, and there's dumb fucks in the chat who think they're having a one-on-one conversation with me, and then they're like, haha, I bet you're going to ban me for being a critic. It's yeah, I am, because you're a fucking bot. Let us see the titty pics. Come on, chatters. Please stop being fucking stupid. Yeah. You guys galvanize every dumb fuck schizo in the chat that comes in here by leaning into the memes. You know what I mean? When every time some dumbass comes in here and is I bet you're actually currently plotting out the next real estate purchase you're going to be making, where you'll be kicking out a poor family into the dirt so that you can operate Section 8 housing as a landlord. And then chatters will be like, wait a minute, he actually cooked. I do think you're doing that.
An only daughter to a family of many boys.
Yeah.
So
also a political family.
Yeah, and she had her own, I think, strengthening growing up with lots of brothers in the same way that I did. She was very close.
I'm Coach Zay, defending
Hasan
you.
went to Yale, J.D. Vance went to an empty auditorium, and Erica Kirk went to sleep because she didn't feel like doing all that. The thunderous applause Hasan received at this university was a complete 180 to the thunderous silence that J.D. Vance got. Because the only people who care about J.D. Vance are his mother and possibly his side chick, Erica Kirk. Allegedly. Speaking of allegedly Hasan Piker is apparently a terrorist. A socialist terrorist at that. Because he thinks people should have free health care, free education, livable wages. And scariest of all, he doesn't support genocide. What kind of monster would say such things? I'll tell you what kind. About 80% of the American population, that's what kind. It's very clear to us now, y'all want us to care about people who make y'all look bad. People like Zohran Mamdani, who make it very obvious you guys have been weaponizing incompetence for far too long. Well, check this out. If Hasan's a terrorist, we all terrorists, especially y'all. You know, the ones who drop things on schools full of little girls. The ones who make threats to wipe out entire civilizations in a day. When I tell you that everything y'all say about dudes like Hasan and Zohran Mamdani are making them look better, I really mean it. No Dipset. Grown man, by the way. Don't believe me? Watch this. Erica, you can come back outside now.
Oh, honey, no. Actual real voters aren't fans of communism. Hell yeah.
With her father, like I did. So we had sort of, you know, some of those kind of things in common. A little toughness in us that was intentionally built by our brothers and father.
Reluctantly agrees that you're a net good.
Definitely a terrible idea for me to speak on this at all. And if I had a publicist, she/gay guy, he would definitely be on their knees right now begging me not to open my big mouth about this one particular issue for once in my life, just because that's how much of a fucking tinderbox it is, at least based on my assessment. But I do feel like I owe somebody, perhaps you, transparency, honesty, and consistency. And it would not be transparent, it would not be honest, and it would not be consistent of me not to make this point. We do not have the luxury of not platforming Hasan Piker, okay? We don't have the luxury of ignoring Hasan Piker. We certainly do not have the luxury of castigating or insulting or looking down our noses at Hasan Piker. As hilarious and accurate as it is to call him IRL Brian Griffin. Like, I think that shit's hilarious and apt. But I have gone on here before and said to all—
Bro, there's like, I swear to God, there's a TikTok style of commentary. You know how like there's Reddit speak, where people will say Reddit's down the street, buddy. This is the TikTok meta, and it's like it's even somehow less educated than the Reddit meta. Like at least the Reddit meta is they write like all these long effort posts about how I'm a danger to American empire. I'm a danger to America. I hate America. I'm an anti-NATO Atlanticist, and therefore this is an untenable position or whatever, right? But the TikTok one is even dumber than that, where they're like, he's a guy who talks condescendingly about politics, so he fucking reminds me of Brian Griffin. That, and also he wears expensive clothes, so he's a fake commie. It's like those are the two prevailing thoughts in TikTok political discourse. Obviously, there's a lot of people on TikTok that are very thoughtful, very good at what they do. But I'm just saying, like, all the prevailing narratives on TikTok politics is literally that. Those two things. What's the Twitter meta? Heiling Hitler. What do you mean? The Twitter meta is just Sig Heiling. Dude cannot take a joke even when the video is defending him. No, I'm just like seeing, oh my God. I just see it so frequently. It's like, all right, yes, I'm fucking Brian Griffin. You go on Reddit, I'm, Osama bin Laden, al-Baghdadi combined with Yahya Sinwar. You go on TikTok and it's always like, he's just Brian Griffin. Can I not make analysis about like overall platform, like the differences between like political expression and different social media platforms? Am I not allowed to do that? Can I do that without some dumb fuck chiming and being like, oh, you can't take a joke? Yes, I'm Brian Griffin, dude. I'm Brian Kill Me.
all the crotchety locals who are like, oh, the Democratic Party TikTok page is unserious. Newsflash, bitch, we live in an unserious country. And the Republicans are not too cute to be unserious on social media, and look where it got them, okay? And the same goes for cringe. And the Kamala Harris 6'7" TikTok account. Is it cringe? Yeah. Is it like coworker humor? Yeah. But newsflash, again, bitch, there are a lot of coworkers in America. Someone's streaming somber, okay?
Jesus. Where the fuck does the Brian Gifford thing come from? You have nothing in common with him. He's a lib. It's literally just guy who talks about politics and is annoying. That's it. And also hypocritical. This is what it is. It's hypocrisy is the number one marker of a person. Like hypocrisy baiting, hypocrisy fishing is the number one marker who doesn't understand ideology, who doesn't have any sort of like real political convictions, and simply wants to apply some kind of criticism. There are instances where people engage in like inherently hypocritical things, incredibly hypocritical actions, right? There are oxymoronic positions, the entire Groyper movement being comprised of like, brown people, even though Groypers are white supremacist neo-Nazis. But in most circumstances, it's just, criticism without synthesis is precisely what it is. And that's what I was trying to get to with like TikTok. It's always like, her. Other people said this guy's a hypocrite, so I assume he's a hypocrite. And that's the worst thing you can be. You can be a villain, but as long as you say you're a villain, that's better than someone who I have perceived as a hypocrite. Unironically, that's how we got Trump, right? That's literally the whole Trump phenomena. All these other politicians, they come across as weak. They come across as hypocritical, some of which are, as opposed to Donald Trump, who is a horrible monster, but at least he's honest about it, dude. He just tells it like it is, right? Like that's the prevailing attitude of dumb people. It's the only political expression they have.
And coworkers are a voting bloc. And if your politics is built on an aesthetics of nicheness, you are building a politically toxic brand. Niche is the enemy of majoritarianism. So again, we can't be in the business of saying you are allowed in our tent and you are not. As annoying as Hasan Piker is, I still think his presence in the world is like a net good. Maybe that's crazy.
Dude, what is happening? Like what? I don't know who these people are, but like I just don't understand like what this whole like guys, we really gotta allow Hasan to be a part of our movement. It's like what is happening? Who are these people? Why? What's up with the 17-page dissertation before being like, yeah, he's a big ass fucking audience, and they're all lifelong Democrat Party voters and activists and advocates that have been actively petitioning and fighting for social justice and labor rights for the last fucking decade. Like you could just say that. It's just the truth. You could just say that. You don't have to be like, he's not good. He fucking sucks. I hate him. You're all very correct. He's crazy. He's a monster. He's murdered children. Okay. But we got to have him on the fucking coalition. I just don't get it. Like, why? Why do people do this stuff? I don't. She's afraid of your haters. I mean, I don't even think that's the case. I think that there are a lot of people who have no idea what I'm about. Like, no idea whatsoever. Although I'm unbelievably accessible, You do the same qualification prelude when you talk about Israel or Hamas too, to be fair. Buddy, are you making a comparison to an American political commentator trying to explain why militant resistance groups that are state-sponsored terrorist organizations that like why they exist? Are you making a comparison between that explanation and like just saying, hey, this guy who's been around for a long time, who's like, mysteriously always found himself on the fucking right side of these issues that I'm seemingly aligned on. You don't need to give that many qualifiers. Did you just fucking compare me to Hamas, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? I genuinely, I don't know what it is. At some point, at some point we got to move past this, right? Like eventually. Yes, we are, because you hand wave it every time someone says you don't have to do that. No, I'm done with the fucking hand waving. Just be normal about it. Be like, this guy's, it's fine. I don't get it. I don't understand why. I don't understand why there's like so much hand wringing through this process. Like, I'd rather have someone just be like, I fucking hate this guy. You know what I mean? Like I've been doing this. I've been doing this for 13 years, man. Someone in the chat said this girl's 19 years old. When I started doing this, she was 6 years old, bro. She was 6 years old when I was doing political commentary, writing articles for the Huffington Post about like America's unholy allegiance to Saudi Arabia, doing genocide in fucking Yemen. What the fuck are we doing? I'm 34 goddamn years old. Starting to get a little old here. It's just like I get fucking annoyed. She probably thinks you're cringe because you're unk. I mean, I hope that's the case. I hope that's the only reason. Anyway, don't go in the comments of this person or like fucking go after this person or anything like that. Okay? I will ban you. But I do get fucking annoyed. It's just like, I'm on your side, but I don't know how much the age matters. You criticize journalists who've been doing this longer than you. It doesn't mean her criticism is right. Yeah, the point is, if the criticism is at odds with the work, then yeah, I have to factor that into consideration, you know?
Maybe people think I'm crazy for saying that. But like, think about who else would be in that position of a Twitch streamer, right? Who's like radicalizing these men into becoming right-wing monsters. Because like, and not to be dramatic, but I honestly think that like Hasan Piker might have saved like an entire generation of white boys from the clutches of white nationalist right-wing extremism, right? Like he's taken what would otherwise be, yeah, like extremist black-pilled incels scrawling school shooter manifestos in their parents' basements and salvaged in them like a kernel of humanity that is, yes, extremely annoying, but nevertheless, there's like something redeeming and beautiful about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the performative male thing, right? Like, obviously it's super strange and odd, but it's also beautiful that like men are kowtowing before women. You know what I'm saying? And like recognizing their power. So I'll take like a trust fund baby white boy who thinks he's a Marxist-Leninist.
Dude, you're sitting in a fucking college. Oh my God. I'm not going to do it again. 19 years old. I'm yelling at a 19-year-old TikToker. You're right. These are not criticisms, okay? These are entirely made up, nonsensical lines, oftentimes materialized from reactionary outlets, okay? Just simply adding this into the fucking Christ. Oh my God. I can't stand this like criticism sandwich thing that these people do. Like I don't know what to do. Like what am I supposed to do? Like abide by the hallucinations that people have made up? That I'm a trust fund baby? Like the fuck is this? And that I think I'm a Marxist-Leninist. It's just not. I said you're changing races' minds. Yes, she said one objectively true thing in between like 17 fucking different considerations, packaged with also a bunch of nonsensical bullshit as to why she doesn't like me. I'm a fake Marxist-Leninist trust fund babies or something like, and a bunch of annoying white boys or whatever the fuck.
Running around in an ill-fitting beanie and like some secondhand Def Leppard merch, trying to lecture his prospective female romantic partners about how their uteruses work.
Oh my God, this is just a bad experience you had in college. I didn't do this. Okay? This is one of the most annoying aspects of having to do political commentary in the United States of America, where like every experience is defined by what aesthetic value I represent and what kind of emotional damage someone that looks or sounds like me has contributed to the lives of virtually every single person. It's just like that's not real. It's not a real political commentary. That's not a real commentary on anything. That's just not. I hate that. It's fanfic. I don't expect this person to know anything about me. I don't expect it. It's just like, but I hate this like hand wringing shit. Like where it's just and then people in my community are gonna get passionate about it and try to defend me, and it's so fucking cringe. Like, don't do that either, please. Like, there's this prevailing attitude of like it's a newer version of the Bernie bro meta. Israel gives you more respect? No, apparently not, because I'm not even in the top 10 anti-Israel critics, or even in the top 20 American anti-Israel critics. So much commentary on the internet is just like people regurgitating shit that other people have said about other people. It's just like it sucks. It sucks so much. Like, make up your own mind. Just watch the stream. I promise you will develop a very different attitude. Okay.
Than these white nationalist worms like posting Agartha edits on 4chan. And so I'll say it again, we do not have the luxury of not platforming Hasan Piker. Like, he has a platform. The question is, will it be used to our benefit, right? Will it be used as part of our program? Will it be a potential addition to our tent? Or are we going to turn people away? Are we going to turn people away? And if you ask Alyssa Slotkin, the answer is turn them away. Right? As if she has no Balenciaga, she has no Supreme, she has no Twitch followers. She's literally a walking Madame Tussauds wax figurine who looks like she was like designed by a K Street boutique lobbying firm. And no matter how many H&M leather jackets you put on, girl, like, I'm sorry, you still come off like an HR scold. So this is not a question of who's annoying and who's not annoying. I'm sorry. This is the left side of the political spectrum, bitch. We're all annoying. On everybody's soul, all of us are annoying in this bitch, okay? Like, if you don't want to be annoying, this is not the movement for you. This is team annoying. Sorry to and obviously, like, I think we should aspire to be not annoying, but like, if we're getting in the business of like people who are annoying should leave our party, like, we don't have a party anymore. Most of us are annoying. Sorry. I think it's also important to note that Hasan is also not like one of these intransigent reactionaries who just like bashes the Democratic Party all the time and is like only wants to, in ContraPoint's words, always wants to critique power and never wants to build power, or whatever the saying is, right? Like, he's not one of those people. He had a sitting U.S. Congresswoman on his stream like last week, I think, right? Like, he has a vision of the future of politics. It's a vision that involves electoral politics. It's a vision that involves, like, changing the Democratic Party and making it better. And he wants to be involved in that project. Why are we not allowing him to? I don't understand that. Let me put it this way. To all the people who were crowing after the 2024 election about go on Joe Rogan, which I agree with, right?
I'm dying because oh my God. I'm dying because her knowledge of what I do makes her previous criticisms even worse, because it implies that someone who is at least like aware of the shit I've done for the past fucking 13 goddamn years still can get duped by the cultural forces. Everyone wants to be cool, okay? Everyone wants to feel like they belong. So if enough people are just like consistently regurgitating the same bullshit over and over again, right? Even someone who would 100% dial in, 100% agree with most of the things that I believe, most of the things I want to fight for, or even the methods of how I want to fight for it, will still turn around and be like, guys, yeah, he's cringe. He's fucking wearing nice clothes. Like, it's just, it's even more frustrating when it's a person who is like aware. Okay? Anyway, whatever. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I just happened to click on this and watch this. It's just something that I see so frequently on TikTok is this like reflexive, hey, I know everyone hates this fucking piece of shit. And then like the reasons that they reveal for why is just like nonsense. It's never like an actual position that they disagree with. It's never like he's anti-Israel, I'm pro-Israel, right? It always has to be couched in bullshit. It always has to be couched in bullshit, which ironically enough, my commentary on this will probably be clipped by the very same people that then regurgitate the same process of drama and pump these sorts of threads on Reddit and whichever place where liberals congregate. I just want to know what the disagreements are. Like, I am a political commentator. Just tell me what the disagreements are. If it's aesthetics, then why is there a disagreement there? We can have a conversation about that. But if you also recognize that I have the capacity to, decouple young men from the throes of reactionary, far-right, white nationalist, white supremacist ideology, then you understand that like the aesthetics of this kind of works for a certain group, you know? I just wish that's what we focused on. I don't know. That's my main issue with that's the reason why I appreciated Yale as well. Like there were some significant disagreements with some of the people that spoke, right? A lot of retort. Lot of disagreements, but at least there was a disagreement. It wasn't purely on aesthetics. I want to hear objections. If you want to build like a more robust, more resilient coalition, then just say what the objections are. We can address them. No one ever does that. I hate it. I hate it so much. Usually the objections are either purely aesthetic or purely made up. I saw a clip that was filtered through a totally negative perspective, and I believe you believe this. And then we can even address that. If you ask me a question, if you're like, do you actually believe this? Like one of the most common ones being the whole the pro-rape college, right? The fucking insane university that's like destroyed. The insane university that was like, we're not doing Title IX any longer. Like my commentary, my criticism on that. If someone were to be like, hey, are you pro wealthy women being raped? I'd be like, no, that's an insane statement. Next question. And we can fucking move on. That's how normal conversations are supposed to take place. Right? Patrick Henry College, exactly. Or whatever the fuck. Or do you like Vladimir Putin? Do you agree with the invasion of Ukraine? No. Okay. My mistake. And then we move on. Why can't we have a normal conversation about this shit? Why does it have to always be like, well, I saw this thing and it's internalized it. My beliefs over your worldview are unchangeable. And now we just have to argue on like my misunderstandings about your worldview. Like, God forbid you have a nuanced perspective on anything, right? I just wish we could have a normal and productive conversation like that on the left, if that's the case, you know? Yeah. Why do people have to condemn him before you agree with him or something? Yeah, exactly. I don't agree with everything Hasan Piker says, but the gentleman is spot on about this. This guy, by the way, Bill Madden, literally fucking posted like a Nick Fuentes quote the other day. Why do you people have to like condemn him before you agree with him on something? Hasan is a commie grifter. Anyone who thinks he's some sort of political superstar should be studied for a new form of autism. He was on Pod Save America within the last day or so. Cope. It's because I guess it's like there's a army of people who will literally come at you and dox your whole family if you don't do those condemnations ahead of time. Where they'll be like, I'll have you know, here's a list of 750 different quotes that I've compiled in a Google Doc somewhere that is like 99% the exact opposite of the things that he believes. And now you need to be inundated with this blast of fake bullshit. And 95% of the time, the dudes that are doing that would be on board with what they are describing my worldview as. They'll be like, he is a misogynist. It's like, motherfucker, you're a misogynist. If I was a misogynist, you'd be a fan of mine, right? It's always that shit. It's always like he's a misogynist, he's anti-black, he's anti-trans. Like there's this laundry list of dumb nonsense. Okay? They're trying to head off the army of shut-ins that Stalk Hasan mentions on Twitter and brigade anyone who speaks neutrally or better about him. I figured they don't have the time or interest to see pretty much every smear against them is a lie or an out-of-context quote. It's a protection against the haters who dive bomb on positive Hasan posts. This applies to boomers. Young people know what's up. Yeah. I'm convinced that at least a good third of Hasan haters would actually like and agree with him if they watch his stuff fully rather than out of context or edited clips that are fed to them to create outrage. Yeah. I mean, some people that do this, most people that skin clips out of context, shit like that, they're not on the left, right? But the people that get duped by it sometimes are on the left. And it's like fucking annoying. That lady saying he hates women in Israel had me laughing 3 days straight, not gonna lie. Yeah. I don't know. But it's vibes because most of these people don't dig deep or look further into the politics of the people that they're, just dropping a note on, and I don't even expect them to.
Despising Joe Rogan and thinking he's a fucking troglodyte. I agree that his platform is big enough that we do not have the luxury of not going on Joe Rogan. The same should be true of Hasan Piker. And you don't have to agree with him. You don't have to like him. You don't even have to not hate him to understand that that's true. We have to reach people. And by the way, it's a lot of the same people who are saying, well, we can't purity test our politicians, who are saying we got to shut the door on Hasan. Which maybe someone can enlighten me, but if 2 + 2 is 4, you know what I'm saying, right? And in order to retain your credibility about purity testing, you got to not purity test. And it feels a little like people are purity testing, not going to lie. And again, you don't have to like it. In fact, you're not going to like it. That's what coalition building is, okay? It's not just some like needle point sign that we hang over the door and we say, oh, we love coalition building, and we all hold hands and like, you know, love each other and dance in a circle. That's not how this shit works. You have to buckle down and do hard work and cooperate with people you don't fuck with a lot of the time in order to get things done in this world. Okay?
I just know that every single time that I do like a media hit or like a longer podcast and I reach out to like a broader liberal audience, the fucking heats, the hits keep coming, right? It's like Jewish Insider. I do the Vanity Fair Oscars party. Jewish Insider writes like 8 articles right after that because they want to pollute the SEO so that people aren't like, who the fuck's this Hasan guy? And then actually accidentally see, you know, any of my unfiltered commentary. And the DGG brigade does the exact same thing, or it's like Orbiters still does the exact same shit where it's like, I do the Pod Johns, and then boom, right after there's like 7,000 fucking quotes from every single Twitter dipshit, every single Twitter centrist who's like, whose politics have been ritualistically humiliated over and over again by an incompetent fascist piece of shit like Donald Trump twice now. Like their methods of victory is clearly a disaster. So much so that even lifelong blue dog Democrats are like, maybe Bernie was right. Yeah. What is this? Jasper Nathaniel? However one weighs the morality of Hamas versus Israel, this is an idiotic take. Hamas is one Palestinian political party as well as a militant org out of many others. Israel's a nation state with many political parties, like saying I'd vote for the Ba'ath Party over the U.S. Hamas is not one political party over many others, says Jasper Nathaniel. It's the party that has ruled the Gaza Strip for 20 years and has become synonymous with the government there, just like Netanyahu and Likud in Israel. It's clear what he's saying. You're better off sticking to your substantive issue with it. I'm well aware that Hamas has governed Gaza since 2006 elections. Thank you. If Piker means that Likud, he should say Likud. But Hamas, as you know, does not govern half of the occupied Palestinian territories. Neither Likud nor Hamas, being the ruling party, makes it synonymous with Israel or Palestine. Why can't he just say, I think Hamas actions are far more legitimate and just than Israel's, and then leave it at that? What's the additive value of the nonsensical argument where he can't distinguish between parties and states? Wait, what? What is this anger here? In the context he's using them, Hamas and Israel refer to the state apparatuses that are at war with one another. I think you're squinting very hard to make it appear nonsensical when it's perfectly clear what he's saying. Yeah. I get what he's trying to say, but I would think if you agree with Hasan Piker that you want to advocate who articulates these positions in a way that makes them look intelligent and well-founded. Personally, I find it to be rather macabre exercise to debate how acceptable it is to massacre 1,200 people in one day and take 250 there it is. It's not a semantics argument. No, this is not. It's not sophistry. It's not semantics purgatory. It's actually the meat of the argument. There it is. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Make the actual fucking critique. Okay? Make the actual critique. That's it. It shouldn't take 8 conversations, like 8 different back and forth talking points before we arrive at the actual issue at play. Okay? Personally, I find it to be rather macabre exercise to debate how acceptable it is to massacre 1,200 hostages in what I characterize as a terrorist attack versus to decimate the Gaza Strip and kill 76,000 people in what I'd characterize as a genocide. Macabre is not the same thing as idiotic, and that's kind of my point. I think you found what he said to be distasteful. No, it isn't, which is why I'm drawing a clear distinction between the flaws of his argument from my personal opinions on what he's saying, but you seem unable to acknowledge these two things as separate. You called it idiotic and nonsensical take on the basis that Hamas and Israel are not parallel entities, and my point is that in this context, they very clearly are, And his argument makes perfect sense to anybody not trying to willfully misunderstand it. You're trying to nail him down on a technicality when I think your problem is actually just a substantive one. In other words, it seems pretty clear that you're offended by Hasan's opinion on this matter, so you're deflecting by calling him an idiot and acting as if there's no legitimacy to his argument. That's it. This is unironically what happens every single time, okay? This is what happens every single time. It's always like, sometimes it's much easier than this. Sometimes it's like far, far easier to figure out exactly what's going on, right? Like when someone is like extra chirpy about something I've said, you key search Gaza. This person is not like that. I'm not saying that, right? This person obviously it clearly acknowledges Israel's genocide. They have a different approach, however. Bro, Rachel is genuinely fucking insane. Israeli liberal. Please don't get onto her radar. It will drive me mad. She spends all of her time trying to tie criticism of Israel to anti-Semitism. It's very frustrating. I wish people were more honest. I wish people were more honest about their criticisms. Like exactly what you're mad at. Just say it out loud. Say what you're mad at. Let's have a real conversation. You know? Citing 76K is killed? No, she said it's a genocide. 76K is the conservative number, but it's the official Palestinian Health Ministry number. It's a undercount. It will take many years for us to figure out the full total number. But regardless, she recognizes a genocide, but there is a liberal Zionist predisposition that is ironically also being demonstrated in this back and forth conversation where I'm having with John Favreau, who's like, I think more open-minded to my perspective, which is October 7 was horrifying, right? And it was horrifying, especially if you had not previously considered this issue, or at least it was in the rear view mirror for you. It was never something that you had like really dialed in on as you have now, right? That's ironically the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying here. It comes across very bold. It comes across as very radical, but it is the easiest entry point into offering proper analysis on why militant resistant groups form in opposition to systemic forms of violence conducted by our allies, conducted by countries that resemble us. Right? I'm trying to tackle the blind spot that many people have at the heart of this issue, which is that Hamas and the Palestinian resistance did not do October 7 because they were like psychotic, barbaric anti-Semites. Like that wasn't the driving force there. There was a logical through line, regardless of the atrocities, as I have acknowledged over and over again as well. Not that it's plays any part in this equation, obviously, as Israel has done thousands of October 7s and continues to do so. But most people don't want to recognize where this emancipatory need comes from. Because if you truly saw the citizens on both sides, the civilians on both sides of like human beings, you would understand. You would understand exactly the system of violence that Palestinians were subjected to for 75 years that led to October 7 and led to the first intifada, the second intifada as well. And you would be horrified about the retaliation from Israel that was a genocide. Anyway, this was a larger conversation about like my frustrations with people not revealing their true gripe. Tim Miller was mocking your USSR point on a stream using Noah Smith's fucking Substack. Yeah, of course he's gonna come on, dude. To clue you in, she's a Haaretz writer, so contending with Hamas being a consequence of Israel's subjugation of Palestinians is brain breaking. No, I think there's Haaretz writers who recognize that. And it's not just Haaretz writers who recognize that. Like there are former Israeli leaders who recognize that. There are current Israeli leaders who recognize that, but also are very ruthless, right? I mean, it was Ehud Barak who literally fucking said, yeah, if I was born on the other side of that border, I would be a terrorist. Like the fuck? It makes total sense. So it's not even necessarily like this notion that like liberal Zionists are incapable of seeing this. Some people know that they're the bad guys in the equation. They have a rather cold calculation that they're making. Yeah, former Shin Bet heads and things like that. They admit it. 20 minutes in, Bulwark criticizing your take on USSR. Where is it? Let's see what the fuck Tim said. Wait, is that from today? He took my clip from today. My lord, he's got my he's in here. He's in here watching. Not gonna lie, you are weird going off on this girl for a normal ass take. People are allowed to not like somebody as long as you lockstep fight fascism. Then it's fine. I agree. For the record, I was just more so frustrated with the hand wringing that people do there when they're just like, oh well, I just he sucks because he's rich. He's a rich socialist. Like, it's just a frustration that I have because I feel like it's totally unnecessary, and it ultimately legitimizes a lot of the fucking fake gripes that people have, right?